Chapter 1385. In the land of southern border, in an unknown realm, dragon Chi surged and covered the sky. In the vast wilderness, a white-haired figure sat cross-legged and focused on refining the dragon Chi. Human, you didn't keep your word. In the dragon Chi, the dragon roared angrily. Ning Chen opened his eyes and said calmly, "What did I promise you?" "You said you would set me free. Are you going back on your words?" The dragon roared and said in a deep voice. Ning Chen sneered and said, "Think carefully about what I said. I don't remember promising you that I would let you go." With that, Ning Chen closed his eyes and continued to refine the dragon Chi. The dragon's body trembled. After a while, it roared angrily. "You lied to me, despicable human. You're too cunning." As soon as it said that, the dragon suddenly screamed violently. Phoenix flames rose and burned the dragon's soul. Gradually, the dragon's roar became weaker and weaker until it was almost inaudible. "Spare me." In the dragon Chi, when its consciousness was about to disappear, the dragon weakly begged for mercy. In the phoenix flames, Ning Chen stood up and stopped devouring the power of providence. He said calmly, "Swear loyalty, and I'll spare your life." In front of its life, the dragon did not dare to resist and swore to the heavens. "Little gourd," Ning Chen called out. "Immortal elder." Hearing the call, the little gourd flew out shakily. Its young face was puzzled. It asked, "What's the matter?" "I'll leave this loach to you," Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing that, the little gourd looked at the dragon in front of it with excitement. "Is what Immortal Elder said true?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. The little gourd flew forward excitedly and patted the dragon's head. "Big Loach, you have to be obedient in the future." The dragon was about to struggle, but when it saw the cold eyes of the man beside it, its body trembled and it immediately surrendered. The dragon lowered its head and let the little gourd touch it. It was the first time it touched a real dragon. The little gourd was so excited that its face turned red. It looked at its master and said happily, "Thank you, Immortal Elder." "Little gourd, do you have anywhere you want to go?" Ning Chen looked at the unfamiliar land of the gods and asked. The little gourd thought about it and pointed to the west. "I want to go there." "The west?" Ning Chen smiled and asked, "Why do you want to go there?" The little gourd pinched the corner of its shirt and said embarrassedly, "I just pointed randomly." "Haha." Ning Chen laughed and said, "All right, I'll take you to the west." Since he had become a devil, he would make sure that there were no more Buddhas in this world. On this day, a white-haired demon dressed in plain clothes set off for the west. A palm-sized child sat on his shoulder, and a huge dragon followed behind him with a respectful expression. In the Western world of Buddhism, there were hundreds of schools of thought contending. Countless great sects stood in great numbers, and numerous great temples stood tall on the mountains. Buddhism was flourishing. On a stormy night in the Western Buddhist realm, in the desolate wilderness, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over. His entire body was drenched, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. "Immortal Elder, there's a temple over there." The little gourd held a large leaf in her hand to block the rain. She stretched out her small white hand and pointed at the dilapidated temple not far away. "I saw it." Ning Chen nodded and walked towards the ruined temple. Hoo-hoo! In the wilderness, a chilly wind howled. In this rainy night, it seemed a little creepy. The little gourd heard the wind and shrunk her shoulders. She said in fear, "Immortal Elder, could there be ghosts?" "You're an immortal vine. Why would you be afraid of ghosts?" Ning Chen said softly, "I am." The little gourd grabbed Ning Chen's collar and looked around. Ning Chen smiled faintly. His dark eyes looked into the dark night, and a cold light flashed past. Perhaps there really was a ghost. Hoo-hoo! The mountain wind howled. Around the ruined temple, a white-haired figure appeared. Her face was pale and she was coughing. She looked abnormally terrifying. Ghost! The little gourd on Ning Chen's shoulder suddenly screamed. It was so scared that it crawled into Ning Chen's collar. The little gourd's screams scared the birds and beasts in the forest. Ning Chen looked at the white-haired woman in front of him and walked forward step by step. Immortal Elder, there's a ghost, the little gourd said nervously. It's okay, Ning Chen replied calmly and continued walking forward. Roar! In front of the ruined temple, the long-tongued woman roared. Her ferocious face was abnormally terrifying. Back off, Ning Chen said faintly. The long-tongued woman roared. Just as she was about to step forward, her body suddenly trembled and she took a few steps back in fear. In front of the stone steps, Ning Chen walked up and entered the ruined temple. The ruined temple was not big. The inside of the temple was abnormally dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. Ning Chen looked at the roof. He came to a place where there was no rain and started a fire. The little gourd went to the fire and warmed it. There was still fear on its face. Immortal Elder, will that ghost come again? I don't think so. Ning Chen added some firewood to the fire and said, Bang! Before he finished speaking, the door of the ruined temple was blown open by a strong wind. In front of the door, the white-haired woman floated and did not dare to take half a step forward. Immortal Elder, I'm scared. The little gourd raised its head and said timidly. Ning Chen raised his hand. The spirit chi of heaven and earth surged and entered the woman's body. After a while, the woman's soul quickly condensed and her distorted face changed. The white-haired woman who recovered her face had a delicate face. She looked like a girl next door. Leave, or I'll kill you. Ning Chen spoke with a cold expression. The white-haired woman's body trembled. She bowed respectfully and left quickly. She's gone. Ning Chen patted the little gourd's head and smiled. Seeing the woman disappear in the rain, the little gourd's young face showed some pity. Immortal Elder, it's raining so heavily outside. Will she be all right? Aren't you scared of her? Ning Chen asked. I was just now, but I'm not anymore, the little gourd said softly. Huh. Ning Chen smiled faintly. She's a vengeful spirit. She's not afraid of the rain. Oh. The little gourd nodded thoughtfully. Its simple little head quickly let go of the matter and sat in front of the fire to warm itself up. Under the rainy night, the white-haired woman stood far away outside the ruined temple, shivering. Her only place of residence had been taken, and she was homeless. In the ruined temple, the little gourd leaned against its gourd and fell asleep. Ning Chen guarded it quietly and sat for the entire night. The battle with the dragon head of the Confucian sect was the first time he truly felt the terror of a fifth realm expert. Even with the providence of the Great Yu dynasty, he was still helpless against a fifth realm expert. The fifth realm was truly an unimaginable realm. Today, he was still quite far away from the fifth realm. The most important thing was that he hadn't reached the divine transformation stage. The moon god once told him that the fourth realm was the limit of human cultivation. If he wanted to enter a higher realm, he must increase the energy in his body to a higher level. How to reach the divine transformation stage was something he needed to solve as soon as possible. Immortal Elder. In its dreams, the little gourd turned around and pouted. I want to eat spiritual grass. Ning Chen regained his senses and smiled. The spiritual of all beings had a simple heart and lived without worries. The long night slowly passed. In the east, the sun rose, chasing away the coldness of the night. Outside, the rain stopped. The little gourd woke up in a daze. It hugged Ning Chen's arm and fell asleep again. Ning Chen stood up, placed the little gourd on his shoulder, and walked out of the ruined temple. 100 steps away from the ruined temple, under a tree, the white-haired woman hid in the shade of the tree in fear. She didn't dare to let the morning sun shine on her soul. The homeless ghosts became so helpless in the face of the coming day. Ning-chin walked over. Seeing the woman under the tree, he said calmly, "Go back." The white-haired woman was shocked when she heard that. She looked at the ruined temple behind her. It was only 100 steps away, but now it seemed to be far away. Ning-chin raised his hand. The leaves in the sky fell and formed a barrier, blocking the morning sun. "Thank you, immortal elder." The white-haired woman knelt down excitedly and bowed respectfully. Ning-chin didn't say anything else and left. "Immortal elder." On his shoulder, the little gourd opened its eyes half awake. It looked around and said, "It's morning." "Yes." Ning-chin nodded and said, "It's morning." "Where's that female ghost?" The little gourd turned around and looked at the ruined temple behind it. "She went back," Ning-chin said calmly. The little gourd was relieved when it heard that. Not long after the two left, the green-robed monk with a staff walked out of the mountain. He held a talisman in his hand and searched for the ghost's whereabouts. Found it. In front of the ruined temple, the green-robed monk stopped and looked at the flickering talisman in his hand. His eyes flashed. In the ruined temple, the white-haired woman felt the murderous intent outside the temple. Her delicate face changed slightly. In front of the temple, the green-robed monk walked into the ruined temple. He scanned the temple, looking for the hidden ghost. "Come out," the green-robed monk said coldly. There was no sound in the ruined temple. It was unusually quiet. "You want to do this the hard way." The green-robed monk snorted and shook the staff in his hand. Suddenly, a strong Buddhist power spread out and scattered the surrounding ghost chi. "Ah!" In the temple, a shrill scream sounded. With the Buddhist power, the white-haired woman's body collapsed quickly and her soul dissipated. Chapter 1386. In the Western world of Buddhism, thousands of monks in green robes walked forward with staffs in their hands, exorcising demons. "Uncle, can you give me some vegetarian food?" In front of a small courtyard, an ascetic monk stopped and looked at the old man in the courtyard. In the small courtyard, the old man saw the monk outside and opened the wooden fence. "Master, please come in." "Thank you, uncle." The monk in green robes thanked him and walked into the courtyard. "I'll get some food for the master." The old man took the alms bowl from the monk's hand and walked shakily into the house. Not long after, the old man came back with the food and handed it to the monk in front of him. "Thank you." The monk in green robes took the food and began to eat with a tired face. The old man stood at the side and watched the monk wolfing down the food. His expression was calm and there was not much difference. It was not the first time he saw these ascetic monks. These monks were all good people who exorcised demons for the world and were deeply respected by the people. After the monk in green robes finished his meal, he did not stay any longer and got up to leave. The old man walked him to the front of the courtyard and watched the monk leave. In the wilderness, there were many spiritual monsters. Some passers-by were frightened by the spiritual monsters. 1 told 10, and 10 told 100, and the whereabouts of these spiritual monsters were exposed. Not long after, there would be monks in green robes coming to subdue these spiritual monsters that brought disaster to the world. The ascetic monks would never accept money from the people. At most, they would give them a bowl of vegetarian food. It was also because of this that the ascetic monks in the Western world of Buddhism were deeply respected. But for some reason, the evil creatures and spirits in the Western world of Buddhism were much more than in other places of the heavenly world. Thousands of monks in green robes were not able to kill all of them. Not long after the old man sent the monks away, a white-haired figure in white clothes walked in from outside the courtyard. He looked at the mountain in front of him, and a strange look flashed in his cold eyes. It was said that there was a big temple in the mountain. It was a famous Buddhist temple nearby. There was an old monk in the temple who was unparalleled in Buddhist Dharma. He could consecrate Dharma weapons and send souls to heaven. He had also helped people become Buddha. It was not strange to consecrate Dharma weapons and send souls to heaven. However, helping people become Buddha was not something that ordinary Buddhists could do. Immortal, are we not there yet? On Ning Chen's shoulder, the little calabash pulled a strand of hair and asked. Soon, Ning Chen replied as he looked at the majestic mountain in front of him. Monster. At this time in the small courtyard, the old man saw the little person talking on the shoulder of the white-haired man outside the courtyard and said in fear. The little gourd heard the old man's shout and looked over with its big eyes. It pouted and said, I'm not a monster. Monster. The old man took a few steps back, then quickly turned around and ran back into the house. Immortal elder. The little gourd felt wronged. I'm not a monster. The little gourd is an immortal. Of course it's not a monster. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's cold face as he replied. Hearing its master's consolation, the little gourd quickly recovered and began to play by itself. Ning Chen glanced at the small courtyard at the side and pondered for a moment. Then he strode towards the large mountain ahead. Buddha Chi, someone from the Buddhist sect, had just been here. An ascetic monk? Ning Chen brought the little gourd into the mountain. Once they entered the forest, the little gourd seemed to have entered its own home. It happily ran around barefooted. Be careful. Don't encounter any ferocious beasts that will eat you, Ning Chen reminded from behind. I'm not afraid of ferocious beasts. The little gourd turned around and said before continuing to run forward happily. Ning Chen followed behind unhurriedly. He looked at the endless forest ahead, searching for traces of the legendary temple. Unknowingly, half a day passed. The sun set in the west, and the sky quickly darkened in the forest. Ghost! When the sky darkened, the little gourd's childish voice sounded in front of him. It was sharp and ear-piercing. Hearing that, Ning Chen frowned and walked over. In the forest ahead, the little gourd flew back quickly and hugged Ning Chen's arm. Immortal elder, there's a ghost. Don't be afraid. Ning Chen comforted her in a soft voice and walked forward. In the forest, there were dozens of white-robed figures floating. They were all women, and their tongues were sticking out. It was abnormally terrifying. In the middle of the many vengeful spirits, a monk in green robes stood with a staff in his hand. His Buddha chi was emitting from his body, blocking the ghost chi from devouring them. Immortal elder, there are so many ghosts. The little gourd hid behind Ning Chen and whispered, They're not ghosts. Ning Chen said calmly, They're vengeful spirits. What are vengeful spirits? The little gourd was puzzled. They died with their eyes wide open, and their souls lingered after death. Ning Chen said indifferently, These women were the same as the women outside the broken temple. They all died unnaturally. It seemed that this seemingly peaceful Western Buddhist world was not a pure land. In front of the many vengeful spirits, the monk in green robes placed his staff aside and put his hands together. He chanted an incantation and began to convert the vengeful spirits around him. As the monk chanted, golden light spread and the surrounding vengeful spirits immediately screamed. The ghost chi dissipated and the dozens of vengeful spirits returned to their original appearance. They were all women in their prime and died with hatred. Spare me. The ghost chi dissipated and the dozens of vengeful spirits knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Their faces were filled with fear. Amitabha. The monk in green robes opened his eyes and Buddha chi surged. He did not show any mercy and continued to chant, wanting to convert all of these vengeful spirits. At this moment, the monk in green robes was shocked. He looked at the white-haired figure walking in front of him, and his eyes turned serious. This is demon, a real demon. The monk in green robes was on full alert and was abnormally nervous. In front, the dozens of vengeful spirits immediately fled in all directions. Amitabha. The monk in green robes' expression turned cold. He reached out and grabbed his staff then slammed it on the ground. In an instant the monk killed. Buddha chi spread and dispersed all the vengeful spirits in an instant. Why did you kill them? Ning Chin stepped forward and asked calmly. The monk in green robe's expression darkened, and he said, Lone spirits and wild spirits harm the world. Buddha will not tolerate it. Ning Chin heard it and nodded gently. He said, What about the demon? Kill them all. The monk in green robes said with murderous intent in his eyes, Have a safe journey. After saying that, Ning Chan walked past the monk. His sword flashed silently without any warning. A sword mark appeared on the monk's throat. Immediately after, blood spurted out and dyed the forest red. Immortal, why did you kill him? The little gourd was puzzled. Why did he kill those vengeful spirits? Ning Chin did not answer and asked instead. Because ghosts harm people, the little gourd replied. Why do ghosts harm people? Ning Chin continued to ask. When the little gourd heard that, it was unable to think of an answer. Because they want to live. Ning Chin said calmly, just like how beasts prey on cows and sheep. Their purpose is to live. The little gourd was confused. It felt that it made sense, but it also felt that it did not understand. There's no need to think so much. Ning Chin smiled. If I don't kill him, he will find a way to kill me. Buddha and demon can't coexist. When the monk in green robes died in the depths of the forest in the temple, the old Buddha opened his eyes and looked ahead. A stream of light flashed past. Demon? Chapter 1387. Under the night sky, the forest was abnormally dark, and the moonlight was unable to shine through. The entire forest was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers in front of one's face. Ning Chin took the small gourd and walked into the depths of the forest. It was a cold night, and the cold wind was blowing. The little gourd was hiding in Ning Chen's collar, looking around with its big eyes, not daring to come out. After walking for about 4 hours, Ning Chen strode out from the depths of the mountain forest. He looked at the temple in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Ning Chen stomped his foot and his figure soared into the sky. When the demonic cultivators approached, golden light shone from the mountainside, trying to stop the demonic cultivators from approaching. However, the white-haired demon's cultivation was shocking. He was not affected by the golden light at all. In the temple, the old monk sensed something, and his expression turned serious. Outside the temple, Ning Chen was bathed in Buddhist light as he walked in. He reached out and pushed open the temple door. With a creak, the door opened and Ning Chen walked in. In front of the main hall, separated by the door, the two of them looked at each other. Greetings, master. Outside the hall, Ning Chen stopped and bowed. In the main hall, the old monk said, Benefactor, you've come to the wrong place. I've come all the way here to ask Grandmaster to help me reach the divinity transformation stage. Ning Chen said calmly. The old monk's expression darkened when he heard that. You are a demon. Why do you want to become a soul formation cultivator, devil? Ning Chen muttered softly. The pitch-black color in his eyes faded away, and the blood-red demonic mark between his eyebrows also disappeared. His aura changed, and he regained his divinity. Will this do? Ning Chen asked. In the grand hall, the old monk's expression changed with disbelief. With a creak, the door to the main hall opened. Ning Chen walked in and looked at the figure in front of the Buddha statue. He politely bowed and said, Grandmaster, you're not a demon. The old monk sized up the person before him and said, Is it really that important to be a human or a demon? Ning Chen asked. Of course, the old monk said solemnly. Hearing this, Ning Chen sighed softly and said, Sorry, I came to the wrong place. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's eyes returned to their original black color. A blood mark appeared between his eyebrows, and its demonic nature was astonishing. A demonic sword appeared in Ning Chen's hand. With a slash, blood was drawn and the throat was sealed. The old monk shuddered, and his eyes were filled with shock. The gushing blood dyed the ground in front of the Buddha red, looking exceptionally glaring. Ning Chen turned around and left. Not long after, he disappeared into the night. Outside the mountains, Ning Chen looked at the divine moon in the sky and said, "Little Calabash, if I become a cold-blooded demon, will you be afraid?" Inside his collar, the little gourd shook her head gently and said, "No, I don't." "Why?" Ning Chen asked softly. "Immortal Elder is a good person," the small calabash said firmly. Ning Chen smiled faintly and nodded. "When I came to the Western world of Buddhism, I heard that there is a method to kill 10,000 monks and turn them into demons. I was hesitant before, but I won't anymore. In the Western world of Buddhism, there was no lack of green-robed monks, since he had already decided he would just kill them all. Under the moonlight, the demon whose hands were stained with Buddha's blood made another shocking decision. He killed the monks and transformed into a demon, increasing his strength with all his might. 3 days later, in a desolate mountain, a green-robed monk silently collapsed. His throat had been cut by a sword, and his bones had been fractured, completely destroying his vitality. Not far from the monk, the ghosts and monsters trembled. Under the demonic might, they did not dare to move an inch. "You may leave." Ning Chen glanced at the ghosts and said faintly. The ghosts and monsters immediately knelt and bowed, then got up and left. After killing the Buddha and saving the ghosts, Ning Chen left with the demonic sword that was stained with Buddha's blood and disappeared. In the next few months, Ning Chen walked around the mountains and rivers, looking for the green-robed monk. Under the demonic sword, more and more green-robed monks died, and more ghosts and monsters were saved. In the Western world of Buddhism, the legend of ghosts eating humans became more and more popular. Although no one had seen it with their own eyes, such a rumor had already spread throughout the world of Buddhism. "You don't know, but a few days ago I saw more than 10 green-faced, fanged ghosts in the mountains. They ate a living person. It's too scary." In the tea house, the storyteller told a group of people what he saw and heard. Everyone was stunned. "You're lying." At this moment, at a table not far away, a young girl spoke. She put her hands on her waist and said, "How can there be so many ghosts in this world?" The storyteller raised his head and looked at the young girl not far away. He said unhappily, "Little girl, I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Those ghosts are in the mountains outside the city. If you don't believe me, you can go and see." "Fine, I'll go. I'll definitely come back and expose your lies," the young girl said. She took the sword on the table and walked out of the tea house. 100 miles away from the small city, on a barren mountain, the young girl walked over with her sword. When she reached the forest, she had the intention to retreat. In front of her, the sky was getting dark. In the depths of the forest, it was pitch black. She couldn't see anything. The young girl stood there for a long time. Then, she gritted her teeth and walked towards the forest. In the forest, a chilly wind whistled. It sounded creepy. The young girl held the sword in her hand tightly. After walking for more than 10 miles, she became more and more afraid. Around her, the sky was completely dark. She could only see less than 3 meters. Whoa! At this moment, a woman's crying sounded. It was sad, cold, and terrifying. The inexplicable crying in the dark night made people even more afraid. The young girl immediately stopped and her body trembled. "Give me back my life!" An eerie shout sounded. Dozens of white-clothed figures appeared. They floated in the air and surrounded the young girl. "Ghosts!" Seeing this, the young girl immediately screamed and covered her head. She was scared out of her wits. Dozens of white-clothed figures floated around her. They were getting closer and closer. Their faces were ferocious and terrifying. After half an hour, the surroundings gradually quieted down. The young girl raised her head. There was no one in front of her. The ghosts were gone. The young girl stretched out her hands and looked at her body. She heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she wasn't eaten. Ah! At this moment, a mournful cry sounded in the forest. It shook the birds and beasts. When the young girl heard it, she suppressed the fear in her heart and quickly ran over. In front of her, the green-clothed monk waved the staff in his hand and scattered the white-clothed figures one after another. The dozens of white-clothed figures were all killed in the blink of an eye. The alms bowl in the green-clothed monk's hand flew up and absorbed the remaining soul energy of all the vengeful souls. Seeing this scene, the young girl was shocked. At this moment, at the end of the night, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over. His eyes were as black as ink, and there was a blood-red, demonic pattern between his eyebrows. It was terrifying. The green-clothed monk sensed it. He looked forward, and his expression suddenly froze. Demon! After a few breaths, the white-haired demon approached. Without saying a word, he passed by with a dazzling sword light. The green-clothed monk's body trembled. He didn't even have the chance to fight back, and his body fell backward. Crack! Ning Chin stepped forward and crushed the monk's alms bowl. Dozens of remnant souls flew out. They instinctively bowed respectfully and then flew into the depths of the forest. Chapter 1388. In the middle of the night in the wilderness, the white-haired demon killed a green-robed monk. Before the demon made a move, the monk had already fallen into a pool of blood. The demon was extremely powerful. Every time he killed a monk, his demonic nature would become stronger, and his strength would also become stronger. In a few months, 99 green-robed monks had died under the demon's sword. Buddha's blood had spilled all over the territory of the Buddha world. In the forest, the young girl who exposed the storytellers, Lai looked at the scene in front of her. She was so scared that her legs could not move. The Buddha had enlightened the ghosts, but someone had killed the Buddha and released the ghosts? The young girl did not recognize that the white-haired man in front of her was a demon. The demon had disappeared from the world for too long. Ordinary people would not be able to recognize him. Ning Chen saw the young girl and ignored her. He walked away. The young girl came back to her senses. At this moment, she did not know where her courage and strength came from. She trotted after him. Ning Chen went down the mountain, and the young girl followed him. The distance of 100 steps, the young girl quietly followed behind. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the east, the sky gradually brightened. In front of the small city, Ning Chen walked over. He did not stop and entered the small city. On the streets of the small city, the white-haired demon in white clothes walked forward. The pedestrians subconsciously avoided him, unwilling to get close. Although the common people did not recognize demons, the cold aura that Ning Chen emitted made people subconsciously not want to get too close. Behind him, the young girl followed. Her sneaky appearance was very eye-catching. "Ah, Ling, what are you doing?" On the street, a woman asked. Hearing this, the young girl was shocked. She hurriedly pulled the woman aside and whispered, "Aunt Xiang, be quiet." The woman looked at the young girl in front of her with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing so mysteriously?" "I have something to do. I'll tell you later," the young girl said and hurriedly followed. In the small city, wanted posters covered every corner of the small city. However, the faces of the criminals on the posters were blurry. Not only the small city, but the entire Western Buddha world wanted the demon. No one had seen his true appearance. On the posters, there were only blood-red words that described the demon's heinous crimes. The young girl followed behind, feeling more and more shocked. Could it be that the demon on the wanted posters was this white-haired man in front of her? In the small city, the sky gradually darkened. Dark clouds gathered in the horizon, and a cold rain fell. The late autumn rain was extremely cold. When it fell on one's body, it made one shiver. Ning Chen walked in the cold rain, allowing the rain to wet his plain clothes. His expression was indifferent. Behind him, the young girl was drenched by the rain and was shivering from the cold. At this moment, at the end of the small town, a monk dressed in green walked over. The alms bowl in his hand shone with golden light, looking extraordinary. Amitabha. The green-robed monk stepped forward and stood in front of him, chanting Buddhist mantras as he stared at the white-haired demon in front of him. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Ningchen stopped and looked at the green-robed monk in front of him. He calmly said, "Killing each other. Devils wreak havoc in the world. Buddha will not tolerate them." The golden alms bowl in the azure-robed monk's hand flew up. Buddhist light flourished, enveloping the white-haired demonic cultivator in front. The holy light of Buddha continued to erode the demonic chi around the demonic cultivator. The Buddha and the demonic cultivator clashed, and a powerful shock wave violently spread out. However, a shocking scene happened. The white-haired demonic cultivator bathed in the Buddhist light was unharmed. The demonic chi around him surged, and a demonic sword stained with Buddha's blood appeared. The next moment, the demonic cultivator held the sword and moved. The world darkened. The Buddha-slaying sword was dyed red again. Cracks appeared on the throat of the green-robed monk. Blood spurted out, dyeing the streets of the ancient city red. Amitabha. At this moment, golden light shone above the sky. Countless Buddhist rain fell from the sky. When the Buddhist rain fell, golden lotuses bloomed, dazzling and dazzling. In the head of the green-robed monk, a Buddha's shadow appeared. The solemn appearance of the Buddha was shocking. "Young man," the Buddha's shadow spoke calmly. "Buddha." In the Buddhist rain, the darkness in Ning Chen's eyes retreated, and the demonic mark between his brows disappeared. He bowed respectfully. "What made you change like this? Your killing intent, even I, who is far away in Mount Shumi, can clearly sense it." Buddha Shilai sighed softly. "The world is greedy, the monks are heartless. Is there a difference whether knowing destiny is a human or a demon?" Ning Chen looked at Buddha Shilai in front of him and said calmly, "Why do you say so?" Buddha Shilai asked, "Why are there so many vengeful souls in the West Buddha world? Do you really not know?" Ning Chen said faintly. Buddha Shilai was silent for a long time. Then he chanted, "The matters of the world should be solved by the people of the world. Young man, you have already transcended the mortal world. Being a god or a Buddha is just a matter of thought. Why do you have to degenerate into a demon? Knowing destiny is just immortal." Ning Chen said calmly, "It was in the past, and it will not change in the future. As for the degeneration mentioned by Buddha, I will not refute it. As long as I am a demon, I will kill all these green-robed monks. If the Buddha world wants to stop me, just come." As soon as his voice fell, the demonic aura around Ning Chen rose again. His eyes turned black, and the demonic mark between his brows appeared. "Heaven's will." Buddha Shilai sighed softly. The illusory Buddha body bloomed brilliantly. The Buddha palm flipped and pressed down. Buddha Shilai, one of the 5 strongest in the divine world, made his move. Suddenly, the dark clouds above the ancient city dispersed, and golden light illuminated the world. Under the golden light, the demonic sword in Ning Chen's hand crossed. Demonic flames rose from the ground. Boom! The Buddha palm fell, and the demonic image collapsed. The moment the golden light fell, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by raging phoenix flames, blocking the Buddha light that filled the sky. "Buddha, your true body is not here. You can't kill me," Ning Chen said lightly. He waved his sword to disperse the golden light that filled the sky. Then he stepped forward. In the void, in the dissipating golden light, Buddha sighed softly and said, "Young man, put down the slaughter and become a Buddha." As soon as his words fell, the Buddha light that filled the sky disappeared completely. The Buddha light dissipated. The green-robed monk's figure fell into a pool of blood, and there was no more sound. Behind, a Ling who witnessed this scene was shocked. Even Buddha could not stop this person. In front of the western city gate, Ning Chun walked over. After crossing the ancient city, he left without any reluctance. After 100 steps, Ah Ling followed him. Although there was some fear in her heart, she still followed. Just as Ning Chin was walking to the west, in the east of the divine world, 3 dragon corpses pulled an immortal palanquin. The palanquin was surrounded by demonic aura. In the eastern sky, the majestic divine court sat. It was like a powerful force in the ancient divine world that had existed since time immemorial. At the highest point of the divine court, a huge dragon throne floated up and down. In front of the dragon throne, the lord of the divine court sat. Vast purple aura surged around him, covering his face. Boom! At this moment, outside the western gate of heaven, the dragon corpses pulled the palanquin and directly crashed through the gate outside the divine court. They continued to rush to the west. In the divine court, the gods sensed that the gate was destroyed. They were all shocked. Someone broke into the divine court. In front of the dragon throne, the lord of the divine court stood up and looked at the western gate with a cold expression. "Stop it," the lord of the divine court ordered. Yes, in the divine court, the divine generals took the order and rushed toward the western gate. Chapter 1389. In the east of the divine world, the majestic divine court floated in the sky. On this day, the immortal corpse patrol appeared out of nowhere and crashed into the divine court's western heavenly gate. In the divine world, in front of the dragon throne, the lord of the divine court sensed it and ordered the capture of the immortal corpse. Thousands of divine generals were dispatched and chased to the western heavenly gate, surrounding the immortal corpse patrol. In front of the divine generals, a divine court warrior holding a 3-pointed, double-edged spear walked out and looked at the palanquin in front of him. This kind of pressure wasn't from an ordinary overlord. "Capture it," the Azure Skull warrior said coldly. At his command, thousands of divine generals swept past, their powerful auras causing the weather to change. Those who offend their superiors will be killed. At this moment, ghost chi surged from the palanquin. A woman in a red wedding dress walked out with the Yama Emperor's sword in her hand. With a simple swing, all the divine generals were sent flying. Blood splattered in the sky. The Yama King of the underworld reappeared and showed his power with a sword. Behind him, thousands of divine generals' expressions changed and they stopped. The Azure Skull warrior looked at the woman in the red wedding dress in front of him with a gloomy expression. He stepped forward and dashed forward. The 3-pointed, double-edged spear was as heavy as a mountain. The Azure Skull warrior, one of the strongest divine court warriors of the Eastern Divine Court, showed his shocking power for the first time. As the spear fell, the void of the divine world was directly split open, and a huge black hole appeared with turbulent air currents. In front of the palanquin, the Yama King of the underworld waved his sword. With a boom, the 2 divine weapons clashed, and the fierce power spread in all directions. Back down. The Yama King of the underworld gathered energy in his left palm, and an extremely powerful ghost power gathered, pushing back the divine general in front of him. 100 feet away, the Azure Skull warrior stopped, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. In just one move, the invincible Azure Skull warrior of the Eastern Divine Court was injured. The Yama King of the underworld has come to the Divine Court. Sorry for not welcoming you. As soon as he finished speaking, purple dragon chi surged in the sky, and then divine light gathered in the sky. A peerless figure walked out and looked at the woman in front of him, the lord of the Divine Court. The Yama King of the underworld's mouth flashed coldly. You destroyed the heaven gate of the Divine Court for no reason. Yama King, shouldn't you give me an explanation? The lord of the Divine Court said calmly. Since when did this world have a master? Why don't I know? The Yama King of the underworld sneered. Yama King, can I take your words as a provocation? The Lord of the Divine Court asked coldly, "What you think has nothing to do with me. Please step aside." The Yama King of the Underworld said as the ghostly aura around him rose again, revealing his killing intent. "What if I say no?" The Lord of the Divine Court said forcefully. "Then let's kill each other." The Yama King of the Underworld didn't say anything else. The Yama Emperor changed his stance. The purple light was dazzling, and the incomparably powerful emperor's might swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 10,000 years later, the Yama King of the Underworld returned to the heavenly realm and confronted the Lord of the Divine Court. The atmosphere was in a stalemate. Divine power surged around the Lord of the Divine Court. After a long time, he restrained his aura and stepped out of the way. "Since Yen Jun is in a hurry to pass through, please go ahead," the Lord of the Divine Court said calmly. In front of him, the Yama King of the Underworld narrowed his eyes slightly. He waved his hand and put away Yen Di, then turned and walked into the palanquin. The next moment, the 3 dragon corpses pulled the palanquin and left, disappearing in the west. At the same time, in the west of the heavenly realm, a white-haired demon in plain clothes was heading west. His hands were stained with Buddha's blood. With the help of karma, his demon body became stronger and stronger. The fire of karma burned his body and refined the strongest demon body. Killing monks and becoming a demon was a forbidden technique that only existed in legends. No one had really done it since ancient times. Every time 10,000 monks who had achieved phenomenal success in Buddhism were killed, a powerful fire of karma would help the demon burn his demon body. After killing 10,000 Buddhas, the demon body would reach phenomenal success. More and more azure-robed monks from all over the world of Buddhism died. As the number of azure-robed monks who subdued demons rapidly decreased, demons and ghosts ran rampant in the world of Buddhism. In the world of Buddhism, there were many famous mountains and rivers. Disciples kept walking out of the temples. Each of them had at least the strength of the 4th level. They walked in the human world and subdued demons. At the same time, a bodhisattva walked down from Mount Shumi. The white-robed bodhisattva's face was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. He held a white jade bottle in his hand, and his aura was powerful, comparable to the noble Buddhas on Mount Shumi. Benevolent Bodhisattva, the number 1 Bodhisattva of Mount Shumi, was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. He was so powerful that no one dared to underestimate him. It was rumored that Benevolent Bodhisattva of Mount Shumi had already reached the 5th level of cultivation. He was comparable to the 5 most powerful overlords of the divine world. More than 10 months later, Ning Qin stopped in front of a huge temple. He frowned as he looked at the huge temple in front of him that was covered in blood. All the monks in the huge temple were dead. Their wounds were all on their throats. Amitabha. At this moment, a Buddhist chant was heard from behind. A white-robed bodhisattva walked over. Golden light shone under his feet. "Killing the innocent is unforgivable. Please follow me back to Mount Shumi to receive your punishment." Benevolent Bodhisattva said in a firm tone. Ning Qin turned around and looked at the Bodhisattva of the world of Buddhism in front of him. What a powerful Buddhist aura. This person made him feel like he was facing the Lord of the West Buddha. Benevolent Bodhisattva stopped in front of the huge temple. He looked at the huge temple in front of him. Even though he had a kind heart, he couldn't hide his anger at this moment. "Did you kill all these people?" Benevolent Bodhisattva asked. "No," Ning Qin said calmly. Benevolent Bodhisattva glanced at the tragic situation in the huge temple. He collected his thoughts and didn't want to waste his breath. He twisted his fingers, and Buddhist light spread out endlessly. The pressure of a 5th realm was as powerful as a raging wave. Wherever the wave passed, the world instantly lost its color. Seeing this, Ning Chen's figure retreated instantly. The phoenix moved extremely fast, avoiding the former's attack. Benevolent Bodhisattva's expression didn't change. The surrounding Buddhist light kept spreading, following closely behind. Buddhism was boundless, and so was the world of Buddhism. In a few breaths, Ning Chen's figure had already flown thousands of miles away. However, he still couldn't escape the boundary of Buddhism. In the world of Buddhism, benevolent Bodhisattva walked over. He was still far away just now, but in an instant he was already 100 steps away. In the competition of speed, the knowing destiny state couldn't gain the upper hand from the moment benevolent Bodhisattva activated his boundless Dharma. An unprecedented opponent, an unprecedented crisis. A fifth realm powerhouse personally took action to capture the demon that slaughtered Buddha. In the world of Buddhism, Buddhist power and demonic qi collided violently around Ningchen. Buddhism and demonic qi restrained each other, constantly consuming each other. In front, benevolent Bodhisattva was getting closer and closer. His supreme cultivation suppressed all resistance. I'll say it one last time. Please follow me back to Buddha Mountain to confess your sins, benevolent Bodhisattva said calmly. Impossible, Ning Chen replied calmly. Demonic qi surged around his body, blocking the Buddhist power that surged from all directions. Stubborn. Benevolent Bodhisattva's expression turned cold. He didn't try to persuade him anymore. He twisted his fingers lightly. In the dazzling Buddhist light, a drop of water flew out of the white jade bottle. In an instant, it turned into a huge wave that fell from the sky. Chapter 1390. In the Western world of Buddhism, tens of thousands of miles away from the exterminated Great Temple, raging waves descended from the sky with shocking might. In order to put an end to the demonic calamity, the first Bodhisattva of the world of Buddhism personally went to Buddha Mountain to kill knowing destiny. The white jade vase displayed its power for the first time. A single drop of water turned into a raging wave that drowned out the battle. Ning Chen took a step forward and his silhouette flashed out. His body moved amidst the raging waves as he dodged wave after wave of attacks. The world-shocking fifth-level cultivators had truly reached the supreme realm of a world in a flower and a Bodhi in a leaf. Just by using a drop of water, they could create massive waves. The Dharma of Buddhism was boundless, punishing evil and promoting good. Venerable C.I. Hang displayed his shocking ability. After one move, willow branches flew out of the white jade bottle. The branches and leaves swept past, and a dazzling green light shone. In the battle, Ning Chen's body shook, and he instinctively flashed 300 meters away. The green light swept across the place where the knowing destiny sect was. The void cracked, and the earth sank. Ning Chen's left shoulder was bleeding profusely as the bones in his arm were completely shattered. After being injured in 2 moves, Ning Chen's complexion darkened. Demonic energy surged out from his body. The demon body that he had refined by slaughtering countless monks began to rapidly repair itself. In the blink of an eye, all of the shattered bones in his arms were restored. In front, Bodhisattva C.I. Hang's eyes flashed coldly when he saw this scene. Amitabha. Bodhisattva Tsihong raised his hand and calmed the heavens and the earth. In the battle, the light of Buddha pressed down, as heavy as a mountain. The biggest danger was that Ning Chen was at a complete disadvantage in the face of a fifth realm expert with an exceedingly high cultivation base. He moved his body and avoided Bodhisattva's attack. However, no matter where Ning Chen retreated, Bodhisattva C.I. Hang would always be able to catch up to him immediately. The battle between the two spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. The Buddhist light spread across the mountains and rivers, constantly chasing after the demonic cultivator, like a haunting ghost. In the west of the temple, 300,000 miles away, Ning Chen turned around and looked at Bodhisattva C.I. Hang, who was following closely behind him. His expression darkened. Up until now, he knew far too little about fifth-leveled cultivators. It was difficult for him to fight against such powerful beings. The demonic sword in Ning Chen's hand shone brightly. He waved his sword and counterattacked for the first time. In the Buddhist light world, Bodhisattva Siaiheng raised his hand and blocked the sword beam. There was a clear disparity between their realms. The world of Buddhist light suppressed the extreme Tao of the sword. The invincible extreme Tao of the sword showed its weakness for the first time at this moment. Ning Chen did not look too surprised at the unfavorable situation. After the first sword strike, he attacked again. Layers of sword light overlapped, chasing after the stars and chasing after the moon, slashing at the Buddhist Bodhisattva in front. As the sword beam approached, Bodhisattva Siaiheng advanced instead of retreating. The surrounding Buddhist light spread, and 1,000 hands appeared to block the heavy sword beam. It was a shocking scene. The 1,000-hand Bodhisattva had dispersed thousands of sword lights. The moves of the knowing destiny state were completely suppressed. 1,000 earth revolutions. With his moves restricted, Ning Chen stabbed the demonic sword into the ground. He pressed down with his left hand, causing the ground to tremble. The heavenly book showed its power, uprooting mountains from the ground and combining several mountain peaks to besiege the Bodhisattva of Buddhism. Bodhisattva Siaiheng looked at the 4 mountains that appeared out of thin air around her. She twirled her lotus fingers, and her figure rose into the air. A lotus platform appeared beneath her. The Bodhisattva sat on the lotus as golden light shone brightly. A golden protective barrier appeared around Bodhisattva Siaiheng to protect him. Boom! The 4 mountains converged and merged into one with a loud boom. 100 miles away, Ning Chen looked at the 4 mountains in front of him. There was no joy on his face. After a while, the 4 mountains were filled with golden light. Rays of Buddhist light overflowed and rumbled as the 4 mountains collapsed. In the void, Bodhisattva Siaiheng sat on the lotus platform. His body shone with Buddhist light, and his aura was shocking. The unshakable number 1 Bodhisattva of Buddhism. Even though the knowing destiny state was strong, it was difficult to injure him. Retreat. After a long battle, Ning Chen made a prompt decision. He was surrounded by phoenix fire and retreated immediately. In the rising phoenix fire, the phoenix appeared. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Phoenix. On the lotus platform, Bodhisattva Siaiheng looked at the phoenix that soared into the sky with a strange expression. Does the demon that stirred up trouble in the world of Buddhism have such an identity? Bodhisattva Siaiheng raised his hand, and a cage appeared between heaven and earth. 1,000,000 miles of the void quickly condensed. In the sky, the phoenix's speed was restricted. Under the great direct knowledge of Buddhism, even the phoenix could not spread its wings. The Bodhisattva slayed the demon, and the Buddhist light shone on the world. Under the Buddhist light, the phoenix scattered, and the white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out again. In the void, the Buddhist light turned into golden chains and extended, trying to lock the knowing destiny state body. Thousands of Buddhist chains crisscrossed with each other. The Buddhist nature was so overwhelming that even gods and demons could not resist it. Ning Chen stepped forward, and his figure moved, avoiding the golden chains one after another. On the lotus platform, Bodhisattva Siaiheng walked down and looked at the white-haired demon in front of him. He walked forward step by step. This demon was not ordinary. The demon's sword slashed, and the golden chains broke. Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. He flipped his left hand, and the heavenly book of creation appeared. 3,000 miles of sword snow. The demon's sword swung, and an extremely cold aura burst out. At the same time, the heavenly book of creation burst out with a dazzling silver brilliance, supporting the power of extreme cold. The cold aura and Buddhist power clashed. The previously unstoppable Buddhist saint power showed signs of stagnation for the first time. In front, Bodhisattva Siaiheng narrowed his eyes. This aura was strange. There were so many different types of power in this demon's body at the same time. In the battle, Ning Qin looked at the stagnant Buddhist saint power around him, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. The power that his main body had awakened in the Tianqi seemed to be able to fight against the Buddhist saint power. Although he did not know the reason, it was a good thing for him. The demon's sword disappeared and the human sword appeared. The demonic mark between Ning Chen's brows disappeared and his demonic aura converged. The cold aura spread out and froze 1,000 miles. In the battle, the cold aura spread and the Buddhist light around Bodhisattva Siai froze. Even the willow branches in the white jade vase in her hand were covered in frost. So it's you. At this moment, Bodhisattva Siai finally guessed the identity of the person in front of her. The young man who ascended to the divine realm did not expect that the person Buddha Shilai asked her to kill was him. Strange! Wasn't this person someone Buddha Shilai valued? Why did Buddha Shilai change his attitude? Was it just because he was a demon? Light flashed in Bodhisattva Siai eyes. It seemed that Buddha Shilai had hidden a lot of things from her. Therefore, she had to capture this person and find out. Thinking of this, the Buddhist light around Bodhisattva Siai rose again. It was vast and boundless, and rapidly spread in all directions. In front, Ningchen saw this, and his sword flew across the sky. The cold aura spread, and the wind and snow surged, forming a protective barrier in front of him. Boom! The two forces collided. The Buddhist light dispersed the wind and snow and sent knowing destiny flying. 100 feet away, Ning Qin landed. He staggered a few steps and vomited a mouthful of blood. You're no match for me. Don't struggle needlessly. Bodhisattva Siai stepped forward and said calmly, Not necessarily. 30 feet away, the moment Bodhisattva's foot landed, Ning Qin looked up. The strange light around him shot into the sky. Bodhisattva Siai's expression froze. Below them, the air currents of ice and fire swirled rapidly. The yin and yang formation opened. A huge Tai Chi formation appeared and spun wildly. Ning Qin shouted. The human sword and phoenix sword flew out at the same time. In the eye of the Tai Chi formation, 2 divine swords flew out and spun along with the formation. The shocking battle attracted the attention of everyone. Numerous gazes looked over from afar, and their expressions were extremely shocked. In the land of Western Buddha, Bodhisattva slayed the demon. The 2 figures smashed one mountain after another. The battle was intense and terrifying. The yin and yang formation opened. 8 dragons roared around Ning Qin. The art of Qi and Huang strengthened the yin and yang formation to fight against the golden Buddhist light. A violent collision sounded. The air currents of ice and fire swirled. Yin and yang were born. The power was endless, neutralizing the impact of the Buddhist power. In the yin and yang formation, Bodhisattva Siai looked at the spinning Tai Chi formation under his feet and narrowed his eyes. This young man had many tricks up his sleeve. If other Buddhists came, they might not be able to capture him. The white jade bottle in Bodhisattva Siai's hand flew up. A few drops of water fell from the willow branches, turning into heavy rain that poured down. The rain was mixed with Buddhist power. Wherever the raindrops fell, lotuses bloomed everywhere. The golden lotuses bloomed thousands of miles away. Specks of golden light rose. The shocking Buddhist power was all-pervasive. It forcefully attacked the air currents of ice and fire in the yin and yang formation. In the turbulent air currents of ice and fire, Ning Chen's figure flashed past. The 8 dragons roared and rushed toward the Bodhisattva in front. With a boom, the human sword and phoenix sword broke through the air in front of the yin and yang formation. With the help of the 8 dragons, the sword light broke the sea. Bodhisattva Siai focused. Her slender fingers formed a spell. Buddhist rain gathered and blocked the 2 swords. In the violent collision, Ning Chen's figure flashed from behind. He slapped the end of the phoenix sword with his powerful palm. With the help of the heavy palm and the phoenix sword, the human sword broke through layers of Buddhist rain and reached the Bodhisattva Siaiheng. Boom! The human sword shook the Buddha's palm. A drop of blood fell from the Bodhisattva Siaiheng's palm. Although it was only a drop of bright red blood, it was the clearest evidence of the mortal's resistance against the Buddhist power. The Bodhisattva was dyed red. The moment the blood fell to the ground, the entire battle changed again. "Young man, you've impressed me." Bodhisattva Siaiheng looked at the blood dripping from his palm and said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spread below them. In an instant, it turned into an endless sea of blood, drowning half of Knowing Destiny's body. Ning Chen's expression froze. He took a step forward, trying to break free from the sea of blood. However, at this moment, the sea of blood below them surged violently. Bloody hands appeared one after another. They were like evil spirits from hell, reaching out to grab Knowing Destiny's legs. It was a shocking scene. Thousands of bloody hands waved in the sea of blood. It was eerie and terrifying. This was the most difficult battle ever since he came to the divine realm. Facing the 5th level Bodhisattva Siaiheng, Ning Chen was completely suppressed. He was in a dilemma. As the sea of blood spread, the yin and yang formation slowed down. Under the impact of the sea of blood, the air currents of ice and fire showed signs of collapse. Ning Chen clenched his fists. His 2 swords flew back, cutting off the bloody hands one by one. Below him, the sea of blood surged. A giant bloody azura appeared, slashing down with its blood scythe. Ning Chen waved his sword to block it. He grunted, and the corner of his mouth turned red. The Bodhisattva was dyed red. A drop of blood turned into hell. Evil spirits and azuras appeared one after another. It was a terrifying scene. In the void, Bodhisattva Siaiheng stood in the air with a white jade bottle in his hand. His body was surrounded by Buddhist light. 100 feet away, Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The air currents of ice and fire swirled around him. The sharpness of his 2 swords had dimmed. This was a true 5th level elite. It was truly terrifying. No 4th level elite could compete with him in terms of moves or power. Even the way he fought was completely different. Again, Ning Chen said in a deep voice. His purple dragon aura was vast. With the divine dynasty's providence on him, his aura reached its peak again. Seeing this, Bodhisattva Siaiheng's expression turned serious. Has he not used all his trump cards yet? With the providence on him, the world shook. Ning Chen stomped his foot and turned to run without saying anything. Chapter 1391. In the world of Buddha's light, the Buddha and the devil were fighting. Knowing Destiny, who was on the losing end, unleashed his dragon chi and fled into the distance. Merciful Bodhisattva was stunned. He didn't expect the young man to run away so shamelessly. After a moment of hesitation, Knowing Destiny had already escaped thousands of miles away in the world of Buddha's light. Merciful Bodhisattva came back to his senses. The white jade vase flew out from his left hand. The willow branches swayed and quickly spread forward. The willow branches that covered the sky continued to spread in all directions. The scene was shocking and shocking. Behind him, merciful Bodhisattva walked forward. In the world of Buddha's light, his speed was no slower than the phoenix's. One chased while the other ran. The 2 crossed countless mountains and rivers without stopping for a moment. In front, Ning Chen was surrounded by phoenix fire. He was getting faster and faster as he headed north. After crossing more than half of the Western Buddhist territory, Ning Chen escaped from the Western Buddhist world and came to the sky above the sea in the north. The sea of the divine world had always been a forbidden area. Even the experts of the divine demon level didn't dare to set foot in the sea. There were always too many variables and accidents in an unknown place. No one was willing to take the risk. In the sky above the sea, the world of Buddha's light spread. Ning Chen, who had been running for almost a month, looked back at merciful Bodhisattva who was following him unhurriedly. This Bodhisattva was really persistent. "Are you still running?" Merciful Bodhisattva said lightly, "If Bodhisattva stops chasing, I won't run anymore." Ning Chen turned around and smiled. "Do you mean to return to Buddha Mountain with me?" Merciful Bodhisattva said calmly, "If Bodhisattva can kill me, you can take my body back." Ning Chen glanced at the vast sea and smiled. Merciful Bodhisattva didn't say anything else. He raised his hand and pressed lightly. The willow branches that grew wildly in the sky quickly spread. Seeing this, Ning Chen turned around and continued to run without hesitation. As the willow branch swept past, the space in the area where Ning Chen stood earlier collapsed. Below him, the sea was affected by the Buddhist energy, causing raging waves to surge. It was a shocking scene. Seeing the young man running away again, merciful Bodhisattva's last patience was finally exhausted. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. A dazzling golden bracelet appeared in merciful Bodhisattva's hand. In an instant, it turned into a stream of light and sped past. The immortal bracelet, the protective Dharma artifact of the benevolent Bodhisattva, had reappeared in the world after countless years. 10,000 miles away, Ning Chen felt the murderous intent behind him. He immediately summoned the green cauldron to protect his back. With a rumbling sound, the green cauldron shook violently, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, tens of thousands of layers of raging waves surged, and huge waves soared into the sky. Ning Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. When he saw the golden bracelet flying towards him, his expression changed. What was this thing? Even the green cauldron couldn't stop it. The green cauldron flew back. Ning Chen picked it up and smashed it towards the golden bracelet again. Rumble! Ning Chen felt his right arm go numb, and he was sent flying along with the cauldron. In front of him, the deity bracelet's power did not decrease at all as it continued to rush forward. 300 meters away, Ning Chen staggered and stabilized his body. He changed his direction and rushed towards the west. Behind him, the deity bracelet also changed its direction and chased after him. There's no end to it. Ning Chen ran all the way, not even having the time to look back. He constantly changed his direction, not giving the golden bracelet a chance to attack. Behind him, Bodhisattva Psihong chased after him relentlessly. Every time he used his grand magic, it had the power to destroy the world. In the sea below, raging waves continued to surge. The shocking fifth-level powerhouse could change the world with just a raise of his hand. After running for so many days and brushing past death again and again, Ning Chen's expression became calmer as he tried his best to find a chance to escape. He did not believe that this Bodhisattva could chase after him for 8 to 10 years. In the northern part of the Buddha realm, above the boundless sea, the Buddha's light spread rapidly. In the Buddha's light, the deity bracelet swept past at an extremely fast speed. In front of him, the phoenix fire spread. In the flames, a white-haired figure in plain clothes sped forward. He changed his direction again and again, and his figure flickered. The deity bracelet was indestructible, and the deity world's green cauldron was incomparably tough. The two treasures kept colliding, and the shock waves roared, causing the entire sea to shake violently. In the void above Mount Shumi, Buddhas stood quietly. In front of them, on a lotus platform, Buddha West Approaches sat cross-legged. His body was surrounded by a faint golden light, and he looked dignified. All the Buddhas bowed and listened to the Buddha's preaching. For more than a month, auspicious colors appeared in the sky above the Buddhas. After another month, Buddha West Approaches finished his preaching. All the Buddhas bowed and left one after another. Buddha, Psihong has not returned yet. In front, a bodhisattva reported. Buddha West approaches nodded and looked to the north. He said calmly, just wait quietly. Below, the bodhisattvas all looked serious when they heard that. With Psihong's cultivation, it was really inconceivable that he could not capture that demon after so long. In the northern part of the Buddha realm, huge waves surged. In the raging waves, a white-haired figure in plain clothes rushed past. His body was covered in blood, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. After running for 2 months, Ning Chen's injuries continued to accumulate and heal. The cycle repeated over and over again, and it was really torturous for him. The strength of a 5th-level powerhouse could not be explained by common sense. If it were not for the fact that knowing destiny had extreme speed and peerless foundation at the same time, he would have been defeated and captured long ago. In the world of golden light, Bodhisattva Psihong used his great supernatural power to shrink the ground into an inch, a secret technique that rivaled the speed of heaven and earth. All the techniques in the world paled in comparison. After chasing for more than 2 months, Bodhisattva Psihong's expression grew darker and darker. She did not expect the young man in front of her to be so tenacious. Although this person's cultivation was average, his combat strength was amazing, and his ability to escape was unparalleled in the world. He ran when he could not win, and he ran so fast. There was really no other person in the world who could do that. How long are you going to run for? Bodhisattva, Psihong asked coldly. Until the Bodhisattva stops chasing. Ning Chen answered casually, not embarrassed at all. Bodhisattva, Psihong frowned. It was really unexpected trouble. However, with this person's speed and patience, she really could not do anything to him in a short period of time. After thinking for a moment, Bodhisattva Psihong stopped and said calmly, I'm not chasing anymore. You should stop too. In front, Ning Chen looked surprised and stopped with a doubtful expression. He said, Why? Are you going to let me go? The Buddha has ordered me to capture you and bring you back. I can't disobey the order, Bodhisattva Psihong said calmly. However, if this continues, I won't be able to capture you, and you won't be able to escape completely. Why don't you and I change the method to determine the winner? What method? Ning Chen's face was full of vigilance. I'll only make one move. You can only take it and not dodge. If you can safely take it after this move, I'll let you go. If you can't, please follow me back to Buddha Mountain, Bodhisattva Psihong said calmly. Ning Chen frowned and thought for a long time before nodding. Okay. Please. Bodhisattva Psihong raised his hand. In the world of golden light, rain fell and lotuses bloomed in the void. Countless lotus flowers crisscrossed, and the Buddha's light was dazzling. In front, Ning Chen's expression turned serious when he saw this. The 8 dragons rose again, and the water and fire currents rotated. Ning Chen held 2 swords with both hands, and his sword Qi soared into the sky. The wind and clouds stirred, and the clouds and water vapor turned into swords. There were thousands of them, endless. The battle between the Buddha and the demon had reached the final juncture. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. Just as the victor was about to be decided, the sea below suddenly shook and huge waves surged. A terrifying, huge black shadow appeared and attacked the two. The sudden change made Ning Chen and Bodhisattva Psihong's expressions change. They turned their attacks and attacked the huge black shadow below. However, in a shocking scene, the huge black shadow in the huge waves opened its mouth and swallowed the two. Then it returned to the sea with the huge waves. From the beginning to the end, it didn't even show its true appearance. Under the sea, the huge black shadow swept toward the deep sea. Its speed was not much slower than the phoenix. Not long after the black shadow swallowed the two, 3 dragon corpses pulled a palanquin over the sea from afar. In the palanquin, the Yama king of the underworld walked out. She frowned when she sensed the remaining aura in the surroundings. "We're a step too late," the Yama King of the underworld said. In the palanquin, a woman in a red wedding dress walked out. Her charming face was so beautiful. The ghost lady, who had disappeared after being resurrected by the Jade Lake Flat Peach, reappeared. She looked at the surroundings in a daze and stood there for several hours. "Your spiritual consciousness can't be maintained for too long. In this life, fate has ended. It's time to give up," the Yama King of the underworld said calmly. The ghost lady was silent for a long time. Then she said, "Can it really succeed?" "At least there's hope," the Yama King of the underworld said seriously. The ghost lady nodded. She looked at the remaining sword chi in the surroundings reluctantly and sighed softly. Perhaps this would be their farewell forever. In the next moment, the ghost lady's soul gradually dissipated, turning into specks of starlight and entering the Yama King of the underworld. After her soul returned, the Yama King of the underworld's aura rose rapidly. Ghost chi filled the air and covered the divine sun of the 9 heavens. At this moment, all the god-fiend experts in the heavenly world looked at the sea in the distance with shock. This aura was so terrifying. At the same time, the master of the Eastern Divine Court, the Northern Empress Shui Yin, the Western Sumeru Buddha, and the Southern Rising Sun God all walked out. The Yama King of the underworld, the real master of the underworld, had finally returned. "Welcome, Yama King." As the Yama King returned, illusory figures appeared in the sky and bowed respectfully. The ancient reflection was confirmed by heaven and earth. The thousands of undying souls of the underworld welcomed the return of the master of the underworld. In the surging ghost chi, the Yama King of the underworld looked at the thousands of souls of the underworld in front of him and said calmly, "I'm back. Welcome, Yama King." The thousands of souls of the underworld bowed and gradually solidified. With the return of the master of the underworld, they were revived. The war is about to begin. In the heaven realm, among the gods, divine Lord Qilin walked out of the temple and looked into the distance with a cold look. The Yama King of the underworld had returned. This was the last chance in this life. If the person she was waiting for didn't return in this life, it would be impossible in the future. Boom! Just as the Yama King of the underworld returned, at the end of time and space in the northern realm of the god world, a sword light soared into the sky and slashed open the barrier of cultivation. A few breaths later, a beautiful figure in a white dress stepped out of the void. Her hair was as black as snow and fluttered in the wind. Taishang Wangqing had returned to the god world after 10,000 years. Chapter 1392. North of the Buddha realm, under the endless sea domain, a huge black shadow swam past. The head and tail of the black shadow could not be seen, and it looked abnormally huge. There is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is Kuin. The Kuin was so huge that no one knew how many thousands of miles it was. The mythical Kuinpeng, which only existed in legends, appeared in the human world for the first time. It swallowed Bodhisattva Tsihong, who was in the knowing destiny state and the 5th state in one gulp. On the surface of the sea, the waves were surging, but under the sea it was calm. After the Kuin Peng swallowed the two, it returned to the bottom of the sea. In the belly of the Kuin Peng, the benevolent Bodhisattva sat on the lotus platform. The surrounding Buddhist light shone to protect his body. In front of him, Ningchen also summoned the heavenly book of creation and used the power of the heavenly book to resist the power of laws in the Kuin Peng's stomach. "Bodhisattva, is there a way out?" Ningchen looked at the Bodhisattva in front of him and said with a smile. Bodhisattva Sai Heng looked at the illusory moment around her and frowned slightly. When she came in just now, she vaguely saw the appearance of the monster. If she guessed correctly, they should have been swallowed by the Kuin Peng. The Kuin Peng was a legendary divine beast. It was said that in ancient times, even dragons and phoenixes were prey of the Kuin Peng. The Kuin Peng relied on its physical body and was invincible in the world. Even the gods and demons did not dare to provoke it. Unexpectedly, there really was a Kuan in the northern sea. Bodhisattva? Ningchen asked once again. Not yet. Benevolent Bodhisattva said seriously, You reside in the Phoenix origin. Do you have any ideas? Ningchen chuckled and said, Even the Bodhisattva can't do anything, let alone me. Why don't we stop fighting and think of a way to get out first? Bodhisattva Hang thought for a moment and nodded gently. Sure. Buddhist disciples don't lie. I hope Bodhisattva can keep his promise, Ning Chun said seriously. Of course. Bodhisattva Hang said calmly. Before you go, don't worry. Junior believes in Bodhisattva. Ning Chun smiled and said, Bodhisattva, do you know what monster swallowed us? Kunpung. Benevolent Bodhisattva said truthfully. Kunpung? Ning Chun frowned. The legendary monster that looked like a fish but wasn't a fish and looked like a bird but wasn't a bird. If it really was it, then it would be troublesome. According to the legends, the Kunpung could even swallow the phoenix, which showed how terrifying this monster was. Thinking up to this point, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by phoenix flames. He wanted to use the phoenix secret technique to try and leave. However, a shocking scene occurred. The phoenix flames that suffused Ning Chen's body swiftly dispersed, and it was actually completely devoured by the energy of the laws in the rock's stomach. It's useless, Benevolent Bodhisattva said. Unless it's a fifth realm expert, no power can exist here for long. It's all thanks to the heavenly book of creation that you're able to live until now. When Ning Chun heard this, he frowned again. He was actually so powerful. How long can the Bodhisattva last? Ning Chun asked. 100 years, Benevolent Bodhisattva replied. Ning Chun looked up and said, There's enough time, but I don't know how to get out. Will it work if we use brute force? Almost impossible. Bodhisattva Hang shook his head and said, The space-time here is a world of its own and is not connected to any other world. Even if you and I use our cultivation to forcefully break through space-time, we still won't be able to leave the Kunpeng's stomach. Ning Chen held the heavenly book in his hand and circled around the void a few times, but he didn't see anything. It was like a world of nothingness with nothing in it. Even time and space seemed to be undetectable. Ning Chen raised his hand and a human sword appeared. He slashed with the sword, and the sword Qi swept forward rapidly. Silence, no movement. The sword Qi disappeared from his sight and didn't cause any more waves. After struggling for a long time, it was useless. Ning Chen put away his sword and said helplessly, I have no other way. Benevolent Bodhisattva didn't look surprised at all. She already knew that it was impossible to get out like this. Since he couldn't think of a way out and didn't need to fight for the time being, Ning Chen looked at the Bodhisattva in front of him and asked, Bodhisattva, let me ask you something. Is there reincarnation in this world? Didn't the Buddha already give you the answer 1,000 years ago? Benevolent Bodhisattva replied, I still don't believe in afterlife. I always feel that it's a lie. Ning Chen sighed softly. Benevolent Bodhisattva fell silent. After a long time he said, I can only tell you that reincarnation exists if you believe it. If you don't, it doesn't exist. Then, Bodhisattva, do you believe it or not? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. Benevolent Bodhisattva fell silent again and didn't answer. Ning Chen understood a lot from the Bodhisattva's silent attitude. Perhaps his intuition was right. If that was really the case, then what was up with Xinu's reincarnation? There were too many mysteries blocking the truth, making it difficult for one to see clearly. Bodhisattva, can I ask you something else? Ning Chen asked. Please go ahead. Benevolent Bodhisattva didn't refuse and replied. How strong is Wu Yu heaven exactly? Ning Chen asked in a low voice. Benevolent Bodhisattva heard these 3 words, and his expression froze. He asked in confusion, Why do you ask? I'm just asking casually. Ning Qin didn't answer directly. He said, Bodhisattva's cultivation must be very rare in the God realm. I wonder how you compare to Wu Heaven? They can't be compared. Benevolent Bodhisattva said calmly, when you step into the fifth realm, you will understand. The fifth realm. Ning Chun murmured softly, and his expression suddenly changed. Perhaps he had a way. I have a way. I wonder if Bodhisattva is willing to give it a try. Ning Qin looked at the Bodhisattva in front of him and said. Benevolent Bodhisattva's eyes flashed with surprise. He asked, what way? Heavenly tribulation. Ning Qin said seriously, since this world can't be broken from the inside, we will use the heavenly tribulation to break it from the outside. Heavenly tribulation? Benevolent Bodhisattva frowned slightly and said, how do we attract the heavenly tribulation? There is no origin of heaven and earth here. We can't cultivate, let alone attract the heavenly tribulation. Soul formation. Ning Qin smiled and said, as long as Bodhisattva helps me reach soul formation, I will definitely attract the heavenly tribulation. At that time, we may be able to take the opportunity to get out. Benevolent Bodhisattva's eyes narrowed slightly. The young man in front of him really had a good idea. Before reaching soul formation, this man could escape from her for 2 months. Once he reached soul formation, it would be difficult for her to capture him again. Bodhisattva, you can seriously consider it. Ning Qin didn't rush him and said with a calm expression. On the lotus platform, benevolent Bodhisattva pondered quietly. After a long time, he said, yes, I will help you reach soul formation. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Ning Qin bowed respectfully and said with a smile. On the lotus platform, benevolent Bodhisattva stepped down, and the white jade bottle in his hand flew up. An extremely strong Buddhist power spread out and enveloped the body of knowing destiny. Benevolent Bodhisattva of the fifth realm personally helped the body of knowing destiny. The origin of heaven and earth contained in the white jade bottle flew out and entered the body of knowing destiny. Down below, Ning Qin closed his eyes. His dantian's qi, si, churned continuously. Numerous large vortexes swirled, purifying the Buddhist sex saint energy and turning it into the purest source energy of heaven and earth to refine his true qi. In the world of Kuan Peng, the airflow was turbulent. The endless origin of heaven and earth was integrated into knowing destinies, dantian, and sea of qi. The heavenly book of creation shone brightly at the same time, refining the 3 bodies. At the same time, on the sea, huge waves surged and surged. After a long time, a huge wave rose from the sea. It was a terrifying scene and covered the sky. In the belly of the Kuan Peng, a white-haired figure in plain clothes looked up to the sky and roared. His body shone with dazzling brilliance. In front, benevolent Bodhisattva twisted his fingers and chanted mantras to help the young man in front of him improve his aura. The 2 of them worked together. Outside the world of Kuan Peng, in the sky above the macro world, the heaven and earth sensed it. Dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. Boom! After a long time, a terrifying thunderbolt fell from the sky and blasted into the sea. The thunderbolt fell into the sea and turned the world upside down. Huge waves surged, and the sea was split into 2. Boom! After the first thunderbolt, the second thunderbolt fell from the sky. The sea that had not yet closed was split open again. One after another, thunderbolts fell from the sky and blasted into the bottom of the endless sea. Roar! At the bottom of the sea, the Kuan Peng was affected by the thunderbolt and roared in pain. The Kuan Peng spread its wings, and the sea began to shake. Huge waves surged into the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Boom! Another thunderbolt fell from the sky and blasted the Kuan Peng. The Kuan Peng roared and flapped its wings to swim above the sea. The heavenly tribulations came one after another. The Kuan Peng's huge body could not avoid them and was constantly attacked by the thunderbolts. In the blink of an eye, it had already endured hundreds and thousands of thunderbolts. In the belly of the Kuan Pang, Ning Chin and benevolent Bodhisattva also felt the Kuan Pang's strange movements. Its aura continued to increase and triggered the heavenly tribulations. In the sky above the sea, the Kuan Pang rushed out. Its huge body covered thousands of miles of sea as it roared into the sky. The terrifying giant beast was unprecedented. With just a roar, the entire sky above the sea began to shake violently. Kuan Pang! In the north of the divine world, in the Shui Yun imperial palace, Empress Shui Yun felt something and was surprised. Why was this monster suddenly so irritable? In the west, in the sky above the sea, the Kuan Pang appeared and flew toward the world of Buddhism. In the sky, thunderbolts continued to fall and landed on the Kuan Pang again and again. The Kuan Pang went crazy and the huge beast fled everywhere, causing countless natural disasters as if it was the end of the world. On Mount Shumi, Buddha Shilai looked toward the north with a solemn expression. After staring for a long time, Buddha Shilai raised his hand and gently pressed down. At this moment, in the distant void, the Buddhist light gathered and a huge hand fell from the sky and pressed on the Kuan Pang. The Kuan Pang's huge body shook and was slapped down by the palm. Boom! The Kuan Pang fell to the ground and the sky collapsed. Countless mountains collapsed. The scene of the end of the world was shocking. A huge crack appeared on the Kuan Pang's body and blood spurted out like rain. Boom! In the sky, thousands of thunderbolts that were more than 10 feet thick came down and blasted into the Kuan Pang's flesh, bringing out a huge waterfall of dazzling blood. In the Kuan Pang's belly, in the illusory world, the void distorted violently. Suddenly a crack appeared. Although it was very weak, it was very clear. It's a success. Ning Chin felt it, and his expression turned serious. He clenched his right hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Boom! The sword chi entered the crack, and the void shook. The crack quickly spread, and after a while, it had spread to more than 10 feet long. Bodhisattva, let's go, Ning Chin said. Then he took a step forward and flew toward the outside world. Chapter 1393. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the Buddha realm. Countless bolts of lightning struck the Kuan Pang below. As the heavenly tribulation struck, cracks appeared in the illusory space. Ning Chin slashed open the illusory space with his sword and dashed out. Behind him, Bodhisattva Tsihong stepped out. Her Buddhist light was restored and dazzling. Boom! In the sky, the heavens sensed it. Lightning struck from the sky and struck the knowing destiny state below. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Below the lightning, Ning Chen turned around and glanced at Bodhisattva Tsihong behind him. He smiled. Sword chi rose around him and scattered the lightning in the sky. Ning Chen brandished his sword and a gigantic illusory figure appeared in the air. He was like a celestial king, standing tall between heaven and earth. The celestial king waved his sword. The surging sword power cut open the tribulation clouds in the sky and shook heaven and earth. Behind him, Bodhisattva Tsihong looked at the huge illusory figure behind the young man in front of her. This time, she really created a powerful opponent for Buddha Mountain. Under the collapsing lightning, an unusually strong airflow circulated around Ning Chin. Yin and Yang merged into one. When heaven and earth were in chaos, before Yin and Yang were separated, nothing existed. Only chaos existed. Around Ning Chin, the chaotic airflow circulated. Its nature was constantly changing. Sometimes it was blazing like fire, sometimes it was dark like hell. The powerful aura was shocking. In the sky, the heavenly book of creation appeared. It merged with the chaotic aura and gradually disappeared. Bodhisattva Tsihong watched quietly as the soul formation was completed. She said, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Ning Chin nodded. He raised his sword and said, "Thank you for your help, Bodhisattva. However, I still can't return to Buddha Mountain with you." Bodhisattva Tsihong nodded. She didn't say anything else. She twisted her fingers, and the sound of Sanskrit came from the sky. The battle started again. Between heaven and earth, the world of Buddhist light spread. Wherever the golden light reached, the Buddhist power was earth-shattering. In the world of Buddhist light, the holy light crisscrossed. Compared to before, the power was much weaker. Ning Chen felt the weakening of Bodhisattva's body. He was very clear. Even a fifth realm cultivator helping another's incarnation was not that simple. Moreover, it was in the Kunping's stomach. However, even so, he couldn't hold back. With a shout, black demonic chi and red phoenix flames spread out from Ning Chen's left and right sides. Both of them appeared in the world at the same time. Excuse me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's body moved. The phoenix and the demon moved together, and the three swords soared into the sky with boundless killing intent. As the murderous intent closed in, Bodhisattva Siai Heng's expression turned serious. The golden light protected his body and blocked the attacks from the three bodies. With a honglong sound, the two individuals tested out the first move. The aftermath roared crazily, heaven and earth sinking. The golden light around Bodhisattva Siai Heng trembled violently. This time he was no longer as calm as he was during the previous battle. After transforming, Ning Chen's body was filled with chaotic energy, and his aura rose several times over. Compared to Ning Chen's improvement, Bodhisattva Siai Heng's Buddha energy consumption was serious and was no longer at its previous peak. Sword art, sky-shattering. In the three rooms, the human, phoenix, and demon swords moved at the same time. The incomparably sharp sword light stood on the protective Buddha light of benevolent Bodhisattva. After blocking another wave of attacks, Bodhisattva Siai Heng twisted his fingers and chanted an incantation. He silently spoke to the heavens. In an instant, holy light shone brightly above the 9 heavens, and endless lightning fell from the sky, blasting down on the 3 figures below. The 3 of them stepped forward, moving within the sea of lightning. Chaotic chi circulated, blocking the attacks of the lightning. Buddha is merciful, sacrificing himself to overcome the demons. Tathagata, demon vanquishing seal. His Buddha body was seriously damaged, and Bodhisattva Siai Heng didn't want to fight for a long time. Suddenly, a huge Buddha shadow appeared between heaven and earth, pressing down on the 3 figures. Seeing this, Ning Chen's human, phoenix, and demon swords soared into the sky. Behind the 3 figures, the celestial shadow, heavenly demon, and phoenix appeared at the same time, gathering all their power. Unparalleled sword power, 3 swords in the sky. Among the 3 visions, sword light rose and went up to meet the attack. The 2 forces collided, rumbling and resounding through heaven and earth. In the void, the 4 visions collapsed at the same time and disappeared. The aftermath of the impact shook the Buddha light around Bodhisattva Siai Heng, and he took half a step back. The Buddha retreated first. Among the 3 figures, the phoenix moved instantly, and the phoenix sword stabbed at the Bodhisattva's chest like lightning. The phoenix's shocking speed was too fast for people to react. The phoenix sword and the Buddha light collided violently. In an instant, the phoenix sword broke through the Buddha light and rushed to the Bodhisattva's chest. At the critical moment, Bodhisattva Siai Heng raised his hand and grabbed the phoenix sword. Buddha blood flowed, dyeing the divine sword red. Back off. The Buddha light rose again, and with a bang, the phoenix body in front of him was pushed back. The phoenix body retreated, and the chaotic, demonic aura spread. The demon body rushed forward, and the demon sword moved. Danger came again. Willow branches flew out from the white jade bottle in Bodhisattva Siai Heng's hand, and a green light swept past, blocking the attack. The chaotic, demonic aura and the holy Buddha energy collided head-on. The moment the demon body retreated, the main body rushed forward, and with a palm, the demonic aura supported by the peerless foundation. Boom! The two figures joined forces, and a powerful force surged. The demon's sword moved forward inch by inch, and vaguely gained the upper hand. Jiufan God shattering finger. After a moment of stalemate, Bodhisattva Heng used the secret technique of Buddhism again. He pointed a finger, and the Buddha power broke through the chaotic, demonic aura, forcing the demon body to retreat. The attack and defense changed. Behind the demon body, the main body immediately teleported out. Heavenly Book Immortal Martial Art, moving mountains and seas. Between the two, the mountains shook, and a huge mountain rose from the ground, shaking the battle. In the blink of an eye, the attack and defense changed continuously, and it was difficult to determine the winner. 100 feet away, the three bodies of knowing destiny stopped and looked at Bodhisattva Heng in front of them, and said calmly, "Bodhisattva, you have consumed too much energy and now you can't capture me. Why don't you stop now?" Bodhisattva Heng looked at the three figures with different auras in front of her. After a long time, the Buddha light around her gradually faded. "What's your name?" Bodhisattva Heng sighed. "Ning Chin." "Bodhisattva, you can also call me Knowing Destiny." Ning Chen's three bodies merged, and he smiled. "Knowing Destiny." Bodhisattva Heng murmured softly, nodded, and said, "I admit that I can't capture you now, but Buddha Mountain won't let this go. You should listen to my advice and return to Buddha Mountain as soon as possible to accept your punishment. Perhaps Buddha will give you a lighter sentence on account of our past relationship. Thank you for your kindness, Bodhisattva. Knowing Destiny has its own path. Even if I'm guilty, I don't need others to judge me." Ningchen bowed and replied. Bodhisattva Heng sighed and knew that it was useless to say more, so she stopped persuading him. That was all she could say. She had tried her best. Bodhisattva Heng looked at the heavily injured Kuin Peng on the ground and said, "Kuin Peng is one of the few divine beasts left in the world. Your success in incarnation this time is more or less due to its contribution. Please spare its life." Ningchen nodded and did not refuse this time. He promised, "I won't kill it. Take care of yourself. We'll meet again." Bodhisattva Heng said. Golden light surrounded her, and her figure gradually faded. "There's one more thing." Just as Bodhisattva Heng was about to leave, Ningchen smiled and asked curiously, "Bodhisattva, are you a man or a woman?" Bodhisattva Heng's body trembled, and she said softly, "All forms are not forms." With that, Bodhisattva Heng's figure faded and disappeared. "Is it a man or a woman?" Ningchen shouted and asked. However, the Buddha light between heaven and earth dissipated, and there was no response. Ningchen shook his head helplessly. He looked at Kuin Peng below, and his figure descended from the sky. On the wasteland, Kuin Peng crawled on the ground and kept growling. It was obvious that it was heavily injured by the heavenly tribulation. "Can you understand human language?" Ningchen asked. Kuin Peng growled, and the deafening sound shook the earth. "Lower your voice." Ningchen's ears hurt from the sound, and he scolded. Kuin Peng heard and immediately lowered its head, and its voice became much softer. "I promised Bodhisattva not to kill you, so I will spare your life. Your injuries are not light. Can you still return to the sea by yourself?" Ningchen asked. Kuin Peng growled and flapped its wings, trying to fly up. It tried a few times, but it still failed. Ningchen frowned and looked at Kuin Peng's body that was full of holes from the heavenly tribulation. He said, "I'll send you back." With that, Ningchen raised his right hand. Yin and Yang aura spread and chaos appeared, quickly drowning Kuin Peng's body. The huge divine beast that spanned thousands of miles was not even comparable to dragons and phoenixes. It was comparable to a mountain range and was extremely heavy. Ningchen swallowed Kuin Peng's body with his chaotic true essence. Then his figure rose into the sky and flew towards the sea. The ability to move mountains and seas was shocking. Ning Chen dragged Kuan Peng and quickly rushed towards the north. With such a huge burden, even a phoenix could not spread its wings, let alone use its extreme speed. Ning Chen dragged Kuan Peng for half a month before returning to the sea. Plop! Above the sea, Ning Chen retracted his chaotic true essence. Kuan Peng fell into the sea and smashed up huge waves. "I'm so tired." Ning Chen's face was full of sweat as he panted heavily. Even after fighting with Bodhisattva Si Hang for 2 months, he had never felt so tired. Kuan Peng returned to the sea, and its huge body could finally move. Its head rose out of the water and growled to express its gratitude. The deafening sound waves shook the earth. Ning Chen, who was directly above, became the biggest victim again. He was dizzy from the sound waves. "Stop shouting." Ning Chen covered his ears and shouted. Kuan Peng lowered its head back into the water and did not dare to make a sound again. "All right, I've sent you back. You can recover by yourself. We'll meet again someday." After completing the mission, Ning Chen did not want to stay any longer. He turned around and left. Roar! Below, seeing this, Kuan Peng raised its head again and growled. "I won't send you off." Ning Chen was already prepared. This time his chaotic true essence covered his body and blocked the sound waves. He waved his hand and left. In the sea behind, Kuan Peng whimpered a few times. After seeing Ning Chen's figure leave, it retracted its head and swam towards the depths of the sea. Immortal! On the land of Buddhism, the little gourd sat on Ning Chen's shoulder and said in a childish voice, "Where are we going now?" "Kill the monk." Ning Chen's demonic aura rose again, and the demonic mark appeared between his eyebrows. He continued to walk in the world with his demonic form. In this realm of the gods, he had nothing to worry about. He could focus on improving his strength. The ghosts in the realm of Buddhism were much more than other realms. It was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Since even Buddha was so heartless, there was no need for him to be merciful. On the golden lotus of Mount Shumi, Buddha, Shilai, looked at the entire realm of Buddhism. His solemn Buddha form flashed with coldness. He did not expect Si Hang to fail. However, that human touched the taboo of the realm of Buddhism. He could not be left alive. Chapter 1394. In the Western world of Buddhism, Knowing Destiny recovered from the first wave of pursuit of Buddha Mountain. The blood-colored, demonic tattoo on his forehead was glaring. In order to increase his strength and kill his way to merciless heaven, Ning Chen had abandoned all human emotions at all costs and walked the world with his most ruthless side. Bodhisattva Zihong's failure to kill the demons was unacceptable to the entire world of Buddhism. Buddha Mountain was silent. Messengers kept appearing from all corners of the world of Buddhism to look for the monks in green robes and inform them of the demonic invasion. However, the world of Buddhism had a tradition of tens of thousands of years. Monks in green robes were all over the world of Buddhism. It was impossible to find all of them in a short time. The demons who killed monks were faster than any messengers. Many times, the messengers only found the corpses of the monks when they tried to find them. The demonic invasion spread. In a few months, the entire world of Buddhism was in a state of panic. The mountains and rivers became forbidden grounds for monks. Ning Chen saved more and more ghosts. More than 90% of the ghosts who died with resentment were women. Their cause of death was suspicious. In one of the mountains and rivers, a monk in green robes fell in a pool of blood in front of Ning Chen. The sword mark on his throat was so neat. He had no chance to resist. Demons were emotionless. At least, Knowing Destiny had no emotions for the entire world of gods. Not far from the battlefield, ghosts and monsters were crawling on the ground, trembling in fear. Ning Chen waved his hand. Spiritual qi surged into the bodies of the ghosts. The ghost qi around the female ghosts dissipated. Their ferocious faces returned to how they looked before they died. They bowed respectfully to the white-haired man in front of them and then disappeared into the depths of the forest. Immortal, they are so pitiful. On Ning Chen's shoulder, the little calabash looked at the ghosts in white robes disappearing one by one. Its young face showed pity. The existence of Buddha Mountain is indispensable only when ghosts are running rampant. Ning Chen looked at Buddha Mountain Shumi in the distance, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had never had a good impression of Buddhism. They did not produce anything and were like parasites that ate away at the fruits of their followers. Such Buddhism was not worthy of respect. Immortal, let's hurry. Maybe we can save more people. The kind little calabash's face was full of pity as it urged. Okay. Ning Chen looked away and walked away. On Mount Meru, Bodhisattva Hang stood quietly on the lotus platform. Her slender fingers twirled as Buddhist light shone around her. Bodhisattva Hang, who had returned, recuperated day and night to repair his injured Buddha body. Up in the void, Buddha, Shilai, was sitting on a golden lotus. His Buddha appearance was solemn and his aura was astonishing. Ever since Bodhisattva Hang returned, the two giants of Buddha Mountain had almost no interaction. Everyone in Buddha Mountain knew that although Hang Bodhisattva was only a bodhisattva, his status was higher than all the other Buddhas. He was second only to Buddha Shilai, the Lord of Buddha Mountain. On Buddha Mountain, news of the demonic calamity kept coming. Buddha Mountain sent many experts to capture the demonic calamity, but all of them ended in failure. The power of the devil was beyond imagination. Bodhisattva Hang did not say anything about the knowing destiny state and divinity state. Buddha Mountain suffered a great loss because of this. Buddha Mountain sent out no less than 10 god-fiend experts, but all of them died with grievances. Not a single one of them returned alive. Hang. Finally, after Buddha Mountain lost another 4 Buddha demon-level experts, Buddha West Approaches on Buddha Mountain finally took the initiative to speak. He looked at benevolent Bodhisattva in front of him who was meditating with his eyes closed and said, "Did something happen to that young man?" Bodhisattva Hang opened his eyes, bowed, and said respectfully, reporting to Buddha, "I don't know either." Buddha West Approaches narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Are you willing to make another trip personally and bring this child back to Buddha Mountain?" Reporting to Buddha, that young man is riding on the Phoenix Extreme Speed. My Buddha body has not recovered, so it's difficult to capture him for the time being. Bodhisattva Hang replied. Buddha West Approaches frowned and said, "Golden rock." As soon as he said that, golden light shone in the sky above Buddha Mountain. The golden rock spread its wings and flew in front of the Buddhas in the blink of an eye. Buddha, the golden-winged great rock, bowed respectfully. "Go down the mountain with Hang and bring back the demonic calamity of the Buddha world," Buddha West Approaches ordered. Yes. The golden-winged great rock accepted the order. A strange look flashed across Bodhisattva Hang's face. He did not refuse and bowed to accept the order. In the south of the Buddha world, the blood of the green-robed monks dyed the mountains and rivers. The white-haired figure in white robes walked between the mountains and rivers, like the god of death, constantly reaping the lives of the green-robed monks. Thousands of green-robed monks fell, and countless resentful souls were able to save their lives and hide in the depths of the mountains, avoiding the fate of having their souls scattered. Every time he killed a monk, the karmic fire would appear around Ning Chen's body, tempering his demonic body. Just as Ning Chen was slaughtering the green-robed monks of the Buddha sect, golden light filled the air on Buddha Mountain. Many Buddhist sect experts left Buddha Mountain and rushed to the south of the Buddha world. Bodhisattva Hang came out again, and behind him, Bodhisattvas and Arhats followed. Buddha light lingered around them, and they were incomparably powerful. In the south of the Buddha world, Ning Chen felt something strange coming from the direction of Buddha Mountain and sped up his actions. In 10 days, in the 77 mountain ranges, hundreds of green-robed monks died in battle. Their throats were slit with a sword, and their blood dyed the mountains red. 9,997, 9,998, 9,999. Immortal Elder, there's one more. On Ning Chen's shoulder, the little calabash stretched out its white and tender little hand and carefully counted before raising its head to remind him. So fast! The karmic fire continued to burn around Ning Chen, and it had not been extinguished for several months. Yes, I've counted a few times. The little calabash nodded with certainty and replied. Ning Chen nodded and looked at the rapidly approaching Buddha cloud in the distance, and his expression turned serious. This Buddha cloud had been chasing him for several days, and it would probably catch up very soon. He did not expect Buddha Mountain to have an expert with such shocking speed. There was still one more person. Success was imminent, and he could not fail at the final step. Ning Chen flipped his left hand, and the heavenly book of creation appeared out of thin air. He used all his strength to search for the nearest green-robed monk. Among the 10 heavenly books, the scroll of light revealed its power and peeked into the secrets of heaven. After searching for a while, Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the heavenly book. His figure flashed and headed north. In the distant horizon, the golden rock spread its wings and flew at extreme speed. On the golden rock, many bodhisattvas and arhats stood quietly. Buddha light spread out, and they helped the golden rock chase after the demonic cultivators. Half a day later, a golden-winged rock flew over a mountain with beautiful scenery. Many Buddhist experts descended from the sky and stood in the void. On the peak of the mountain, a white-haired figure in plain clothes had his back to the Buddhas. In front of him, a crack appeared on the throat of a green-robed monk, and blood spurted out. The 10,000th green-robed monk, who had achieved great success in Buddhism, fell under the gaze of many bodhisattvas and arhats. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. The green-robed monk died in battle. Endless karmic fire surged out from Ning Chen's body, and its power was extremely majestic and shocking. The karmic fire burned the body, and the killing of the monk turned him into a demon. Chaotic, demonic chi surged in Ning Chen's body, and it gradually merged into every inch of his body under the refinement of the karmic fire. In the next moment, an extremely violent demonic power exploded on the peak of the mountain. It was dark and heavy, as if the eternal night had come again, and the dawn had disappeared. After slaughtering thousands of Buddhas and achieving great success in the demonic path, the indestructible demonic body reappeared in the world after countless years. Everyone, I've kept you waiting. In the violent black airflow, Ning Chen turned around and looked coldly at the people in front of him. Chapter 1395. In the south of the Buddhist realm, in the mountains and rivers where ghosts and monsters roamed, the experts of Buddhism came out together. Bodhisattvas and arhats appeared one after another to slay the demons. At the peak of the mountain, Ning Chen was surrounded by hellfire. His indestructible demon body was completed. The leader of the Buddhas, Heng Bodhisattva, descended from the sky. He held a white jade bottle in his hand, and his Buddha body was crystal clear and flawless. Bodhisattva! I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Ning Chen looked at benevolent Bodhisattva and said calmly, "Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Benefactor, please follow us back to the Buddha mountain to confess your sins," benevolent Bodhisattva said. "I have heard these words many times. If you want me to go back with you, then show me your strength," Ning Chen said indifferently. "Excuse me." Bodhisattva Ci. Hang did not say anything else. He looked at the many arhats and bodhisattvas behind him and said calmly, "Kill!" With a single order, the figures of the Buddhist sect's experts swiftly flew out. The Buddhist sect's butcher's knife appeared, killing the culprit. 18 golden arhats and 4 Buddhist bodhisattvas all came out to fight. The Buddhist light lingered in the sky, illuminating the entire mountain peak. The demon sword appeared in Ning Chen's hand. With a smile on his face, he charged forward. The battle between the Buddhists and the demons started again. Ning Chen had mastered the indestructible demonic body. He no longer evaded and faced the many masters of the Buddhists head-on. The surging chaotic demonic qi covered the sky and the sun as it continuously attacked the Buddhist qi that permeated the area. The bodies of the 18 golden arhats were impenetrable by swords and spears. As the demonic swords slashed down, the sound of metal clanging could be heard endlessly. In close combat, the 18 golden arhats set up a formation, alternating between offense and defense. Their attacks were endless. Ning Chen held the demonic sword in his hand and fought against the crowd alone. He was so fast that it was hard to see his figure clearly. In the void, the 4 bodhisattvas looked at each other. Then they clasped their hands together and performed a Buddhist grand divine ability. In an instant, 4 huge Buddhist shadows appeared in the sky. They lifted their huge palms and descended from the sky. A shocking power swept up the wind and clouds in the sky. As the giant palm fell, heaven and earth cracked. In the battle, Ning Chen saw this and did not dodge. Instead, he met the Buddha's palm head-on with his sword. Boom! The confrontation between the Buddha and the devil caused the entire mountain peak to collapse. The 4 bodhisattvas joined forces, and the Buddha's power was earth-shattering. Amidst the rolling rain of stones, the white-haired, white-clothed demon's shadow appeared. Cracks appeared all over its body, making it look exceptionally terrifying. However, a moment later, a shocking scene occurred. The cracks on Ning Chen's body rapidly healed, and in the blink of an eye he was as good as new. The eternal demon body displayed an astonishing power for the first time. It had an incredible rebirth ability, and the seemingly irreparable injuries were completely healed in just a few breaths of time. All the Buddhas were shocked. Before they could come back to their senses, Ning Chen's figure appeared in the void. He waved his sword and threatened to kill the 4 bodhisattvas. At the moment of crisis, the golden rock spread its wings and arrived. Its eagle claws tore through the air and mercilessly pressed for life. Scram! Ning Chen turned around, grabbed the eagle claw and flung it away. With a hong sound, the golden peng's body smashed into a mountain peak. Mountain rocks flew everywhere and fell down like rain. When the golden rock joined the battle, the 4 bodhisattvas had the chance to react and immediately retreated. As the 4 bodhisattvas retreated, the 18 golden arhats followed suit. Relying on their powerful golden bodies, they surrounded the white-haired devil cultivator. 18 Buddhist arhats at the peak of the 4th realm worked together to set up a formation and attacked without leaving any gaps, forcing Ning Chen to focus on dealing with them. Outside the battle, benevolent Bodhisattva looked at the intense battle ahead and was not in a hurry to intervene. Under the collapsed mountain peak in the distance, the venerable golden-winged rock staggered to his feet and transformed. The venerable golden-winged rock looked at the white-haired devil cultivator in the battle ahead with an angry expression on his face. Boom! In the battle, the 6 golden arhats attacked. The devil's sword met the attack. The Buddha and the devil clashed, and the aura surged in all directions. After the first wave of attack, the second wave of attack followed. Similarly, the 6 golden arhats' power shook the sky. Boom! Ning Chen flipped his left palm, and the devil's sword pierced through the air to block the attack again. With a loud rumble, the 12 golden arhats were forced back. The third wave of attack came at the same time. The 18 arhats of Buddhism live up to their reputation. As the attack came, Ning Chen looked at the 6 golden arhats and said calmly. He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. Ning Chen walked out from behind the 6 golden arhats. With a swing of his sword, the 6 golden arhats were all sent flying. Blood splattered and dyed the void red. The heads of the 6 golden arhats were dyed red. The arhats were injured, and the array was broken. Seeing this, the 4 bodhisattvas formed seals again, for sacred walls fell from the sky, trapping the devil cultivator. In the middle of the 4 sacred walls, Ningchen frowned and looked at the sky with a cold expression. In the sky, the 4 bodhisattvas arrived. With a light twist of their fingers, golden swords appeared in the void and fell from the sky. The rain of swords fell continuously. The bodhisattvas were merciless in killing the devil cultivator. In the 4 sacred walls, Ning Chen's figure flashed. In the narrow space, he dodged the swords one after another, showing off in front of an expert. After a wave of attack, Ning Chen's expression darkened. He stepped in the air and soared into the sky. In the void, the 4 bodhisattvas saw this and formed seals faster and faster. They controlled the rain of swords to kill the devil cultivator. However, in the rain of swords, the white-haired figure in plain clothes moved forward quickly. His figure was not affected at all. "Here you go." In the rain of swords, Ning Chen shouted. His demonic aura surged, and his sword intent spread out. Suddenly, in a shocking scene, the rain of swords suddenly stopped. In the blink of an eye, all of them rose up. The 4 bodhisattvas were shocked. They stopped forming seals and retreated. "We can't retreat anymore." In the void, Ning Chen waved his sword. The rain of swords followed him like shadows and swept toward the 4 bodhisattvas. At this moment, outside the battle, the compassionate bodhisattva sighed softly and moved for the first time. The Buddha light world spread and covered the battle. The compassionate bodhisattva stepped forward and waved his hand to disperse the rain of swords. The 5th realm compassionate bodhisattva made his move, and the battle changed instantly. Ning Chen looked back and narrowed his eyes. This bodhisattva made his move in the end. The compassionate bodhisattva made his move. In the Buddha light world, the 18 golden arhats and the 4 bodhisattvas rushed forward at the same time. "We'll meet again." Ning Chen sneered. His figure flashed and rushed out of the battlefield. Supremacy Golden Rock. The compassionate bodhisattva reminded him. In the distance, the golden rock spread his wings and chased after him quickly. At the same time, the golden light around the compassionate bodhisattva spread and suppressed the phoenix's speed. "I've caught you." Thousands of miles away, the Supremacy Golden Rock's eagle claws grabbed the demonic body and shouted angrily. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the huge golden rock descending from the sky with a mocking expression. "It's not certain who will catch who." As soon as he said that, Ning Chen's figure rushed forward. The eagle claws were close to him. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the eagle claws. The demonic sword slashed, and sword chi spread for 3,000 miles. Swoosh! In the shocking scene, one of the Supremacy Golden Rock's claws was chopped off. Blood spurted out like rain. The venerable, golden-winged, great rock roared in pain, losing his balance. Ning Chen's figure rushed into the sky. He grabbed the golden rock's wings and slashed down again. In an instant, the golden rock's wings were broken and blood stained the sky. Chapter 1396. In the world of Buddhism, the Buddhas were slaying the demons. The phoenix suppressed the golden rock and tore the golden rock's body apart. Blood gushed out from the sky like rain. The golden rock's wings were torn apart and it fell from the sky. The 18 golden-bodied arhats and the 4 Buddhist bodhisattvas who had rushed over from behind were shocked to see this tragic scene. Amitabha. In the world of Buddhist light, merciful bodhisattva walked over. In just a few breaths, he arrived from afar. Ning Chen looked back at the bodhisattvas and arhats. "It seems that you still can't catch me this time." Arrogant, a golden arhat with a dragon soul around his body was furious. He rushed out and started the battle again. Behind him, 5 golden arhats followed. The 6 of them worked together and attacked. Facing the 6 golden arhats, Ning Chen didn't dodge. He condensed essence in his left palm and chaotic demonic chi surged. He activated his amazing foundation and blocked the 6 attacks. Violent vibrations sounded. In the world of Buddhist light, demonic chi and Buddhist chi shook. The golden arhats were injured. Their mouths were red. Powerful demons had the best foundation and battle experience. Even the golden arhat of the Buddhist sect could not resist them. In front of the 6 golden arhats, Ning Chen swung the demonic sword in his hand. The sword chi engulfed the sky. The 6 golden arhats groaned. Their golden bodies were broken and blood spurted out. Behind them, the 12 golden arhats saw this and immediately rushed forward. Ning Chen held his sword and faced the Buddhist powerhouses head-on. The immortal demon body was extremely powerful. In each clash, Ning Chen's injuries healed quickly. He was almost invincible. On the other hand, the 18 golden arhats' golden bodies were broken one after another. They were seriously injured. Seeing that the battle was not going well, the 4 bodhisattvas had to attack again. The supreme Buddhist technique stirred up the wind and clouds. The 4 bodhisattvas attacked. Above the 9 heavens, the light of Buddha shone. A huge statue of Buddha appeared. The Buddha's palm pressed down and suppressed the demons. Ning Chen looked up and narrowed his eyes. He shouted softly. The sword chi around him rose. In the void, a small silver sword appeared. The sword of enlightenment reappeared in the world. In the world of Buddhist light, merciful Bodhisattva saw the small silver sword in front of the white-haired man. His expression changed slightly. Understanding my Tao severing formula, not good. Bodhisattva Ci Hang raised his hand. The willow branch flew out of the white jade bottle and swept towards the small silver sword in the sky. Bodhisattva, your opponent is me. In the battle, Ning Chen's figure flashed out, waving his sword to block the willow branch. With a loud bang, the demon's sword collided with the willow branch. Buddhist power entered Ning Chen's body, and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. However, in the blink of an eye, the chaotic demonic chi rose up again. Ning Chen's injuries were healed once again. The demonic sword erupted with a shocking power, blocking the willow branch. At this moment, the Ming Wu Dao sword broke through the sky and pierced through the forehead of the supreme Buddha statue. The Tao realm phenomenon was shattered. In the battle, the bodies of the 4 bodhisattvas shook violently and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the Buddhist sect had suffered heavy casualties. The unbreakable, undying demon body made it difficult for the Buddhist sect experts to deal with. After severely injuring the 4 bodhisattvas, Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the golden-bodied arhats. He waved his demonic sword and knocked down all the arhats. In the battle, merciful Bodhisattva looked at the scene. She raised her slender hand, and the willow branch flew back into the white jade bottle. Bodhisattva, it's our turn again. Ning Chen looked at merciful Bodhisattva and said calmly. Merciful Bodhisattva sighed softly and didn't say anything. She twirled her fingers, and the Buddhist light shone brighter. Facing a 5th realm Buddhist sect expert, Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless. He took a step forward and attacked first. With a clang, his fingers blocked the demonic sword. In a short distance, the demonic body moved, and each sword was faster than the previous one. In the world of the Buddhist light, merciful Bodhisattva was as still as a mountain. She blocked the demonic sword again and again. The demonic sword couldn't injure her extremely strong Buddhist cultivation. Ning Chen, who had mastered the undying demon body, didn't look anxious at all. With his advantage of speed, he kept looking for merciful Bodhisattva's flaws. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves were exchanged. An opening appeared in front of merciful Bodhisattva. The demonic sword in Ning Chen's hand instantly pierced through the air. Merciful Bodhisattva raised her hand and grabbed the demonic sword. She clenched her slender hand and counterattacked strongly, changing hands. The demonic sword was restrained. Ning Chen's sword momentum changed and tried to break Bodhisattva's hand that was holding the sword. Merciful Bodhisattva frowned and let go of the demonic sword. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's figure retreated and avoided the palm energy. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth. Forbidden reincarnation. The fast moves clashed. Ning Chen raised his hand. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared between heaven and earth and swallowed the 18 arhats and the 4 bodhisattvas. The Buddhist sect experts were swallowed. An endless stream of blood qi gathered from all directions and surrounded Ning Chen. Seeing this, merciful Bodhisattva's face darkened. She formed a seal with her hands, and the Buddhist light shone on the world. The Buddhist and demonic auras clashed. In the huge whirlpool, the arhats and bodhisattvas exploded. Their blood qi scattered and was pulled to Ning Chen by the power of reincarnation. With the blood qi, Ning Chen's figure dashed out again. He waved the demonic sword, and every move was deadly. The battle was in a stalemate. Although merciful Bodhisattva had the upper hand in cultivation, she was restricted by her speed and couldn't break the limit of the undying demon body. Ning Chen's body was protected by the chaotic demonic aura. Even if it wasn't a fatal injury, it could quickly heal. He was almost indestructible. At this moment, in the void far away, 2 old monks appeared. They looked at the battle in front with a strange expression. Merciful Bodhisattva's strength shouldn't be limited to this. One of the old monks said, puzzled, "He's just not putting in any effort." The other old monk said indifferently, "When has the struggle for power in Buddhism ever stopped? What should we do now? Do we attack?" The old monk who spoke first asked. "No need." The other old monk replied, "Buddha West Approach didn't say anything. We just need to watch the battle." On Mount Meru, the Buddhist light shone brightly. Buddha West Approach sat on the golden lotus with his eyes closed and didn't speak. In the distance, at the end of Mount Meru, a woman in a pink dress walked over. Her charming face could make people fall for her. King Alan, the master of Buddhism in the human world, appeared on Mount Meru in the Buddhist world. On Mount Meru, the ancient Buddhas looked at the woman walking in front of them with a serious expression. Alan, she finally came back. "Greetings, Buddha." On the mountain, King Alan bowed and said respectfully, "No need for formalities." Up in the void, Buddha West Approach opened his eyes and said, "Alan, welcome back." King Alan stood up and looked at the Buddhas around her. The corner of her mouth curved slightly and said, "Everyone, it seems like you don't want Alan to come back." On both sides, the Buddha's expressions darkened when they heard that. However, due to Buddha West Approach's presence, they didn't make any trouble. "Alan, there's someone you know. I need you to go and bring him back to Mount Meru." Buddha West Approach looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly, "Do you know destiny?" King Alan smiled and said, "I know." After that, King Alan didn't say anything else and turned to walk down Mount Meru. "Buddha." Just as King Alan left, an ancient Buddha spoke and said in a deep voice, "King Alan knows that person. Aren't you worried that she'll be biased if you send her?" "No need to worry." Buddha West Approach said calmly, "Just wait quietly." In the south of the world of Buddhism, the battle between Buddha and demon was getting more and more intense. All the Buddhist powerhouses, except for Bodhisattva Zihong, died in battle. Their vitality and origin were devoured and gathered around Ning Chen. After a day and a night of stalemate, no one could do anything to the other. Around Ning Chen, dragon roars were deafening. One after another, blood-red dragons appeared and strengthened the power of the demon sword. Below the battlefield, numerous mountains and rivers had been flattened, and the scene of devastation was shocking. The longer the battle went on, the more Ning Chen feared Bodhisattva Zihong. He knew very well that this fifth realm Bodhisattva hadn't used his full strength yet. "Bodhisattva, we can't decide the winner if we continue fighting like this. Why don't we stop here?" After 1,000 moves, Ning Chen's figure flew out of the battle and said calmly. Bodhisattva Tsihong shook his head and said, Buddha has ordered that I must bring you back this time. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Bodhisattva Tsihong didn't use his full strength and still didn't want to stop. What was this Bodhisattva Tsihong thinking? Just as the situation was in a stalemate, the void between the two swirled. A familiar and beautiful figure walked out and said, Both of you, please stop. Seeing the person, Bodhisattva Tsihong didn't look too surprised. He said calmly, Aaron, when did you come back? Not long ago, King Aaron replied with a smile. Bodhisattva Tsihong nodded and said, Since you're back, I'll leave this to you. With that, golden light gathered around Bodhisattva Tsihong, and his figure disappeared. Aaron. In the void, Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him. His dark eyes flashed with surprise. Jiming, long time no see. How have you been? King Aaron turned around and smiled sweetly. The demonic aura around Ning Chen dissipated. The demonic mark on his forehead disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. I thought you really became demonic. Seeing that he had returned to his original appearance, King Aaron smiled and said, What's wrong? Is it more convenient to do things in your demonic form in the God realm? Yes. Ning Chen nodded. It was the first time he saw an old friend in the God realm. He asked in confusion, Why are you here too? It's a long story. King Aaron smiled and said, We can talk on the way. Jiming, follow me back to Buddha Mountain first. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, Sure. Seeing that he agreed so easily, King Aaron's eyes flashed with surprise. She said, Aren't you afraid that the people of Buddha Mountain will harm you? Ning Chen smiled and said, I trust you. Hearing his answer, King Aaron's expression turned serious and said, Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Ning Chen nodded. He had absolute trust in this comrade who had fought alongside him. The two of them quickly headed towards Mount Sumru. Along the way, Ning Chen listened to King Aaron's explanation and advice. His eyes flashed continuously. So you're also a bodhisattva of Buddha Mountain. Ning Chen's expression turned serious and said, Aaron, does reincarnation really exist? I don't know. King Aaron sighed and shook her head. She said, I won't hide it from you. Even the Buddhas of the Buddha world can't confirm if reincarnation is real. Then what about you? Ning Chen frowned. When I left the God realm and came to the human world, I came down as a soul. To put it simply, I was possessed and not reincarnated. King Aaron said seriously. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Then, how would she explain Xinu's reincarnation? Chapter 1397. Mount Meru. 36 Buddhas of the world of Buddhism sat cross-legged in the void. Behind the 36 Buddhas were the Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect. Their numbers were much more than the 36 Buddhas. Behind the Bodhisattvas were 500 Arhats. They shone with golden light and were eye-catching. Mount Meru was the true ruler of the Western world of Buddhism. It had been located in the western land of the divine realm since ancient times. The existence of Mount Meru was one of the few behemoths in the entire divine realm. In the world of Buddhism, the most famous Buddha, West Approaches, and Bodhisattva Tsihong were already legendary powerhouses. On this day, Bodhisattva Tsihong walked out from a lotus platform in front of Buddha, West Approaches. He had returned from slaying the demon. On the lotus platform, Bodhisattva Tsihong bowed, respectfully. In front of him, Buddha, West Approaches, smiled and nodded. The two giants of Mount Meru were friendly to each other. They did not show any disrespect or disrespect. Not long after Bodhisattva Tsihong returned, two figures walked over from the end of Mount Meru. It was a man and a woman. The man had white hair while the woman was dressed in pink. Jiming and Aaron Wisdom King came together. The Buddhist powerhouses looked at them with serious expressions. Aaron had really brought the demon back. On Mount Meru, the two stopped. Aaron, Wisdom King, bowed with a smile on her face. On the side, Ning Chen looked at Buddha West Approaches and bowed politely. Young man, we meet again. In the void, Buddha West Approaches looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said, I didn't expect to see Buddha West Approaches again so soon. Ning Chen said calmly, Buddha, this demon has brought disaster to the world and his sins are unforgivable. Please give a decree to banish this demon to the 9 Serenities hell and let him be burned by the fire of hell forever to atone for his sins. Among the 36 Buddhas, a four-browed ancient Buddha said coldly. After the four-browed ancient Buddha expressed his stance, other ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas expressed their support and asked to punish the demon who had brought disaster to the world. In the void, on the golden lotus platform, Buddha West Approaches looked at Bodhisattva Tsihong and said calmly, Tsihong, what do you think? When Bodhisattva Siai Hang heard that, he bowed and said softly, Siai Hang is ignorant. I can't differentiate between good and evil. I can only follow the decree of Buddha. Buddha Shilai nodded and looked at Prince Ai Ran as he said, Ai Ran, you brought this person back. What do you think? Not guilty, Aaron replied. As soon as she said that, several ancient Buddhas revealed angry expressions. The leader of the Buddhas, the four-browed ancient Buddha's expression darkened. He said, Ailin, are you trying to protect this demon? Cover up? Ai Ran Mingwang looked at the four-browed ancient Buddha and said calmly, in Ai Ran's eyes, what he has done is not wrong. How can you say that he is shielding him? How dare you? The four-browed ancient Buddha's face was unusually gloomy, and he said, Wisdom King Aaron, after a trip to the human world, you can't even tell right from wrong. Who are you talking to? When Ai Ran heard that, her expression turned cold, and her killing intent was revealed. She looked at the former and said coldly, for eyebrows, It seems that your eyebrows have grown back. Do you want me to pluck them out for you? The four-browed ancient Buddha's body shook, and he was furious. He said, Wisdom King Aaron, you are too much. So what if I am? Aaron sneered. Ai Ran, don't be impudent. In the void, Buddha Shilai scolded. In front of him, Aaron Mingwang retracted her aura and bowed. She said, Ai Ran has been impolite. Young man, you have no enmity with Buddha Mountain. Why did you kill the green-robed monks of Buddha Mountain? Buddha Shilai asked. Ning Chen did not answer directly. He looked at Buddha Shilai and said calmly, Why did Buddha Mountain kill those ghosts? The ghosts are in chaos. Only by purifying them can the peace of the world be maintained. Buddha, Shilai replied, Tigers and wolves have the right to live. Why can't ghosts? Moreover, I believe Buddha Shilai knows better than anyone where the ghosts of the Western Buddhist world come from. Ning Chen said calmly, Amitabha. Buddha Shilai chanted and said, Young man, you are really eloquent. However, it is an indisputable fact that you killed the green-robed monks of Buddha Mountain. As the master of Buddha Mountain, I cannot sit by and do nothing. Then how will you punish me, Buddha Shilai? Ning Chen sneered. Tsihong, how should I punish you for killing Buddhist disciples? Buddha Shilai asked. Tsihong Bodhisattva bowed respectfully and said, Reporting to Buddha, you should be crippled of your cultivation and be suppressed under Buddha Mountain for 500 years. Buddha Shilai nodded and looked at the white-haired young man in front of him. He said, Do you have any objections to this punishment? Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, I have no right to ask what Buddha Mountain decides. However, it is not up to Buddha Mountain to decide whether I accept it or not. In the void, Buddha Shilai heard the former's words. His eyes finally turned cold. He said, Young man, you have committed a grave sin. If you admit your mistake, perhaps Buddha Mountain will be lenient. What if I don't agree? Ning Chen said coldly, Then I have no choice but to offend you. As he spoke, Golden light shone around Buddha Shilai. He flipped his palm, and in an instant, the entire Buddha mountain changed color. The supreme Buddha's might shook the world. Buddha, please calm down. Below, King Aaron stepped forward and stood in front of Jiming. She said in a deep voice, Buddha, although the people in the world of Buddhism are pious, it is already difficult to provide for so many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Buddha Mountain's method of longevity is really against the way of heaven. On Buddha Mountain, there were only a few cultivators in the fifth realm. Their lifespans were indeed long. However, most of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas had not broken through to the fifth realm. Their lifespans were not more than 10,000 years. If they wanted to live forever, they had to rely on other methods. Buddha Mountain's method of longevity seemed ordinary, but in fact it was very bloody. Cannibalism. It was not cannibalism in the conventional sense. Instead, it used faith as a medium to eat away at the lifespans of believers in order to achieve longevity. This was the foundation of Buddha Mountain's prosperity, but it was also a taboo of Buddha Mountain. The reason why there were so many vengeful spirits in the world of Buddhism was because thousands of believers had their lifespans devoured and died an unnatural death. Among these people, because women did not need to work outside like men, they had more believers. Therefore, the number of dead women accounted for the majority. After these believers died because it was an unnatural death, most of them were filled with resentment and were unwilling to leave the world. This caused the ghosts and monsters in the world of Buddhism to far surpass the other forces in the world of gods. The monks in green robes of Buddha Mountain were in charge of cleaning up these ghosts and monsters to prevent the yin and yang of the world from being imbalanced. This was a tacit taboo of Buddha Mountain. Everyone knew about it, but no one dared to mention it. Tens of thousands of years ago, because she did not agree with this method, she exhausted her lifespan and finally chose to reincarnate in the human world. Aaron, don't talk nonsense. In the void, Buddha Shilai's expression darkened as he shouted. On both sides, the expressions of the Buddhas in the world of Buddhism changed. No one expected Aaron to mention this. In front of the Buddhas, Bodhisattva Thai sighed softly and bowed respectfully. My Buddha, since Aaron has brought this up, I hope you can consider it carefully. After all, this concerns the foundation of Buddha Mountain. If a better solution can be found, not only for Buddha Mountain, but also for all living beings in the world of Buddhism. See, I hang, do you know what you're saying? The four-browed ancient Buddha said in a deep voice, Our world of Buddhism has gone through countless years. Everything has its own rules. It's not something you can change just because you say so. Bodhisattva Ci narrowed his eyes slightly. The Bodhisattva, who had always been merciful, revealed a cold look for the first time. I know very well what I'm saying. Seeing the coldness in the Bodhisattva's eyes, the four-browed ancient Buddha trembled and subconsciously avoided his gaze. He almost forgot that this seemingly merciful Bodhisattva Ci was actually an executioner who attained the Tao through killing. It was just that after attaining the Tao, he became kind. Among the Buddhas, Ningchen quietly watched the quarrel between the Buddhas. The coldness in his eyes grew stronger. So this was the Buddha that all living beings believed in. In front of benefits, it was just as ugly. Aaron, I'm sorry. After apologizing, demonic aura surged out from Ning Chen's body. On his forehead, the demonic mark appeared again. It was scarlet red like blood and was unusually glaring. Chapter 1398. On Mount Meru, the leaders of Buddha Mountain had different opinions on how to deal with knowing destiny. Erin Mingwang was trying her best to protect knowing destiny, so she revealed the taboo of Buddha Mountain. While the Buddhas were enraged, Bodhisattva Ci spoke to express his stance. Bodhisattva Ci was merciful and did not agree with Buddha Mountain's method of achieving immortality through cannibalism. However, due to the influence of Buddha Mountain's cannibalism, he did not have the chance to object. Now that Aaron had revealed the truth, Bodhisattva Ci no longer held back and stood on Aaron's side. The Buddhas of Buddha Mountain were enraged, and the atmosphere became tense. Man-eating Buddhas, how are you different from demons? Among the Buddhas, Ning Chen's demonic aura surged, and his demonic form appeared. How dare you be so presumptuous in Buddha Mountain? Seeing this, the four-browed ancient Buddha was enraged. Golden light shone around him, and his form appeared. The golden Buddha's 4 eyebrows were very eye-catching. The four-browed ancient Buddha raised his hand and slammed it towards knowing destiny. Ning Chen sneered. Amidst the surging demonic aura, he grabbed his demonic sword and slashed it forward. The demonic sword slashed the Buddha's palm. A violent shockwave spread out, and the demonic sword slashed towards the four-browed ancient Buddha. The four-browed ancient Buddha was shocked. The demonic pestle appeared in his hand and blocked the demonic sword. With a loud boom, the pestle blocked the demonic sword. In the blink of an eye, a white-haired figure appeared and slammed his palm towards the former's chest. With a loud bang, the four-browed ancient Buddha's form was shattered. Blood splattered everywhere, and the Buddha was dyed red. It was a shocking scene. Before the Buddhas could even react, the four-browed ancient Buddha flew out of the lotus platform and crashed onto the ground. How dare you? In the void, West Approach Buddha reacted. He was furious and slammed his palm down to punish the demonic cultivator who blasphemed Buddha. In front, Aaron Mingwang saw this and stepped forward to block the attack. Pink aura surrounded her as she blocked the Buddha's attack. Boom! There was a violent tremor. Aaron Mingwang took a few steps back, and her mouth was red. Even though she had returned to the God realm, her cultivation had not fully recovered. She was unable to block the attack of West Approach Buddha. Not far away, Ning Chen saw this, and his cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. He turned his demonic sword and stabbed it into the ground. Heaven and earth, reincarnation boundary. AI Rant's injury ignited the fury in the demonic cultivator's heart. He used his ultimate move, and demonic energy filled the entire Buddha Mountain. Jiming, I'm fine. AI Ran stepped forward and stopped the former from continuing. Buddha. AI Ran bowed and said, Please quell your fury. Wise monarch Aaron, don't be impudent. You're getting more and more out of hand. An ancient Buddha, holding a blue pagoda among the 36 Buddhas, said in a deep voice. AI Ran looked away and said calmly, Teacher, this disciple has always been like this. Please don't blame her. Stand down. The ancient Buddha shouted. AI Ran shook her head lightly and said, Sorry, this disciple cannot comply. Up in the void, Western Buddha frowned slightly as he looked at the stalemate in front of him. Capture him, West Buddha ordered. With that order, the 500 arhats on the Buddha mountain moved together. Lotus platforms flew up and surrounded the 2 people below. On the lotus platforms, the 500 arhats displayed their divine abilities. Buddhist light intertwined, dazzling and eye-catching. Demon-subduing pestle, diamond bracelet, demon-subduing pagoda, all kinds of magic treasures appeared, illuminating the entire Buddha mountain. Below, wise monarch Aaron clenched her fists. She could not hide the anger in her eyes. AI Ran looked carefully. This is not your Buddha mountain. Ning Chen stepped forward and looked at the Buddhas in the sky. He said, This is the man-eating Buddha mountain. Wise monarch Aaron's expression dimmed. Was she expecting too much from Buddha Mountain? She should know that Buddha Mountain could not change this bad habit that had persisted for tens of thousands of years. In front of the Buddha Mountain, benevolent Bodhisattva frowned when he saw this scene. The 500 arhats attacked. Buddhist light shone brightly. All kinds of magic treasures flew out and suppressed the 2 people in the battle. Sword intent rose around Ning Chen. Countless sword lights turned into a barrier and blocked in front of him. The rumbling shook the entire Buddha mountain. Ning Chen blocked the 500 arhats alone. His sword light flashed and blocked many magic treasures. After the 500 arhats attacked, the 72 bodhisattvas also attacked. Lotus platforms flew up and hovered above the battle. Seeing this, wise monarch Erin no longer hesitated. She flipped her hand, and a pink aura rushed into the sky. The companions who had fought bloody battles in the past were now working together again. The two of them stood back to back and fully unleashed their techniques to fight the many Buddhist experts. Erin, there was once a legend in my hometown. Ning Chen said calmly there was a monkey who refused to accept the rule of the heavenly court. He wreaked havoc in the heavenly court and fought 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Today, we're going to learn from that monkey. Wise monarch Erin nodded and said, Erin will accompany you. Ning Chen's lips curled up coldly. He said, It feels good to have companions. After saying this, Ning Chen did not say anything else. He waved the demonic sword in his hand. A terrifying sword chi cut through the void and slashed toward the 500 arhats. The most intense battle was won against 500. Ning Chen's figure flashed out, leaving afterimages. The 500 arhats were about to attack again when a white-haired figure in white appeared in front of them. She blocked the 500 arhats' attacks with her sword. In the sky, the 72 bodhisattvas formed a seal. Buddhist light spread. A huge Buddha shadow appeared and descended from the sky. Wise monarch Erin stepped lightly and leaped into the sky. She gathered her essence and lifted the huge Buddha with her body. The Buddhist aura clashed. Wise monarch Erin's pink aura swirled wildly around her and blocked the huge Buddha. The intense battle made the world pale. Knowing destiny and Erin joined forces to fight the 500 arhats and 72 bodhisattvas of Buddha Mountain. The battle was intense. On Buddha Mountain, the 36 Buddhas looked at the intense battle with a solemn expression. They were not surprised that Erin had such strength. At her peak, Erin was not inferior to Bodhisattva Tsihom. However, this white-haired demonic cultivator also had such shocking strength. It was unbelievable. Didn't this person just ascend to the heavenly realm? How did he have such terrifying strength? As the Buddhas watched the battle, the ancient Buddha holding the green pagoda side and stood up from the lotus platform. Seeing this, the Buddhas were shocked. The ancient Buddha was going to attack. In the sky, Buddha Shilai looked at the ancient Buddha who stood up. His solemn face flashed with surprise. Outside the battle, the ancient Buddha stepped forward. The green pagoda in his hand flew toward the sky. In the sky, wise monarch Erin's expression changed when she saw this. She quickly descended to avoid the pagoda. In the sky, the light from the green pagoda shone down and froze Erin's body. Not far away, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He dashed into the light from the green pagoda. The Phoenix Secret technique appeared again. Ning Chen's body turned illusory. He took Erin and dashed out of the green light. Thank you, Erin said softly. It's nothing. Ning Chen looked at the ancient Buddha in the green pagoda outside the battlefield and asked, Is this your teacher? Yes. Wise monarch, Erin nodded. He is my teacher. He is indeed powerful. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. However, he is still a stubborn old man. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the ancient Buddha. He slashed down with the demonic sword without mercy. The ancient Buddha raised his hand and caught the demonic sword with his withered right hand. He said with a hoarse voice, Young man, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. You have killed too much. I will lay down the butcher's knife. I don't know if I will become a Buddha or not, but I will definitely become a ghost. As he spoke, the demonic sword in Ning Chen's hand was activated. With a boom, the Buddha was pushed back half a step. At the back, wise monarch Erin blocked many bodhisattvas and arhats alone. Her pink aura lingered around her. Outside the battle, the other 35 ancient Buddhas stopped watching the battle. With the four-browed ancient Buddha as the leader, they prepared to join the battle. In front of the Buddha, merciful, Bodhisattva frowned. He looked at the Buddha in the sky and said, "My Buddha!" However, before merciful Bodhisattva could finish, he was interrupted by Buddha Shilai. No need to say more. The rules of Buddha Mountain cannot be broken. Buddha Shilai looked at the battle in front of him. His eyes flashed. The art of longevity was the foundation of the Buddha realm's prosperity. It could not be changed. Merciful Bodhisattva heard this, and his eyes flashed with disappointment. "My Buddha, merciful Bodhisattva position, I no longer want it." Merciful Bodhisattva bowed and said calmly. Immediately, the Buddha energy around his body surged into the 9 heavens. His hair was broken, and his black hair danced wildly. After giving up the Bodhisattva Tao fruit, merciful Bodhisattva picked up the butcher's knife again. The murderous aura that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years erupted and quickly drowned the entire Buddha Mountain. Chapter 1399. On Mount Meru, Bodhisattva picked up the butcher's knife again. His killing intent erupted, covering the sky and the sun. All the Buddhas were shocked. They looked at Bodhisattva Sihong in front of the Buddha, and their expressions changed. In front of the Buddha, on the lotus platform, Bodhisattva Sihong gave up on the Bodhisattva Tao fruit. His Buddha energy soared into the sky, and his black hair danced wildly. All the Buddhas watched. The golden Buddha light around Bodhisattva Sihong dissipated rapidly, replaced by boundless killing intent. All the Buddhas were shocked. There was a legend in the Buddhist world that no one knew if it was true or false. Before Bodhisattva Sihong attained the Tao, he was a demon who killed without batting an eye. After attaining the Tao, he put down his butcher's knife and became the most merciful Bodhisattva in the Buddhist world. Beneath Sihong, the lotus platform collapsed. Bodhisattva Sihong's figure descended from the sky. His killing intent surged like a demon. Bodhisattva Sihong's betrayal made the expressions of all the Buddhas on Buddha Mountain turn ugly. No one expected that the mainstay of Buddha Mountain would choose to leave Buddha Mountain. Sihong. In the void, Buddha West Approach looked at this scene and his expression darkened. He said, "The Bodhisattva Tao fruit is not easy. Are you going to give up just like that?" This Buddha Mountain is not the Buddha Mountain in Sihong's heart. Sihong turned around and said calmly. He walked towards the battle ahead. In front, ancient Buddhas stepped forward. Their Buddha energy surged and blocked him forcefully. "Get out of the way." Sihong spoke. His killing intent surged as he approached step by step. Facing the second person of Buddha Mountain, the ancient Buddhas were forced to retreat. The depths of their eyes were filled with fear. Sihong raised his hand. Violent killing intent surged and forced all the Buddhas to retreat with a bang. Unstoppable power. Sihong's eyes flashed with a blood-red color. The aura around him was terrifying. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Sihong stepped into the battle. With a wave of his hand, he forced all the Bodhisattvas and Arhats back. Sihong. In the void, Buddha West Approach looked down and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you another chance. Return to Buddha Mountain. I can pretend that nothing happened and give you the Bodhisattva Tao fruit again." "No need. I want Buddha Mountain, not a man-eating Buddha Mountain." Sihong looked at the surrounding Buddhas and said calmly, "These Buddhas who eat the lives of believers, what's the difference? I won't stay." After speaking, C.I. Heng looked at A.I. Ran and Jiming and said, "I want to leave this place. Are you coming with me?" "As you wish." Aaron replied with a smile. "Aaron." The ancient Buddha's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Where else do you want to go?" "Buddha Mountain is where you belong." Aaron Mingwang bowed and said respectfully, "Teacher, take care." After all the formalities, Aaron straightened up and turned to leave. The ancient Buddha's expression changed again and again. Just as he was about to intervene, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared. The demonic sword in his hand emanated killing intent. The ancient Buddha's body froze. sensing the killing intent from the former. He didn't dare to act rashly. Buddha, please punish the traitors of Buddha Mountain. Seeing that the three of them were about to leave, four-browed ancient Buddha looked at Buddha west in the void and bowed deeply. Buddha, please punish the traitors of Buddha Mountain. After the four-browed ancient Buddha, the other ancient Buddhas of Buddha Mountain bowed and asked for orders. Up in the void, Buddha, Shilai, looked down below. After a long while, he raised his right hand, and an incomparably powerful Buddha's might permeated the air, dispelling the murderous aura that filled the air above Buddha Mountain. In front, Si Hang, Aaron, and Jiming turned their heads and looked at Buddha west in the void. Their expressions froze. Above the void, a Buddha's palm descended from the sky, spanning 100 feet and pressing down on the three people in front. Si Hang raised his hand, his murderous aura surging as he directly faced it. The two strongest giants of Buddha Mountain exchanged blows. There was a loud bang, and the entire world seemed to be about to split apart. The collision of the palms shocked everyone present. Si Hang Bodhisattva actually took on Buddha West's move head-on. In the void, Buddha West frowned. The golden alms bowl in his hand flew out. The treasure of Buddha Mountain Town once again pressed down on the three people. In front, Si Hang didn't show any weakness. The willow branches in his hand flew out from the vase in his hand and quickly took root in the void, spreading in all directions. The Buddha's light shone, slaying gods and suppressing demons. However, it was blocked by the willow branches in the sky, and the brilliance couldn't shine down. Under the willow branches, Si Hang Bodhisattva formed a seal with one hand. His divine essence poured into the willow branches, blocking the power of the golden alms bowl. Buddha West, you can't keep Si Hang. Si Hang Bodhisattva looked at the Buddha in the void and said calmly, on Buddha Mountain, 2/5 realm great mediums fought. Their artifacts and cultivation were evenly matched, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. Si Hang is actually so capable. Seeing this situation, the ancient Buddhas were shocked. Si Hang Bodhisattva's strength was second only to the Buddha Lord. This was a well-known fact. However, no one thought that Si Hang Bodhisattva would have the strength to be on equal footing with the Buddha Lord. Let's go, Si Hang Bodhisattva said, and turned to leave with the two people. The three of them went down the mountain, and the willow branches that filled the void disappeared. Seeing the three of them leave, Buddha West's eyes kept flashing, but he didn't stop them. Si Hang, you have really made me look at you in a different light. Under Buddha Mountain, the three of them walked down the mountain. They were covered in wind and frost, and their faces were even more tired. The trip to Buddha Mountain seemed to be a daunting experience, but in fact it was full of danger. At every moment, there was the danger of losing their lives. Si Hang, thank you. At the foot of the mountain, King Aaron looked at the person in front of her and said, Si Hang Bodhisattva nodded and said, it's nothing. I also thank you for making me truly make up my mind to leave this man-eating Buddha Mountain. King Aaron sighed softly and said, you're too sentimental. You always thought that Buddha Mountain would recognize its mistakes one day. However, these Buddhas are so afraid of death. How could they give up on the way to immortality? It's my fault, Si Hang Bodhisattva said softly. Si Hang, what are your plans from now on? King Aaron asked. Si Hang Bodhisattva looked at the land of Buddha world in front of him and said, forgive me. Buddha Mountain has made too many mistakes these years. It's time for someone to make up for it. King Aaron's expression turned serious and said, this is an extremely difficult path. Si Hang, have you really thought it through? Yes. Si Hang Bodhisattva nodded softly. King Aaron sighed again in her heart and didn't try to persuade him. She looked at the man beside her and said, Jiming, what about you? Increase my strength and reach the 5th realm, Ningchen said without hesitation. King Aaron's eyes flashed and said, I've never seen you so eager to increase your strength. Did something happen? Ningchen nodded and said, Xing soul was taken away by Wu Yu heaven. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible and take back Xing soul. Wu Yu heaven. Hearing this, Aaron Ming King's expression changed slightly. Are you sure, Jimeng? She asked solemnly. Yes, Ningchen replied. Wu Yu heaven's strength is above mine. Si Heng Bodhisattva said calmly. Ningchen looked at Bodhisattva and retracted the demonic aura around him, returning to his original appearance. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Ningchen bowed and said, If not for Bodhisattva's help today, AI ran and I wouldn't have escaped so easily. Si Heng Bodhisattva looked at the young man and said softly, AI Ran has changed a lot in the human world. Young man, what's your relationship with AI Ran? Friend, Ningchen said calmly, a true friend. After looking at him for a long time, Si Heng Bodhisattva nodded and said, A Buddha is not a Buddha, and a demon is not a demon. Young man, I'll leave AI Ran to you. She has just returned to the God world and hasn't fully recovered her strength. You must protect her well. As long as I'm alive, she will be fine. Ningchen promised. Si Heng Bodhisattva nodded and left without saying anything. After Si Heng left, Ningchen looked at the woman beside him and said softly, Let's go. King Aaron nodded and left with him. Where are we going? King Aaron asked. First to the heaven realm to confirm something. Ningchen said. What is it? King Aaron asked again. Not long ago, I slaughtered the vermilion bird shrine of the Pantheon and received news that the Qilin Pavilion Lord of the Pantheon has come out of seclusion and is preparing to attack the Sunrise Divine Palace. I must confirm if this is true. Ningchen said. The Sunrise Divine Palace. King Aaron's eyes narrowed and said, How is that possible? The Sunrise Flood God is a famous war god in the God world. The Pantheon is actually going to attack him. The Vermilion Bird Divine Lord said this himself. Ningchen said calmly. The two headed east. At the same time in the Buddha world, Bodhisattva was walking among the common people, doing good and atoning for sins. Behind Bodhisattva, there were many children who were happily singing songs. Along the way, there were many crippled beggars who were on the verge of starvation. Bodhisattva squatted down and pressed his hand on the beggar's broken leg. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The beggar's broken leg quickly grew back, shocking everyone. Chapter 1400. In the land of Buddhism, after the chaos of Buddha Mountain, the number of monks walking in the world decreased significantly. The monks who exorcised ghosts and demons disappeared. Ghosts and monsters ran rampant everywhere in the Buddhism world, and the people had no way to make a living. The balance that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years was broken. In order to live forever, the Buddhas were still eating away at the vitality of their believers. The number of resentful spirits increased day by day, but there were not enough monks to convert these resentful spirits. Thousands of resentful spirits from all over the Buddhism world entered the mortal world from the mountains and rivers, and began to disturb the living beings of the Buddhism world. For a time the people mourned. All the people and believers prayed for the Buddhas of Buddha Mountain to appear and get rid of the ghosts and monsters for the common people. However, Buddha Mountain chose to remain silent. In the chaos of Buddha Mountain, Bodhisattva Tsihong took action. Many arhats and bodhisattvas also died. The vitality of the entire Buddha Mountain was greatly damaged, and they had to rest temporarily. The people of the Buddhism world could bear it for a day or two. However, as time passed, the chaos of the ghosts and monsters became more and more serious, and the rumors in the world began to increase. 3 people became wolves. 5 people became tigers. The more the rumors spread, the more chaotic it became. Many believers began to doubt the existence of Buddha. The faith of Buddha Mountain was greatly damaged because of this. As a last resort, bodhisattvas and arhats on Buddha Mountain personally went down the mountain to get rid of the ghosts and monsters for the world. However, there were too many ghosts and monsters in the world. Even if more than half of the bodhisattvas and arhats on Buddha Mountain were mobilized, it was difficult to get rid of all the ghosts and monsters in a short time. The appearance of Buddha Mountain reduced the rumors in the world. However, no one expected that this was just the final radiance of the setting sun before the arrival of the storm. On a stormy night, more than half of the bodhisattvas and arhats who went down the mountain died tragically overnight. Blood dyed the entire land of the Buddhism world red. It was shocking. When the Buddhas of Buddha Mountain heard the news, they were in an uproar and could not believe it. Who did it? Fear rose in the hearts of the Buddhas. It was not possible for one person to kill so many bodhisattvas and arhats in one night. The Buddhas thought of the root cause of the chaos of Buddha Mountain a few days ago, but they quickly denied it. No matter how strong that demon was, it was only one person. It was impossible for him to kill so many bodhisattvas and arhats in one night. Buddha. Among the Buddhas, the ancient Buddha of the Green Tower looked at Buddha west in the void and bowed respectfully and said, "Please use your great power to find out who did it." In the void, above the golden lotus, Buddha west approaches nodded. He closed his eyes and golden light shone from the center of his brows as his Buddha eye opened. The Buddha's eye, which had been cultivated for tens of thousands of years, could observe the mysteries of heaven and predict good or bad luck. It was one of the great supernatural powers of Buddha west that could intimidate Buddha Mountain. After examining for a long time, the Buddha eye between west approaches Buddha's eyebrows vanished. He opened his eyes and said with a heavy expression, "The demon world." As soon as he finished speaking, all the Buddhas were shocked. The demonic world? Hadn't those people disappeared for tens of thousands of years? Buddha, the four-browed ancient Buddha, said in a deep voice, "Could it be that the demon lord of the demon realm has already come out of seclusion?" "I'm not sure yet. The devil realm is too far away from the Buddha realm. I am unable to see the situation in the devil realm. However, those people who attacked my Buddha Mountain are undoubtedly from the devil realm." When the Buddhas heard this, their expressions became very ugly. This was going to be troublesome. Last time when the devil world was in chaos, the Buddha world joined hands with the God world and paid a heavy price to heavily injure the devil world's supreme being. When all the devils returned to the devil world, the Buddha world's vitality was greatly damaged because of this, and they only recovered after recuperating for 10,000 years. The reappearance of such a person from the devil realm was really bad news. Could it be that the young man that AI Ran brought back to Buddha Mountain a few days ago is an emissary from the devil realm? The four-browed ancient Buddha said with a solemn expression, "Otherwise, why would the devil realm's people make a move at this time?" "It shouldn't be." Buddha West shook his head and denied. "That young man came from the human world and has nothing to do with the devil realm. As for why the devil realm's people would appear at this time, we still need to investigate." Just when the Buddhas of Buddha Mountain were starting to panic on the Buddha world's land, a man in black clothes appeared. His face was covered with a black cloth covering his face. Behind the man in black, there were many experts from the devil realm following behind him. Each of them had strength comparable to the ancient gods and devils. They were extremely powerful. "Grand Commander, they have all been killed." Behind the black-clothed man, a woman with an exquisite figure walked forward and reported. "Very good." The man in black nodded. His gaze looked at the Buddha world in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. For tens of thousands of years, the devil realm was defeated in the war back then, and had no choice but to retreat to the barren land of the devil realm. Now the time had come. It was time for them to counterattack. It was time for those man-eating Buddhas of Buddha Mountain to pay the price for their cowardice. "Grand Commander, do you need our people to continue spreading rumors?" The woman spoke and asked. "No need." The man in black looked ahead and his eyes narrowed slightly. He said, "Next, don't let our people appear again. The people of the Buddha world have already started to suspect the existence of Buddha Mountain. In addition to the rumors that we have been spreading these days, the foundation of Buddha Mountain is starting to shake. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. She said, "Speaking of which, we still have to thank that young man. If it wasn't for him killing so many green-robed monks and breaking the balance that the Buddha world had maintained for tens of thousands of years, we wouldn't have been able to counterattack so quickly." Hearing the woman talking about the young man, the man in black's expression turned serious. He said, "Have you found out his identity?" "Yes," the woman said softly. "He is the person that Yao Yu wanted to bring back to the Devil Realm. However, in order to protect him, Yao Yu died in the hands of the people of the God world." When the man in black heard this, he clenched his fist so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. "Yao Yu, how could you be so foolish? Grand Commander, do you need our people to take action and bring that young man back?" The woman asked. "Not for now." The man in black suppressed the waves in his heart and said in a deep voice, "The big picture is more important. Now, our target is Buddha Mountain. Other than that, we don't need to care about anything else." "Yes." The woman accepted the order. "There is one more thing." The man in black looked at the land of the Buddha world and said seriously, "Benevolent Bodhisattva has left Mount Meru. Tell our people not to provoke this person." "Understood." The woman nodded in response. Benevolent Bodhisattva's reputation was known even in the Devil Realm. This Bodhisattva was kind and unwilling to kill. His strength was indeed terrifying and not inferior to the Lord of Buddha Mountain. The reason why Mount Meru was so strong was because of the existence of benevolent Bodhisattva. Fortunately, this Bodhisattva had left Mount Meru. Buddha Mountain's strength was greatly reduced, and their chances had increased. Just as the Buddha world was facing internal and external troubles and was beginning to show signs of chaos, in the south of the Buddha world, a white-robed Bodhisattva was walking the world, doing good deeds and accumulating merit. Behind the Bodhisattva, there were more and more believers who were willing to follow him without asking for anything in return. Benevolent Bodhisattva persuaded several times, but the believers were still unwilling to leave. In the end, they could only let it be. In a few months, benevolent Bodhisattva stepped across thousands of miles of Buddha Mountain, just to save all living beings and to atone for his actions of helping the evildoers for tens of thousands of years. In the days of atonement, benevolent Bodhisattva encountered ghosts and monsters that wreaked havoc in the world more than once. In the end, benevolent Bodhisattva chose to be merciful. After dispelling the resentment on the ghosts and monsters, he let them return to the mountains and forests. The sins left behind by the Buddhas eating humans should not be borne by the common people, let alone these vengeful spirits. On Mount Meru, more than once, there were envoys who came to persuade benevolent Bodhisattva to return to Buddha Mountain. However, each time it ended in failure. After deciding to leave Buddha Mountain, benevolent Bodhisattva had no intention of returning. Buddhas did not necessarily have to go up the mountain. Similarly, Buddhas on the mountain were not necessarily Buddhas. Bodhisattva! There are rumors everywhere these days that the Buddhas of Buddha Mountain rely on eating humans to live forever. Is this true? Behind benevolent Bodhisattva, one of the believers asked. Hearing this, benevolent Bodhisattva fell silent. After a moment, he nodded and said, "It's true." As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar, somewhat unable to accept it. "Bodhisattva, have you eaten humans before?" Another believer asked anxiously. Benevolent Bodhisattva shook his head gently and said, "No, I don't need to eat humans to live forever." When the believers heard this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to hear that this merciful Bodhisattva had eaten humans before. Bodhisattva, could it be that those ghosts in the world are really transformed from the humans that the Buddhas of Buddha Mountain ate after they died? The believer who spoke earlier continued to ask, Yes. Since things had come to this, benevolent Bodhisattva did not hide it anymore, and replied. The believers fell silent. After a long time, a believer finally could not suppress the anger in his heart and said, Bodhisattva, all these years are the Buddhas that we believe in just a bunch of man-eating demons. Benevolent Bodhisattva sighed softly and nodded. Yes. Faced with the continuous questioning of the believers, benevolent Bodhisattva could only admit one by one. The sins that Buddha Mountain had committed over the years could no longer be concealed. Buddhas eating humans was such a shocking thing. However, this was the truth and no one could deny it. At the same time in the Buddha world, Ning Chun and AI Ran were heading east. They witnessed everything that happened in the Buddha world. The chaos in the Buddha world was already unstoppable. Under the spreading of rumors, the believers of the Buddha world went from disbelief to suspicion and then to anger. Gradually, more and more believers believed in the rumors, smashing the Buddha shrines and destroying the temples. AI Ran witnessed the changes in the Buddha world and her heart ached. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Ning Chen only advised and did not say anything else. Man-eating Buddhas should not be left in this world. If the Buddha world could be cleansed this time, it might be a good thing for the people of the Buddha world. Temporary chaos in exchange for long-term peace, it was worth it. Knowing destiny, I want to recover my cultivation as soon as possible. AI Ran said softly. Ning Chen stopped and said, I will do my best to help you. Thank you. AI Ran smiled and said, I know that the White Tiger Temple has a treasure that's most suitable for cultivation. Why don't we snatch it? What is it? Ning Chen did not understand. Source Crystal Pagoda. AI Ran said softly. It said that cultivating in the Source Crystal Pagoda will increase one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. However, the Source Crystal Pagoda is the treasure of the White Tiger Temple. There will definitely be many experts guarding it. White Tiger Temple. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed coldly. Wasn't that the branch of the temple of all gods in the Buddha world? Since it was an enemy, he did not need to worry about anything. All right, let's do it. Ning Chen agreed. Chapter 1401. East of the Buddha world, the White Tiger Shrine. The majestic shrine sat on the Buddha world's land. Even in a world where Buddhism reigned supreme, it held a position that could not be ignored. The Pantheon Temple's reputation resounded throughout the 5 regions. The biggest contribution was that there were branches of the Pantheon Temple in the 5 regions of the divine world. Moreover, each branch was overseen by a fiend god expert. The Pantheon Temple was different from the other major sects in the divine world. Its existence was more like an alliance. Experts from all over the divine world gathered together for different purposes. Under normal circumstances, they were not required to work for the Pantheon Temple. However, when something major happened, these experts were required to lend a hand. The Pantheon Temple's freedom was unmatched by any other force. This was also the reason why the Pantheon Temple's power was so huge that it far surpassed the other forces. However, everything had its pros and cons. The alliance of the Pantheon Temple meant that the Pantheon Temple's unity was not as strong as the other major sections. This was especially true for a force like the Buddha Mountain that relied on faith as its foundation. Of course, the current Buddha Mountain's faith was on the verge of collapse. The situation was precarious. After the calamity of the Buddha Mountain, the Buddha world fell into chaos. With the devil world adding fuel to the fire, riots broke out everywhere in the Buddha world. The White Tiger Shrine, which had been silent for a long time, also made a move and began to develop its own force. Inside the majestic White Tiger Shrine, there were god-fiend experts constantly leaving to expand the territory of the White Tiger Shrine. This was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. Before this, the Buddha Mountain's rule over the Buddha world was beyond imagination, suppressing the other forces to the point that they could barely breathe. The same was true for the White Tiger Shrine. Faith was indeed a terrifying thing at times. It could make people lose their rationality and fall into madness. This was also the biggest reason why the Buddha mountain had been prosperous for tens of thousands of years. Billions of believers supported the Buddha mountain. Such a large base made the Buddhas of the Buddha mountain immortal. Therefore, when Ji Ming killed the azure-robed monk and shook the foundation of the Buddha mountain was enraged. It was an indisputable fact that the Buddha mountain had begun to show signs of decline. The White Tiger Shrine, which had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, took the opportunity to strengthen itself and frantically expand its forces. With so many fiend god experts leaving the Pantheon Temple, the White Tiger Shrine had yet to return from the Heaven Realm. The Pantheon Temple's defense was unprecedentedly weak. Ning Chen and Aaron Ming Wang saw this opportunity and rushed over from thousands of miles away. The heavens are really helping me. In the sky, Ning Chen looked at the scene before him and said with a smile, God Lord White Tiger's absence is indeed a good opportunity. Aaron Ming Monarch said after scanning the area with her divine sense, Do you know the specific location of the Origin Crystal Tower? Ning Chen asked, I know. Aaron Ming King's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Before I went to the human world, I had already found out the location of the Origin Crystal Tower, but I didn't have the chance to do so. So you've been eyeing this thing for a long time. Ning Chen smiled. Since that's the case, there's no need to hesitate. Let's snatch it. All right. Aaron Ming Monarch replied. She leaped into the air and charged forward. Behind them, demonic qi gushed out from Ning Chen's body, and his demonic figure appeared. His figure flashed as he chased after them. Inside the White Tiger Shrine, the 10 divine demon experts who were guarding the shrine sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching them. Their expressions changed. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures appeared outside the White Tiger Shrine and rushed directly into the shrine. Enemy invasion. One of the divine demon experts saw the situation and shouted loudly. As soon as he said that, 10 divine demon experts appeared in the White Tiger Shrine. They unleashed all their techniques to stop the invaders. Half each. Inside the shrine, Ning Chen said. He took out his demonic sword and charged forward. Aaron Ming, Monarch, agreed. She condensed her pink aura and unleashed all her techniques. Her cultivation that was infinitely close to the 5th level reappeared. Her every move was filled with killing intent. The 2 of them faced 5 divine demon experts each and unleashed their full combat power. Amidst the rumbling, the runes in the White Tiger Shrine were awakened. Ning Chen waved his hand, an immortal trapping sword appeared and stabbed it into the ground. The immortal sword unleashed its power, and the runes in the White Tiger Shrine collapsed rapidly. Spiritual qi kept surging toward the immortal trapping sword. The 10 divine demon experts felt the terrifying aura of the immortal sword, and their expressions changed. Immortal trapping sword. How could it be? Weren't the 4 immortal slaying swords lost in the ancient era? How could a battle between experts allow for a moment of distraction? The moment the 10 divine demon experts' minds were shaken, Ning Chen and Aaron Ming Monarch immediately rushed forward and attacked the divine demon experts closest to them. Demonic qi and Buddhist qi exploded. The 2 divine demon experts flew out and stained the shrine with blood. After severely injuring the 2, Ning Chen and Aaron Ming Monarch did not stop and continued to attack the remaining 8 divine demon experts. Inside the temple, as the great formation heated up, countless formation runes were destroyed. The White Tiger Temple shook and showed signs of collapse. At this moment, a beast roar shook the heavens and earth from the depths of the shrine. Amidst the roar, a huge white tiger appeared in front of everyone. It was the size of a small mountain, and its aura was shocking. Seeing the sudden appearance of the White Tiger divine beast, Ning Chen was not too surprised. He was no stranger to the scene. Aaron, I'll leave these people to you, Ning Chen said as his silhouette flashed out, flying towards the divine White Tiger with his sword in hand. Seeing this, the 4 divine demon experts' faces darkened and chased after him. I'll be your opponent." At this moment, Aaron Ming Monarch's figure appeared in front of them. She clenched her fist and struck out, forcing the 4 divine demon experts back. Knowing destiny escaped from the battle, Aaron Ming Monarch was facing 8 divine demon experts alone, and her face was grim. She knew very well that she had to stop these 8 divine demon experts before knowing destiny could deal with the beast's soul. "You're courting death." The 8 divine demon experts' eyes were filled with killing intent as they charged forward together. The Dharma is boundless. Aaron Ming Monarch formed a Buddhist finger with her right hand, and her Buddhist chi erupted. Under the powerful Buddhist chi, she blocked the 8 divine demon experts. In the world of pink, Aaron Ming Monarch fought against 8 divine demon experts alone. Her slender hand turned into metal and stone, and every move she made was indestructible. The intense battle rumbled incessantly. The 8 divine demon experts were fighting Aaron Ming Monarch, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. While everyone was fighting, Ning Qin arrived before the white tiger divine statue. His demonic sword was covered in black flames as he slashed down. With a loud boom, the white tiger divine weapon clawed at him with its sharp claws. The white tiger divine weapon, which was famous for its slaughter, displayed an astonishing attack. Its sharp claws tore through the air and split rocks. After exchanging a few blows, Ning Qin was at a disadvantage due to his physical body. 8 heavenly demon transformations set the world. A cold look flashed across Ning Qin's face. With a deep roar, the 8 demonic transformations appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic aura around Ning Qin's body surged, and his body rose to 10,000 feet in an instant. Suddenly, the mountain-like white tiger divine statue in front of him became so small. Ning Qin stomped his foot, and with a loud boom, the white tiger divine statue was crushed under his foot. The demonic transformations destroyed the white tiger divine temple. The white tiger roared and struggled to fly out. After the statue was destroyed, a wisp of the white tiger divine spirit hidden in the statue flew out. Its powerful aura was still shocking. Ning Qin retracted the demonic aura around him, and his Dharma form dissipated. In the void, the white tiger divine spirit roared at the sky, and its figure flashed out as fast as lightning. Its sharp claws tore through the void. The white tiger divine spirit's attack was like a tidal wave. Ning Qin's figure flashed, dodging one attack after another. After 10 moves, he held his sword in front of him, and demonic flames engulfed the world. The surging demonic flames engulfed the battle and burned the white tiger divine spirit. The demonic flames burned the white tiger divine spirit as it roared in pain. Its bestial instincts were aroused, and its attacks became even more berserk. A beast is just a beast in the end. Ning Qin coldly snorted. He grabbed one of the white tiger divine spirit's claws and slashed down with his demonic sword. Boom! The white tiger divine spirit trembled violently as its claws were cut off. It was heavily injured. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Ning Qin's figure flashed out once more, his speed unparalleled in the world. The white tiger divine spirit's face was filled with fear as it turned to flee. However, who could be a match for a phoenix in terms of speed? As the demonic sword swept past, the white tiger divine spirit's body trembled, and its divine spirit quickly dissipated. Demonic aura surged around Ning Qin, completely devouring the white tiger divine spirit. In the heaven stage Qilin Temple, God, Lord White Tiger, sensed the death of the white tiger divine spirit, and his expression changed. Not good. God, Lord White Tiger, turned his gaze to the Western Buddha world and sternly said, "Something has happened to the White Tiger Divine Hall." At the center of the 4 symbols divine throne, God, Lord Qilin, opened his eyes and said, "First it was the Vermilion Bird Divine Hall, and now it's the White Tiger Divine Hall." It seems that someone has set their sights on the God Palaces. I will return for a while, God Lord White Tiger sternly said. God Lord Chila nodded. In the Western Buddha world, God Lord White Tiger's figure began to fade away. While God Lord White Tiger was leaving in the Eastern Buddha world, Ning Chan and Aaron were working together to slaughter the god-demon experts of the White Tiger Divine Hall. After half a day of battle, all 10 god-demon experts were slain. The White Tiger Divine Hall was in ruins. Bright King Aaron looked at the ruins of the Divine Hall and bellowed as she stomped the ground. Rumble! A crystalline divine tower slowly rose from the ruins of the White Tiger Divine Hall, dazzling with multicolored light. That's it. Bright King Aaron looked at the rising divine tower and said, "As expected, it's no ordinary treasure." Sensing the powerful pressure from the origin crystal tower, Ning Chen's expression turned grave. "Knowing destiny, I know that you have vast abilities. Take it away." Bright King Aaron looked at the man next to her and faintly smiled. Ning Chen nodded, and then he flew into the air above the origin crystal tower. Black and red energies began to swirl around his body, and they began to engulf the divine tower like a swamp. With a bellow, the image of a giant black and red phoenix appeared behind Ning Chen, exuding a powerful pressure that even gods and demons could not match. A moment later, the phoenix opened its mouth and devoured the origin crystal tower. "Let's go." After doing this, Ning Chen withdrew his energy and said. Bright King Aaron nodded and followed. As the sun set in the west, a vortex of divine power appeared above the ruins of the White Tiger Divine Hall. A peerless expert walked out, his expression grim as he looked down at the scene below. God Lord White Tiger released his divine sense, and a few moments later he looked into the distance, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Demonic Qi and Buddhist Qi, demons and Buddhas, had actually joined forces. Chapter 1402. In the east of the Buddhist world, above the endless great wilderness, Wisdom King Jinming and Aaron King Ming flashed past and headed east. After destroying the White Tiger Temple and obtaining the Origin Crystal Tower, the two had left as quickly as possible to avoid the pursuers that could catch up at any time. There were many experts in the Temple of Gods, and the two were not arrogant enough to make an enemy out of the entire Temple of Gods. After a day and a night, the two of them sped eastward, and soon they were close to the heaven stage. "We're almost there." King Ai Ran looked into the distance and said, "Let's hurry." Ning Chen did not stop and continued to fly forward. King Ai Ran nodded and flew forward with him. The intersection of the two worlds was right in front of them. However, at this moment, clouds gathered in the sky behind them, and a powerful divine might rushed over at an increasing speed. Not good. Ning Chen sensed something and turned around, his expression changing slightly. He was no stranger to this kind of divine might. 5th level. There were less than 5 people in the Buddha world who could exert such a divine might, and this person's aura was so unfamiliar that it was clear who he was. God Lord White Tiger. Ai Ran, you go first. I'll stop him. Ning Chen turned around, stopped in his tracks, and said in a deep voice, "We'll go together." Aaron Ming Monarch stopped and said anxiously, "No one can leave if we go together. Hurry!" Ning Chen shouted, "I can't focus on the battle with you here. I have the Phoenix Extreme Speed and the Undying Demon Body. He can't kill me." "Then be careful. You must come back alive. I'll wait for you in front." King Ai Ran's body trembled, and after a moment, she finally made up her mind and continued to fly forward. Seeing King Ai Ran leave, Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the sky with a heavy expression. This aura was not weaker than Bodhisattva Ci Hang's. Perhaps Bodhisattva Ci Hang had held back, but God Lord White Tiger's divine might was not something he could resist. "It's you." A white-clothed figure descended from the sky amidst the surging clouds. His incomparably powerful aura caused the heavens and earth to tremble under the pressure. God Lord White Tiger, a famous 5th-level expert, had personally appeared to hunt down the two who had taken the Origin Crystal Tower. Ning Chen waved his hand. Demonic chi surged, and the demonic sword materialized and flew into his hand. Without saying a single word, Ning Chen's figure flashed out with extreme speed, and he struck first to gain the initiative. God Lord White Tiger raised his hand to block the demonic sword, then looked at the white-haired youth in front of him and said in a low voice, "First you destroyed the Vermilion Bird Shrine. Then you stole my White Tiger Shrine's Origin Crystal Pagoda. Young man, you've truly made me see you in a new light." "You flatter me," Ning Chen replied coldly. Then he turned his sword around and slashed at the former's throat. Clang! God Lord White Tiger waved his hand to push aside the demon's sword. His body of flesh and blood was superior to any divine weapon in the world. Ning Chen's expression hardened. God Lord White Tiger would not be easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Ning Chen quickly formed a seal with his left hand. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged between heaven and earth, converging and taking shape. The divergent yellow secret technique appeared once more. 8 dragons roared through the air, augmenting the demonic might. Ning Chen took a step forward, and his silhouette flashed out. He slashed out with his sword, and 8 dragons roared as they rushed out. A futile struggle. God Lord White Tiger raised his hand, grabbed one of the dragons and crushed it to pieces. Rumble. Even though his powerful physical body and the divergent yellow secret art could not shake God Lord White Tiger in the slightest. Behind him, the other 7 dragons charged at him. Similarly, the dragons were obliterated by God Lord White Tiger's might and returned to the world. Ning Chen's eyes widened, his expression turning grim. How could this fellow's physical body be so formidable? What, is this the only way? In the air, God Lord White Tiger took a step forward, and in a flash, the space for 10,000 li around him collapsed and was obliterated. Ning Chen immediately retreated upon seeing this, but he was still forced back several steps by the divine might. This was an astonishing expert, one who far surpassed Imperial Dao experts. Not even immortal Lord experts could compare. For the first time in several thousand years, God Lord White Tiger had used his invincible physical body to force a life-knowing expert into dire straits. Monster! Ning Chen suppressed the raging demonic energy in his heart and turned to flee. You can't leave! God Lord White Tiger raised his hands, and dazzling white light illuminated the world. Even the laws of the world began to crumble in this white light. As the white light descended, Ning Chen's body began to crumble, blood gushing out in all directions. But at this moment, the eternal demon body manifested its power and began to rapidly regenerate and repair his wounds. Destruction and rebirth were in a constant cycle, but Ning Chen clenched his teeth and continued to flee. He did not believe that God Lord White Tiger could maintain such a monstrous technique for very long. As expected, 10 seconds after the white light descended, God Lord White Tiger withdrew, his brow creasing as he stared the fleeing youth. God Lord White Tiger took a step forward, using spatial reduction to pursue. In order to not affect King Aaron, Ning Chen changed directions and fled to the north. He moved faster and faster, but he still could not shake off God Lord White Tiger. Realm 5 experts had more or less grasped space laws, and with a major realm difference, the Phoenix found it difficult to gain the upper hand in terms of speed. After chasing for a long time, God Lord White Tiger began to grow impatient. In the air, God Lord White Tiger punched through space and continued to advance. Ning Chen sensed an intense danger from this attack that transcended time and space, and he instinctively dodged. Boom! The fist energy brushed past his shoulder, bringing with it a shower of blood. White bone appeared on Ning Chen's left shoulder, and the bone was covered in cracks. God Lord White Tiger's astonishing strength had actually managed to injure a life-knowing expert 100 li away. Ning Chen endured the pain in his left shoulder, and primal chaos devil Qi surged around his body, rapidly healing his injuries. His bone healed and his flesh regrew. Ning Chen's left shoulder was as good as new, and if not for the fact that his clothes were still stained with blood, it would have been impossible to see any injuries. The eternal demon body, forged from karmic fire, had saved life-knowing experts time and time again, and it had remained intact under God, Lord White Tiger's powerful attacks. Let's see how long you can last. God, Lord White Tiger once more raised his hand and thrust out a palm, causing the space several thousand li in front of him to tremble and collapse. Ning Chen's body flew 1,000 li away, avoiding God, Lord White Tiger's palm energy as he looked forward with a grim expression. If he continued to flee, he would be killed by God, Lord White Tiger sooner or later. He had to think of a way. Ning Chen looked to the north and thought for a long time. Finally, he hardened his heart and began to rush forward. At the edge of the Buddha world, in the northern sea, 2 figures were flying through the sea, so fast that it was difficult to see them clearly. Old monster, if you're not afraid of death, follow me. Ning Chen turned his head and cursed, then charged down into the sea below. In the air, God Lord White Tiger's eyes flashed with killing intent. Without much hesitation, God Lord White Tiger also flew into the sea and pursued. Below the sea, countless underwater creatures trembled in fear when they felt the terrifying pressure from the 2 of them. The deeper they went into the sea, the less visibility they could see. However, these 2 were no ordinary people. They released their divine senses and continued forward. A hint of anxiety flashed through Ning Chen's face, and he did not even try to conceal his energy. Little Kuan Peng, the time for you to repay your debt has come. God Lord White Tiger was hot on his heels, constantly closing the distance. Roar! Finally, a furious roar came from the depths of the sea, and the entire sea began to roil. The 2 figures in the sea were immediately affected, and the shaking made it difficult for them to stand. Ning Chen rejoiced. It was finally here. Roar! The furious roar rang out once more. At this moment, a massive black silhouette appeared around the pair, its head and tail impossible to see. The Kuan Peng opened its mouth and swallowed up all the living beings in a radius of 1,000 li, including the pair. Ha ha ha! Within the Kuan Peng dimension, Ning Chen looked at God Lord White Tiger and arrogantly laughed. Caught off guard, he was swallowed up by the Kuan Peng. God Lord White Tiger's face darkened as he charged forward and swatted at the youth. Old monster, you can spend the rest of your life here. This old man won't keep you company. Ning Chen cursed, and then his body began to glow with light. A few seconds later, he vanished. Ning Chen's figure appeared in the sea, and as he looked at the Kuan Peng, he had never felt so close to it. Little Kuan Peng, many thanks. Ning Chen patted the Kuan Peng's massive head and smiled. Buh! The Kuan Peng softly replied. I couldn't deal with that old monster, so I have to thank you this time. Ning Chen smiled as he looked at the sky above the ocean and said, All right, AI Ran is still waiting for me. I have to go back. Buh! The Kuan Peng reluctantly replied and then rubbed its head against Ning Chen's. I really have to go. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Right? You're so powerful, but you still can't take human form? Ning Chen asked in confusion. Buh! The Kuan Peng shook its head and replied, You're quite special. Ning Chen gloomily said, Other monster beasts and divine beasts could take human form at the 3rd or 4th level. But the Kuan Peng was almost at the 5th level, and yet it still couldn't leave its monster form. He had thought that it would be great if he could bring such a good fighter with him. It seemed that he couldn't have all the good things in the world. I'm going. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Ning Chun waved his hand and then flew into the air above the sea. On the surface of the sea, Ning Chun rushed out and headed southeast. At the border between the Heaven Realm and the Buddha Realm, King Aaron anxiously waited for an entire day, but knowing destiny still hadn't arrived. Just when King Aaron couldn't wait any longer and was about to go back to search for knowing destiny, a white streak of light flew over and appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Ning Chun stopped in his tracks and said apologetically. Aaron stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ning Chun smiled. "I'm unharmed." Aaron looked at the tattered clothes on the former's body and giggled. "You're really unscathed." Ning Chun smiled awkwardly. He had already used up the clothes he prepared, and he couldn't make another one appear out of thin air. "Where's God, Lord White Tiger?" King Aaron asked in confusion. "It's a long story." Ning Chun smiled. To put it simply, he was eaten by a big fish. Aaron Ming King was puzzled. Big fish? What kind of big fish could eat a 5th level expert? Let's go first. I'll tell you in detail on the way. Ning Chun said with a smile and continued to walk forward. With the Origin Crystal Tower, he and Aaron could reach the 5th level faster. At that time, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state when facing an expert like God, Lord White Tiger. Chapter 1403. The Heaven Realm was the center of the magnificent God Realm. Countless large sects stood there, and it was the most powerful realm in the God Realm. When King Zhiming and King Aaron arrived, they headed straight for the God's Palace. The Qilin Temple was the headquarters of the God's Palace in the Heaven Realm. There were countless experts there, and the current divine Lord Qilin was a peerless 5th level expert. He was as famous as the other 4 strongest experts in the other 4 levels. However, since divine Lord Qilin went into seclusion 10,000 years ago, the God's Palace had kept a low profile. After 10,000 years of silence, the Shuayun clan and Sunrise Divine Palace gradually surpassed them. Now that divine Lord Qilin had come out of seclusion and the God's Palace had returned to the world, the situation in the Heaven Realm had changed. In just a few months, experts from various forces had gathered in Qilin City to pay their respects. A 5th level expert was a true strongest at any time, and they had absolute authority in any large sect. No one knew how many 5th level experts there were in the God Realm, but there were definitely not many of them. The God Realm was the top plane in the world, but even so, it could only accommodate a limited number of 5th level experts. On this day, King Zhiming and King Aaron appeared on a mountain in the west of the Qilin Temple. They looked at the city in the distance and stopped. "Qilin City is right in front of us. Do you want to go?" King Aaron asked the man beside her. "No hurry." Ning Chun shook his head and said, "You haven't fully recovered. There's no need to rush." As he spoke, a small crystal tower flew out of his hand. A moment later, the tower grew rapidly and descended from the sky. As soon as the Origin Crystal Tower appeared, the spiritual energy in the surroundings gathered and rushed toward the tower. Ning Chun formed a seal with his hands and set up a restriction around the tower. He turned to the woman behind him and said calmly, "Let's go." King Aaron nodded and stepped into the Origin Crystal Tower. The world inside the pagoda was filled with multicolored rays of light. An endless stream of heaven's spiritual qi surged violently and was abnormally dense. Ning Chun looked at her and said, "How long will it take for you to recover to the 5th level?" King Aaron felt the rich spiritual energy around her and said seriously, "At least 100 years, maybe even longer." Ning Chun narrowed his eyes. AI Ran was reincarnated. Logically speaking, it should not be difficult for her to recover her cultivation. He did not expect that it would still take so long. It seemed that the 5th level was indeed a realm with extremely harsh requirements. "Let's cultivate first. We'll talk about other things later," Ning Chun said. Bodhisattva Ci Hang once said that Wu Yutian's cultivation base was above hers. If he wanted to snatch back Xianyu's soul, he would have to reach the 5th level first. Although he was very anxious, he could not lose his rationality. Yes. At the front, Erin Ming King nodded. Golden light rose around her as a golden lotus appeared to assist her in her cultivation. Not far away, Ning Chen sat down cross-legged. Demonic qi surged around him as he too began to cultivate. Since arriving in the divine world, Ning Chen had fought countless battles and devoured countless divine world experts in just a few short years. After he started cultivating, Ning Chen's blood, qi, surged violently, and the divine origin of the divine world's experts that he had devoured burst out one after another. Ning Chen used the demonic fire in his body to refine these divine sources. He tried his best to turn them into his own power. The two began to cultivate. Outside the origin crystal tower, a vortex of spiritual energy stirred, but the divine seal concealed the ripples of spiritual energy. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Under the leadership of God Lord Qilin, Qilin Temple once more appeared before the world. The Temple of the Gods had regained its prestige. Tens of thousands of divine world experts had come to join them, and the Temple of the Gods was rapidly growing in strength. Within Qilin Temple, the various temple lords who had been waiting for a long time had yet to see God Lord White Tiger return. Something's wrong. In the east, God Lord Azure Dragon sternly said, God Lord White Tiger has been gone for several months. He should have returned by now. Could something have happened? In the south, God Lord Vermilion Bird frowned. It shouldn't be. In the north, God Lord Black Tortoise shook his head. God Lord White Tiger's strength is extraordinary. Besides those few people, there shouldn't be anyone in this world capable of injuring him. In the center, God Lord Qilin looked to the west. After a long while he said, God Lord White Tiger truly did have an accident. When the 3 temple masters heard this, they frowned and looked confused. The Kuan-Pung, God Lord Qilin sternly said, when God Lord White Tiger returned, the Kuan-Pung of the Northern Sea domain acted strangely. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it, but now that I think about it, something must have happened to God Lord White Tiger at that time. The Kuan-Pung? God Lord Vermilion Bird frowned. The Kuan-Pung is at the bottom of the Northern Sea domain. Why would God Lord White Tiger go there? I also do not know. God Lord Qilin shook his head. However, this is the only explanation. Otherwise, God Lord White Tiger would have returned long ago. Then let's make a trip to the Northern Sea domain and bring God Lord White Tiger back, God Lord Azure Dragon suggested. It's not that simple. The Kuan-Pung is at the bottom of the sea. There, besides the Kuan-Pung, everyone's cultivation is suppressed. Anyone who dares to attack the Kuan-Pung there is seeking death. Not even you, God Lord Qilin. God Lord Vermilion Bird frowned. Outside the sea, I can easily deal with the Kuan-Pung, but the bottom of the sea, I still have to give it some leeway, God Lord Qilin honestly said. The trio's expressions darkened at God Lord Qilin's words. The Kuan-Pung's astonishing ability was truly troublesome. This matter is not urgent. God Lord White Tiger is strong enough to protect himself. Once I think of a suitable method, I will go and rescue him, God Lord Qilin said. The trio nodded and closed their eyes, no longer speaking. The sun rose and set, the moon set, and the moon rose again. Time continued to pass, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Origin Crystal Tower had been sitting on the northern peak of divine Qilin City for several years, but no one had discovered it. The divine seal around the Origin Crystal Tower flickered, obscuring all auras. Within the Origin Crystal Tower, the pressure around Ning Chen's body grew stronger and stronger. After refining all the divine origin, His cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th realm. But just when Ningchen was about to touch the barrier to the 5th realm, his cultivation speed rapidly slowed, and he remained stagnant for several months. 3 months later, Ningchen opened his eyes and withdrew his aura. In front of him, King Aaron had also woken up. She looked at the man in front of her and smiled. "You've encountered a bottleneck." Ningchen nodded. "It seems that I've underestimated the 5th realm. It's impossible to enter it just by cultivating. To enter the 5th realm, the most important things are opportunity and comprehension," King Aaron said softly. "However, you've already reached the peak of the 4th realm, and you can take this crucial step at any time. There's no need to rush. There's no need to rush." Ningchen rose to his feet, gazing at the multicolored origin crystal towers around him. "This tower is truly a treasure. Unfortunately, it won't be of much use in our hands." "What do you mean?" King Aaron asked, puzzled. "How about we send it to the human world?" Ningchen smiled. "I think Z and the others need this tower more than we do. It's not that we can't, but—" A troubled look flashed across King Aaron's face. "We can't guarantee where this tower will be sent. What if someone else obtains it? You don't have to worry about that." Ningchen smiled. "It's an ownerless item. Those who are capable will know. With Z and the other strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to obtain this tower. What I'm worried about is that if someone else obtains this tower first, Z and the others will give up fighting for it," King Aaron said softly. "Indeed, Z and Mu Qianshang won't fight for treasures. However, there's one exception," Ningchen said with a smile. Hearing that, a strange look flashed across King Aaron's eyes. Right, how could she forget about him? With him around, her worries were unnecessary. King Aaron came back to her senses and smiled. "Leave this to me. I have a way to send the origin crystal tower into the human world." "Then I'll have to trouble you," Ningchen said. After thousands of years of rest and recuperation, the human world had gradually entered the era of martial arts. Kings emerged one after another. An emperor's path was no longer out of reach. On this day, a 5-colored crystal tower descended from the sky. It was so eye-catching that it shocked the all-heaven starfield. "What treasure is that?" The various forces in the human world looked at the starfield with shock. Such a shocking phenomenon was unprecedented. In an instant, the various forces went crazy. "Snatch it!" There was only one word in everyone's mind. If they could get their hands on such a treasure, even reaching the Emperor's path would not be a dream. In the Crate Myrtle Divine Realm, Sovereign Gu Yao, who had already entered the Emperor's path and had inherited the might of the Crate Myrtle Realm Master, looked at the human world with a solemn expression. What treasure was that? Why would it have such a shocking fluctuation? "Earth Chief, go and bring that thing back." Sovereign Gu Yao ordered. "Yes." In the immortal realm, Emperor's aura filled the air. An Emperor Dao sovereign walked out and disappeared after receiving the order. At the same time, Emperor Dao sovereigns appeared in various starfields and rushed towards the location where the treasure had descended. 10 days later, in the Alcade starfield, a battle between Emperor Dao sovereigns broke out. In the end, the immortal realm Earth Chief suppressed everyone and obtained the treasure. In the distance, several figures appeared. They were just a step late, but the treasure already had an owner. "Let's go back." Xiazi retracted his gaze and said calmly, "Okay." Luofei nodded and left with the former. The Earth Chief took the Origin Crystal Tower and rushed towards the Crate Myrtle Divine Realm. He was on guard and did not dare to be careless. Just as the Earth Chief left the Alcade starfield, an arrow light pierced through the air without any warning. The powerful arrow light ignored distance and space and directly reached the Earth Chief's chest. The sudden crisis caused the Earth Chief's expression to change, and he hurriedly retreated. However, just as the Earth Chief retreated, Several more arrow lights came from afar and blocked his retreat. Unable to retreat, the Earth Chief roared and unleashed his Emperor Dao, Law, to block the arrow light. Boom! A violent collision sounded. Having lost the initiative, the Earth Chief's aura shook and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Leave the treasure, and I'll let you go." The violet-clothed Luo Xingqian swaggered out from the front and threatened. Chapter 1404. In the mortal realm, outside the Alcade Galaxy, Luo Xingqian was blocking the immortal realm Earthly Chief, and a great battle was about to break out. Although they were both emperors, Earthly Chief was injured first and had lost the initiative. Luo Xingqian moved, and the star-scar bow in his hand burst out a dazzling brilliance. Streaks of arrow light shot out, and in an instant it had formed a rain of arrows, sealing off all of Earthly Chief's escape routes. Earthly Chief's expression changed, and he activated his Emperor Realm cultivation base with both palms to block the arrow rain. The rumbling shook the starry sky, and Earthly Chief retreated again and again, falling into a disadvantageous position. The situation was unfavorable, and Earthly Chief's expression darkened. He gathered his Yuan Qi, and the air around him surged. The Emperor Realm Law suddenly burst out. In the starry sky, large stars collapsed and sand rolled, turning into a huge stone man. With a punch, the void was destroyed. It was a shocking scene. The stone man was 10,000 feet tall, and its huge fist smashed toward Luo Xingqian. Fuck! Seeing this, Luo Xingqian's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. Between the two, countless stars and boulders were smashed into pieces. Luo Xingqian's figure flashed, and he moved among them. After dodging a few moves, Luo Xingqian's expression darkened. He drew the star-scar bow, and a green arrow light shot out. The arrow was as fast as green lightning, and it broke through the void and swept in front of Earthly Chief. Seeing this, Earthly Chief crossed his arms. Suddenly, the huge stone man behind him also crossed his arms, and with the support of the law, blocked the arrow light. The sky shook violently, and the arrow light broke through the Emperor Realm Law and crashed into Earthly Chief. Arg! With a groan, blood spurted from the corner of Earthly Chief's mouth, and his hair was dyed red. After being injured in one move, Earthly Chief forcibly stabilized his body and controlled the stone man to counterattack. The huge fist smashed down again, and the starry sky collapsed. In front, Luo Xingqian could not dodge in time and had to raise his hand to block. The majestic blow dyed Luo Xingqian's mouth red, and he was injured for the first time. "A move for a move, I won't lose," Luo Xingqian said coldly, and raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He clenched his right hand, and a blood-colored divine arrow appeared. On the divine arrow a strange light rose, and the strange divine arrow made one's hair stand. The star-scar bow was drawn, and the blood-colored divine arrow burst out a shocking pressure. In the next moment, Earthly Chief's face's expression changed. Seeing this, Di Kuei's expression changed. With a deep roar, the stone golem rushed forward and used its body to block the arrow light. Boom! It was a world-shaking move that caused the heavens to sink and the earth to fall. In the violent collision, the blood-red arrow directly pierced through the stone golem's chest and arrived in front of the Earth Chief. Blood splattered all over the sky. The Earth Chief raised his hand to catch the blood arrow, but he was unable to block the aftershock of the arrow. His entire body was on the verge of cracking. It was a terrifying arrow that stole the fortune of heaven and earth. Suddenly, blood spurted out from behind the Earth Chief. The arrow had penetrated his body. Ugh! The Earth Chief let out another muffled groan and knelt down. "I don't want to kill you. Hand over the pagoda, and I'll let you go." Luo Xingqian stepped forward and said coldly, "No one can take the treasures of the great myrtle divine realm. The dignity of an emperor could not be trampled on." Di Kuei forced himself to stand up and looked at the man in front of him. Crepe Myrtle Divine Realm? Luo Xingqian murmured softly. How nostalgic. Unfortunately, he had already left. On the star-scar bow, the starlight shone brightly. The falling star's divine bow was pulled back once again. An arrow pierced through the air, showing no mercy. No matter how much nonsense he said, it was useless. He would be a fool if he didn't snatch the treasure. As the arrow approached, its power could devour heaven and earth. The Earth Chief let out a deep roar as the blood chi around him surged out, burning his blood yuan. He temporarily gained several times more power. The Earth Chief's body glowed with golden light as his cultivation soared rapidly. Luo Xingqian squinted his eyes and stopped. Was it worth it to risk his life like this? Just as the Earth Chief was burning his blood yuan and preparing for the final attack, the Crepe Myrtle Divine Realm's Honorable Guyao felt the abnormality of the Earth Chief's aura in the distance. His expression froze. No, Great Sun Mantra. Honorable Gu Yao raised his hand. His peerless cultivation rose and helped the Earth Chief across the endless space. After knowing Ming left, Gu Yao, who had inherited the Crepe Myrtle Divine Realm's Honorable Gu Yao, had reached the peak of the world and was invincible. Gu Yao made his move. At the end of the Alcade starfield, a divine sun appeared out of nowhere. Wherever the divine light reached, the starry sky began to burn. It was a shocking scene. The divine light engulfed the battle and killed the Earth Chief's opponent. Gu Yao intervened in the battle. Luo Xingqian was not angry, but happy. He looked into the distance and said, "Now it's not one-on-one." As soon as he said that, at the end of the starry sky, a figure in a black and white cloak walked over. There was a snow-colored ancient sword at his waist. The sword chi was oppressive. Mu Qianshang appeared. Without a word, he unsheathed his snow-colored sword and slashed the divine sun in the sky. With a loud bang, the divine flames in the sky dispersed. On the snow-colored sword, cold chi circulated and extinguished the divine flames. "All right, it's settled. You can do the rest yourself," Mu Qianshang said lightly and walked to the side. He had no intention of intervening. Luo Xingqian looked at the former in disdain and said, "You've already made your move. Why are you still pretending to be a gentleman?" "I'm not you," Mu Qianshang said lightly. "In short, as long as that person doesn't interfere, I won't make my move either." "Boring," Luo Xingqian said. His star mark bow was drawn and locked onto the Earth Chief. The next moment, endless streams of arrows broke through the sky. It was endless and earth-shattering. The Earth Chief roared. His blood yuan surged and blocked one attack after another. Puff! Suddenly, the Earth Chief's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unknowingly, a blood-colored arrow had appeared on his chest and heavily injured him. The star mark in Luo Xingqian's hand fell. He looked forward and said calmly, "The outcome has been decided." The Earth Chief staggered several times. His blood yuan was violently shaken and it was difficult for him to continue. "I cannot be defeated." The Earth Chief stood up straight again. His unyielding fighting spirit did not allow him to bend his knees. His blood chi burned wildly. The Earth Chief burned his life force, wanting to perish together with the person in front of him. Luo Xingqian frowned slightly. It was over just like that. It was just a broken pagoda. Was there a need to fight so hard? At this time, not far away, Mu Qianshang's figure swept past. With extreme speed, he appeared in front of the Earth Chief in an instant. The snow sword appeared in front of the Earth Chief. The sword chi broke in and sealed the latter's Dantian chi si. The snow sword then returned to its sheath. Mu Qianshang turned and walked away. With his cultivation sealed, the Earth Chief knelt down powerlessly. The blood flames on his body gradually dissipated. Luo Xingqian stepped forward and took the origin crystal pagoda from the former's hand. He did not kill the emperor in front of him. This person was from the Zi Wei divine realm. He did not want to go too far. No matter what, Ming was once the master of the Z-Wei divine realm. He would not kill this person. Let's go. Luo Xingqian looked at Mu Qianshang, who was not far away, and said. Mu Qianshang nodded and left together. Not long after the two left, the sword qi in the earth chief's Dantian qi sea overflowed and dissipated. The seal disappeared and the earth chief's cultivation recovered. He looked in the direction the two left with a complicated expression. He had seen these two people before. During the Demon Slayer War, these two people had appeared. They were the friends of the previous Realm Master. Ever since the Realm Master left the mortal realm, they had never appeared. He did not expect that they would appear in such a way today. The mission failed. The Earth Chief suppressed the injuries in his body and rushed towards the Divine Realm. Z-Wei Divine Realm. On the peak, Honorable Gu Yao stood quietly. Light flashed in his eyes. Realm Master. At this time, in the void, golden light filled the air. The Earth Chief walked out and bowed. I have failed. I already know about this matter. It is not your fault. Honorable Gu Yao said. I did not expect those people to make a move. In that case, my divine realm will not fight for this item. The Earth Chief heard this, and his expression froze. After a moment, he nodded and replied, Yes, your injuries are not light. Go back and heal first. Honorable Gu Yao said calmly. This subordinate will take his leave. The Earth Chief bowed again and turned to leave. At the same time, in the northern part of the Alcade Galaxy, two figures descended from the sky on a life planet. It was Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingqian. Why do you have to take this broken tower? Mu Qianshang glanced at the source crystal pagoda in the former's hand and said lightly, Broken tower? Luo Xingqian said with a mocking look. What do you know? When this pagoda appeared, it caused such a big commotion. It must be an incredible treasure. Maybe it is some ancient treasure. Mu Qianshang looked at the person in front of him like he was looking at a fool. Ancient treasure? Have you gone crazy thinking about treasures? Or have you cultivated for so long that you have become stupid? I can't be bothered to talk to you. Luo Xingqian casually replied and focused on studying the small pagoda in his hand. How do I use this thing? After looking at it for a long time, he could not see anything special about the small pagoda. Luo Xingqian circulated the true yuan in his body and poured it into the pagoda. His true yuan entered the small pagoda, and a moment later, it completely disappeared without any ripples. Strange. Luo Xingqian frowned. What is the use of this thing? On the side, Mu Qianshang looked at the small pagoda and said, Try putting it on the ground. Luo Xingqian heard this and put the pagoda on the ground in front of him with a puzzled look. Silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It's useless. Luo Xingqian looked at the man beside him and said disdainfully. However, as soon as his words fell, the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly shook. The source crystal pagoda quickly grew and took root in the ground. Under the shocked gazes of the two, the source crystal pagoda revealed its original appearance. 100 feet tall divine pagoda, crystal clear and dazzling. Treasure. A moment later, Luo Xingqian came back to his senses and looked at the divine pagoda in front of him. He almost drooled. Let's go in and take a look. Mu Qianshang suppressed the shock in his heart and said with a calm expression before walking into the pagoda. Hey, wait for me. Luo Xingqian hurried to catch up and said, Didn't you say that this is a broken pagoda? Why are you in such a hurry? The two entered the pagoda. The world inside the pagoda was filled with flowing lights and vibrant colors. The rich heaven and earth source energy was almost solid. At this moment, the two's expressions were serious. This time, they had really picked up a treasure. Such rich heaven source energy had far surpassed the outside world. If they were to cultivate here, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. What is that? At this moment, Luo Xingqian pointed at a piece of paper in front of him and asked in surprise. Mu Qianshang looked in the direction of the former's finger and grabbed the paper with his right hand. On the paper, 2 lines of words were clearly reflected in their eyes. Luo Xingqian, how does it feel to snatch a treasure? There are many treasures like this in the God realm. Come quickly, I'll wait for you. It was just a few strokes and not much ink, but it was so intimate. Luo Xingqian grinned. This guy was really interesting. Chapter 1405. In the mortal realm, Luo Xingqian, who had obtained the source Crystal Pagoda, was constantly on the move, searching for his best friends who were stranded in various galaxies. Luo Xingqian claimed that he would share blessings and misfortune. He had obtained such a good treasure, so he must let his friends bask in its glory. Mu Qianshang snorted at this. He knew better than anyone what Luo Xingqian was thinking. Share blessings? Knowing destiny and Luo Xingqian were sometimes cut from the same mold. Knowing destiny threw this pagoda into the mortal realm, probably to let them quickly improve their cultivation, so that they could go to the God realm and be his strong men. As for Luo Xingqian, how could he dare to go to the God realm where experts were as numerous as clouds? He would only be at ease if he brought them along. Mu Qianshang did not point it out. They were going to the God realm anyway. After cultivating for 1,000 years, they had to go to the God realm. After running around for a few years, the Yama kings of the underworld who were hidden in various galaxies were all found by Luo Xingqian. His amazing sense of smell was amazing. Dog knows. Mu Qianshang was also shocked by Luo Xingqian's ability to find people and was greatly impressed. Luo Xingqian, why did you call us here so mysteriously? Madame Luo looked at Luo Xingqian, whose chin was almost in the sky, and asked in annoyance. Make a guess. Luo Xingqian could not hide the pride on his face as he said, Z, let's go. Madame Luo looked at the person beside her and said, Zi nodded calmly and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Luo Xingqian hurried forward and pulled the 2, saying, There really is a treasure. Take it out immediately. At the side, the Yama kings of the underworld smiled, waiting for the person in front of them to produce something. Look carefully. Luo Xingqian kept them in suspense, attracting everyone's attention. He flipped his right hand, and a small crystal clear pagoda appeared. Seeing this, everyone's face flashed with surprise. This was the pagoda that fell from the sky? Wasn't this item obtained by the great Myrtle Divine Realm's earthly chief? Xia Zi asked calmly. At the side, Madame Luo's face showed a strange smile, saying, Z, is there a need to ask? He must have snatched it from someone else. For a moment, strange smiles appeared on everyone's faces. They were not surprised that Luo Xingqian had done such a thing. The origin crystal pagoda flew out from Luo Xingqian's hand and landed on the ground. Immediately, the divine pagoda took root in the ground and boundless spiritual energy surged out. When everyone saw this, the smiles on their faces disappeared, and a strange look flashed across their faces. This divine pagoda was extraordinary. Everyone, let's go in together. Luo Xingqian said with satisfaction when he saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. With that, Luo Xingqian strode into the origin crystal tower with a swagger. Behind them, Mu Qianshang looked at the former's arrogant manner and wished he could go up and give him a kick. Come, let's go in and take a look. Seeing how arrogant this fellow is, it means that this pagoda might have some tricks up its sleeve. Madame Luofe said, and also stepped forward. Everyone followed with curiosity in their eyes. All of the Yama kings of the underworld entered the divine pagoda. The world within the pagoda was filled with colorful light, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was so dense that it was almost materialized. This is... Qingning looked at her surroundings and said in surprise, the origin of heaven and earth. Strange. There doesn't seem to be such a complete origin power in the human world. This is the origin power of the God realm. Mu Qianshang said calmly, "This pagoda was thrown down from the god realm by knowing destiny." Knowing destiny? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Qing Ning and Ruo Shi trembled, and the waves in their hearts were hard to suppress. That guy had been in the god realm for so long, and there was finally news. That kid might have encountered some trouble, so he threw down this pagoda so that we can cultivate as soon as possible and go up to help. Luo Xingqian said with a look of disdain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to throw such a treasure to us. If that's the case, then let's cultivate quickly and go to the god realm as soon as possible. Xiazi said lightly, walked to a corner of the pagoda, sat down and began to cultivate. In the pagoda, the others did not say anything. They each found their own place and sat down to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, only Luo Xingqian was left in the center of the pagoda, standing alone and pitiful. "You guys!" Luo Xingqian was so angry that his head was smoking. These guys, he had not finished speaking. However, everyone had already begun to cultivate, and no one was listening to Luo Xingqian's long-winded words. It was not easy to go to the god realm, and everyone knew that this opportunity was rare. Knowing destiny must have spent a lot of effort to throw down this pagoda, and they could not let down knowing destiny's good intentions. 100 years had passed in the human world, and the world outside the pagoda was constantly changing. Inside the pagoda, everyone's cultivation rose day by day. Except for Ruo Shi, who had cultivated for a short time, everyone had the combat strength of an emperor. The people who came from the inner realm had experienced countless trials and tribulations. Their strength was not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Even Qing Ning, who was slightly less talented, had reached the half-step emperor realm after spending 900 years in the Z-Wei divine realm. Boom! Outside the pagoda, thunder rumbled. For 100 years, lightning constantly appeared in the sky, but it never fell. Inside the pagoda, everyone's cultivation rose rapidly. The strongest Xiazi was about to reach the peak of the emperor realm. The princes of the great Xia dynasty were never weaker than anyone. It was so in the past, and it was so today. 100 years had passed, and Qing Ning got up and walked out of the pagoda to face the emperor realm tribulation. Under the sky full of lightning, green lotuses appeared one after another, intertwining into a net to block the tribulation. After 10 days and 10 nights, Qing Ning went through many tribulations and achieved great success. When she reached the emperor realm, Qing Ning's temperament changed dramatically. Her whole body was sparkling like a bodhisattva. While the Yama kings of the underworld were cultivating and preparing to ascend to the god world, the heaven realm cultivators of the god world, Jiming and Ai Ran challenged the temple of the gods several times and harassed it no less than 100 times in the past 100 years. Almost everyone in the temple of the gods knew these two uninvited guests, and they couldn't wait to crush their bones and scatter their ashes. However, their cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th level, and except for the 4 divine lords, no one could do anything to them. It's been 100 years. Why hasn't anyone come up yet? On the peak opposite Qilin Divine City, Ningqian sat on the edge of a cliff, looking at the vast god world. It's not that easy to ascend to the god world. Beside him, Ai Ran said softly, "You should know how much effort it took for you to come up. Not only do you have enough cultivation, but you also need the guidance of a god. I left a trace of my consciousness in the origin crystal tower. As long as they enter the alternate dimension, I'll be able to sense it," Ningqian said. "Maybe it's not time yet." King Ai Ran sighed. After all, it's almost impossible to go down after ascending to the god world. They need to think carefully. Ningqian nodded and looked at the city in front of him. "What do you think that divine Lord Qilin is planning? We've been busy for 100 years, but he hasn't shown up even once. There must be something fishy going on." King Ai Ran said seriously, "Maybe it's just as you said. Divine Lord Qilin is preparing a plan to kill a god, so he hasn't attacked us. Why don't we do something big? Ning Chen looked at the Qilin divine palace in the distance, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. What are you planning to do? King Ai Ran asked in surprise. Attack the Qilin divine palace, Ning Chen replied. Impossible. King Ai Ran rejected. The Qilin divine palace is far more powerful than the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger palaces, let alone divine Lord Qilin. Even the countless divine generals in the Qilin divine palace aren't something we can easily break through. If we can't do it, then we'll find more people, Ning Chen said seriously. What do you mean? King Ai Ran was puzzled. Let's go. I'll tell you on the way. Ning Chen stood up, patted the dirt off his clothes, and turned to leave the mountain. King Ai Ran frowned and followed after him. 3 months later, Ning Chen returned to the southern border of the god world. This time he wasn't alone. Ning Chen and Ai Ran appeared in the Great Yu dynasty and headed directly to a large sect that had been established for 100 years. The Myriad Swords sect sounded very impressive. It had been established 100 years ago and had attracted many experts over the years. On this day, Ning Chen and Ai Ran walked up the mountain in front of the Myriad Swords sect. Inside the Myriad Swords sect, a middle-aged man in green clothes sensed their arrival and was shocked. In the end, he still came. In the main hall of the Myriad Swords sect, a white-haired man in plain clothes appeared under the shocked gazes of the elders. He looked at the green-robed man in front of him and said with a smile, 100 years have passed. I'm here to fulfill my promise. On the main seat in the main hall, the green-robed man stood up and bowed respectfully. Yes, master! The elders of the Myriad Swords sect were shocked when they heard the word master. Could this person be the true master behind the Myriad Swords sect that the patriarch mentioned? Gather all the disciples above the king realm and wait for my orders. Ning Chen spoke, and then he didn't delay for another moment before turning around and leaving. In the next 10 years, Ning Chen traveled through the famous mountains and rivers of the southern border, visiting hundreds of sects and gathering all the sinners he had rescued from the Great Yu heavenly prison. King Ai Ran, who was following beside him, was shocked. It turned out that he had been building his own force since 100 years ago. Jiming, you're really different now. King Ai Ran said softly, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Ning Chen said calmly, this is the divine world. I don't have to worry so much. So, building my own force is twice the result with half the effort. In 10 years, Ning Chen found hundreds of sinners and gathered all the forces above the king realm. Hundreds of sects and clans gathered together. Tens of thousands of king realm experts gathered from all over the southern border. Among them, there were even divine demons at the peak of divine emperor realm. Everyone, let's cut to the chase. I've gathered all of you for one purpose. Ning Chen looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, to destroy the temple of gods. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the divine world experts changed. The temple of gods? Let's go. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by phoenix fire. With the ability to move mountains and seas, he led thousands of divine world experts to the north. On this day, in the sky above the divine world, the phoenix cry sounded. Ji Ming gathered the forces of hundreds of sects and headed north to kill the gods. Chapter 1406. At the intersection of the heaven realm and the southern border, a phoenix flew toward the north at an extremely fast speed. It was a shocking scene. The neighboring forces all looked over in shock. Phoenix. Is there still a phoenix in this world? In a few days, the phoenix traveled through endless time and space, flying toward the Qilin divine city. The phoenix's speed was unparalleled in the world. The phoenix traveled north, bringing along thousands of king realm experts with it. It was a shocking scene. In front of the thousands of king realm experts were many god-fiend experts. Each of them was at the peak of the emperor realm, and their auras were shocking. The 100 great sinners had operated for 100 years, and each of them had their own forces. Today, they were all out to help the knowing destiny slaying gods. In the Qilin divine palace, the three lords of the pantheon stood quietly in the four directions. Their auras were turbulent and abnormally powerful. In the center of the four directions, divine Lord Qilin closed his eyes. His divine power was turbulent, and his cultivation was peerless. After 10,000 years of scheming, divine Lord Qilin's cultivation had risen day by day, and had reached an unprecedented level. The strongest lord of the pantheon of gods in history had been cultivating wholeheartedly, waiting for the day when he would rule the godly world. Boom! At that moment, the sky above the divine city shook violently. The four strongest great sinners joined forces and attacked the array outside the Qilin divine palace. The divine palace shook, and countless array runes appeared, showing signs of instability. The array runes changed, and the pantheon revealed its original appearance below. There were hundreds of pantheons, and each of them was guarded by an expert. The Qilin divine palace in the center had a terrifying aura circulating, suppressing the sky. Phoenix flames gathered in front of everyone, and a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out. He looked down coldly. Kill! With an order, the 100 great sinners walked out from behind and attacked the array, runes below. Enemy attack! In the pantheon of gods, the emperors appeared one after another. Each of them was followed by 100 servants. In front of nearly 1,000 emperor realm experts, 100 fiend god realm experts looked at the sky and attacked at the same time. Two powerful forces collided in the sky and on the ground. With a loud boom, the clouds in the sky changed and the world lost its color. In front of the 100 great sinners, a demonic sword appeared in Ning Chen's hand. He shouted and slashed down. The sword that pierced through the heavens was dazzling. It directly collided with the formation above the temple of the gods. Under the continuous impact, the formation runes flickered and collapsed. After the formation was destroyed, Ning Chen waved his hand and gave the order to attack. All of a sudden, thousands of King Realm experts moved out and charged downward. Kill! In front of the 100 shrines, the divine demon experts also gave their orders to face the enemy. The two armies clashed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of soldiers and horses clashed together. Powerful divine force surged, shaking the heavens and earth. In the army, Ning Chen stepped forward with his sword in hand, personally going into battle. In front of him, 10 god-fiend experts stepped forward to stop him. A great battle broke out. Divine power vibrated and sword qi rampaged. Even with 10 divine demons joining forces, they still couldn't stop the knowing destiny state cultivators. Not far away, Erin Mingwang's pink aura surged, and wherever she passed, the experts of the deity's Templar would fall powerlessly. The two people who were the closest to the 5th level in the world made their move. The temple army was immediately defeated and retreated. In the Qilin temple, God Lord Azure Dragon opened his eyes and looked outside the temple, his expression grim. Someone is attacking the temple. In the south, God Lord Vermilion Bird also opened his eyes, a cold light flashing through them. It's him. There's no need to be distracted. With the 12 divine generals standing guard, they won't be able to get in that easily. In the north, God Lord Black Tortoise calmly said. As he spoke, 12 divine generals appeared in front of the Qilin temple and rushed toward the battle. These were 12 divine demon experts, each of them possessing the strength of an ancient god. Even a 5th level expert would find it difficult to escape when the 12 of them worked together. With the 12 divine generals intervening, the battle was once more reversed. The sinners were no match for the enemy and were heavily injured. Ning Chen's expression turned grave. He thrust his demon sword into the ground, and the world began to tremble as sword qi soared into the air. As the sword qi approached, the 12 divine generals used their halberds to disperse it. They locked onto the knowing destiny state cultivator and immediately charged forward. Careful! Aaron Ming King reminded him from nearby. In the blink of an eye, the 12 divine generals had surrounded him. In the center of the battle, Ning Chen wielded his demon sword to deal with the attacks of the 12 divine generals, his body moving like lightning. Bang! The divine halberds tore through the air, unstoppable. A tattered green cauldron appeared in front of Ning Chen and blocked the divine halberds. A few seconds later, Ning Chen charged forward, his sword slashing at the closest divine general. Clang! The divine weapons clashed, and the 2 divine generals next to each other used their halberds to block the sword, tacitly attacking and defending without leaving any openings. With his attack blocked, Ning Chen's expression darkened. He turned his palm over and unleashed a palm. Bang! 3 halberds appeared in a chain to block the knowing destiny state cultivator's attack. At the same time, halberd light flashed from behind, brimming with killing intent. Ning Chen turned around and used his sword to push aside the halberds, a cold light flashing through his eyes. There was no end to this. With a shout, the heavenly scripture of creation appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The heavenly scripture flipped over and opened the heavens. A frenzied snowstorm swept through the world, leaving frost in its wake. In the battle, the divine generals were affected by the snowstorm, and their attacks were immediately restricted. 3,000 miles of sword snow. Ning Chen waved his sword, and the frenzied snowstorm turned into streaks of sword chi, rushing toward the 12 divine generals. The 12 divine generals' expressions changed slightly, and they immediately retreated. Sword technique. With a momentary opening, Ning Chen's body split into 3, and his sword aura shook the heavens. 3 lights shine at the same time. The 3 bodies moved at the same time, and the 3 divine weapons slashed at the 3 divine generals. Bang! A violent clash sounded, and the 3 divine generals were hit by the sword aura. They retreated a few steps and vomited blood. With the advantage accumulated, Ning Chen finally broke the stalemate. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he seized this opportunity. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth, boundary of life and death. The ultimate technique appeared again, and it shook the heavens and earth as well as yin and yang. Ning Chen moved, and the 3 swords moved at the same time. Blood splattered everywhere. Arg! With a muffled groan, the 3 divine generals fell down powerlessly, and their souls disappeared. With the encirclement broken, Ning Chen stabbed the demonic sword in front of him, and his hands quickly formed seals. Abnormally complex seals glowed with dazzling light. A moment later, massive dragons appeared in the air, the Qi Huang secret art unleashing a power that could swallow the heavens and extinguish the earth. 18 massive dragons roared as they charged toward the battlefield. The great sinners on all sides of the battlefield watched this battle in shock. Their master's cultivation had reached such a terrifying level. Compared to 100 years ago, the gap between them and their master was only getting wider and wider. At the front of the battlefield, the 3 bodies attacked together, and the 12 divine generals were defeated one after another, their blood staining the earth. Ning Chen gripped his sword and walked toward the distant Qilin temple. Within the temple, God Lord Vermilion Bird opened his eyes once more, and he sternly said, "It seems that we underestimated this boy." In the center of the 4 symbols formation, God Lord Qilin opened his eyes and calmly said, "This boy is only half a step away from the 5th level. How about it? Should we attack?" God Lord Azure Dragon asked. "We cannot." In the north, God Lord Black Tortoise sternly said, "God Lord White Tiger is not here, and we are already having a hard time maintaining this array. If we split our attention and attack, we might encounter an unexpected development." The sealing array was on the verge of completion and could not be delayed. Without another word, the four god lords closed their eyes and focused all their energy on completing the god-slaying array. While the four divine masters were preoccupied, Ning Chen strode toward the Qilin temple with the demon's sword in his hand. He walked up the temple step by step. Behind him, the experts of the 100 sects blocked the vast army of the Divine Hall, making it difficult for them to stop him. Chapter 1407. In the Temple of All Deities, an intense battle broke out. Ning Chen led 100 sects to attack the world-famous Qilin Temple. 100 God-fiend experts were stopped, and 12 divine generals died in battle. No one could stop the knowing destiny cultivator. Ning Chen strode out of the Qilin Temple, his aura shocking the world. At the peak of the 4th level, Ning Chen was invincible under the 5th level. As long as his opponent wasn't a true 5th level expert, no one could stop him. Within the Qilin Temple, the 4 temple lords were restrained by the god-slaying array and couldn't attack. Ning Chen strode into the temple, his white hair dancing in the wind. Blood dripped from the demonic sword in his hand, making him look like a demon. No one could have imagined that in just 100 years, the knowing destiny cultivator who had ascended to the god world had grown to the point where he could threaten the renowned Temple of the Gods. Ning Chen walked out of the Qilin Temple. His divine sense spread out as he was on full alert. He was well aware that there were at least 4 supreme experts above the 5th level in this temple. Although he didn't know why the 4 of them hadn't attacked yet, the more they didn't, the more uneasy he felt. In the past few years, he and Aaron had harassed the Temple of the Gods no less than 100 times. Logically speaking, God Lord Qilin shouldn't have been able to sit still. But for some reason, this invincible god Lord Qilin had never shown his face. Within the Qilin Temple, one guard after another tried to stop Ning Chen. Without a doubt, they were all slain by Ning Chen's sword. Demonic qi surged around Ning Chen as one vortex after another appeared and swallowed up the gods. It was a shocking sight. Inside and outside the Qilin Temple, divine blood flowed toward the knowing destiny cultivator. With the divine blood, Ning Chen's aura soared. Although it was only temporary, it brought him close to the 5th level. In the depths of the Qilin Temple, God Lord Azure Dragon sensed this and grimaced. This boy's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Don't get distracted. God Lord Qilin warned from the center. God Lord Azure Dragon suppressed the waves in his heart and focused on protecting the array. At the same time, outside the temple, the battle was white-hot. The experts of the 100 sects attacked the Temple of the Gods with all their might, causing rivers of blood to flow. A general success was built on 10,000 corpses. This had always been the case. In this god-slaying war, both sides suffered heavy losses, their corpses piling up into mountains. While the experts of the 100 sects were attacking the defense of the Temple of all Gods, Ning Chen was in the Qilin Temple with his sword in hand. He was gradually approaching the deepest part of the temple. The deeper he went into the temple, the more Ning Chen could feel the terrifying aura of the 4 5th level powerhouses in front of him. The 5th level was already the pinnacle of power in this world. Even gods and devils would have to bow their heads. Suddenly, Ning Chen's footsteps came to a halt as he sensed a heart-palpitating fluctuation ahead of him. His expression froze completely. There was something wrong with this power. As the demonic sword swept across, thousands of rivers and streams converged. An endless stream of blood qi swept over from all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. Sword art, tempest transformation. With a slash of the sword, the power split the heavens and the earth. The demonic sword in Ning Chen's hand slashed forward. It was a shocking move. The blood-red sword light broke through the air and slashed toward the depths of the temple. Boom! As the sword light neared, a terrifying force erupted from the depths of the temple and blocked the sword light. When Ning Chen saw this, his expression turned serious again. What a terrifying power. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Ning Qin formed a seal with both hands. 18 blood-red dragons appeared, roaring between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the dragons rushed out and crashed into the edge of the forbidden array. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and the entire Qilin temple shook, attracting the attention of countless people. Outside the temple, King Aaron and the others looked at the temple in front of them with grim expressions. This power was no longer something that an ordinary 5th-level powerhouse could possess. What kind of opponent was knowing destiny facing? Inside the temple, the dragons crashed into the forbidden array and quickly dissipated. The forbidden array's light rose and devoured the power of Qi Huang's secret technique. The consecutive attacks were ineffective. Ning Chen's face turned cold. He flipped his left hand and summoned the Dongwang bell. The bell appeared again. Ning Chen's right hand and the green cauldron appeared and smashed toward the bell. Dong! Suddenly, the bell rang in the Qilin temple, echoing the entire divine city. Outside the divine palace, the emperors and divine demons heard the bell ringing, and they all felt a splitting headache and their bodies staggered. Dong! Dong! Inside the temple, the bells rang out one after another, continuously ringing out and violently attacking the restrictive formation. The bell clashed with the god-slaying array, and even the powerful god-slaying array began to change. In the center of the god-slaying array, the 4 palace lords sensed something and grimaced. Not good. The god-slaying array, which had yet to be completed, was changing, infuriating the 4 palace lords. We can't wait any longer. If this continues, not only will the god-slaying array not be completed, it might even be destroyed. The 3 of us will do our best to protect the forbidden array. Finish the battle quickly, God Lord Qilin sternly said. Understood. God Lord Vermilion Bird replied, then turned and walked out of the forbidden array. God Lord Vermilion Bird's appearance caused flames to rise within the temple, seeming to burn the heavens and boil the seas. Outside the forbidden array, Ning Chen's eyes turned grave as he looked at the red-robed man walking out. The main character had finally appeared. Just when Ning Chen was about to face off against the 5th-level god, Lord Vermilion Bird, a great sinner appeared above the Sunrise Divine Palace in the southern region of the God World and requested an audience with the Divine Palace Lord. In front of the central Divine Palace, the Sunrise Flood God looked at the token in the sinner's hand and frowned. Elder brother, the high priest wouldn't make baseless claims. It's very likely that this is true, the moon god said solemnly from beside the Sunrise Flood God. The Sunrise Flood God looked at the sinner for a long time, then calmly said, I understand. You may return. Yes, the sinner replied, then turned and left. Elder brother, the moon god's beautiful face revealed an anxious expression. If the palace of gods truly has such ambitions, the divine palace will face a great calamity. The Sunrise Flood God walked up to the divine palace, his weathered eyes gazing into the distance. A storm is coming. The Sunrise Flood God awaits their arrival. At the same time, in the northern region of the God World, in the Water Cloud Imperial Palace, a peerlessly beautiful figure sat up and narrowed her eyes as she looked at the heaven realm. This aura, it seemed that the God World, which had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years, was finally beginning to change. In the heaven realm, in the Qilin Temple, the Vermilion Bird Divine Lord appeared and attacked. Their palms collided, sending shockwaves that shook the entire divine city. In Ning Chen's hand, the Heavenly Book of Creation appeared. With the Heavenly Book's martial arts, his primal chaos true yuan flowed endlessly, revealing his peerless foundation. A mere 4th realm cultivator is already so capable. No wonder he dares to attack my palace of gods. A cold look flashed across the Vermilion Bird Divine Lord's face as his palms surged like waves, his attacks endless. Ning Chen was fearless in the face of a 5th realm cultivator. With the heavenly book's support, his defense was impenetrable. After exchanging several dozen blows, the vermilion bird divine Lord's expression grew increasingly grave. The Qilin temple couldn't hold on for too long, so he had to end this quickly. Vermilion bird token. Pushing himself to the limit, the vermilion bird divine Lord drew on his full cultivation, and his divine yuan soared into the sky. Instantly, a massive vermilion bird appeared in the sky, shocking the world. In front of him, Ningchen saw this and turned his sword around. With a shout, phoenix flames surged, and the clouds in the sky changed. The phoenix manifested, and the world bowed to it. The vermilion bird and the phoenix, the battle between the fire gods that had lasted for countless years, changed once more. Ning Chen fought the vermilion bird divine Lord with overwhelming killing intent. The phoenix sword reappeared in Ning Chen's hand, and the two swords clashed. In the air, a massive demon appeared, and the phoenix and the heavenly demon appeared in the god realm. A few moments later, the three energies clashed, and the sky of the god realm collapsed, alarming all the gods. Ugh! Down below, in the Qilin temple, Ning Chen spat out blood, dyeing it red for the first time. At the same time, the vermilion bird divine Lord was forced back several steps, his body seething with energy and blood. The two experts clashed, both of them wounded. In this astonishing battle, the life-knowing expert had gone against the flow to slay immortals, seeking to slay a god lord. After 1,000 years of cultivation, Ning Chen had finally reached the level where he could battle with a god. Even though he was wounded, his will to fight did not diminish in the slightest. Strong, he was unquestionably strong. He was so strong that the world focused on him, and so strong that even gods and Buddhas feared him. Inside and outside the temple, the samsara vortex drew in the blood of the gods to strengthen the life-knowing technique. Boom! Sword energy and palm energy clashed, and the injuries in Ning Chen's body continued to accumulate. Even the undying demon body found it difficult to keep up with the rate at which his physical body was being destroyed. Similarly, the vermilion bird divine Lord was not faring well either. His divine body was being battered by sword qi, and it was gradually being dyed red. Deep within the sealing array, the three god lords barely holding up the array sensed that the vermilion bird divine Lord was in a bitter struggle, and their minds began to waver. This boy was actually on par with the vermilion bird divine Lord. The god-slaying array that the three god lords were barely holding up began to show signs of instability and fiercely sway. Not good. The three god lords grimaced, and they immediately focused their minds to protect the array. But they were missing 2 of the 5 god lords, making it difficult to reverse the rippling array. The god-slaying array began to show signs of collapse. God, Lord Vermilion Bird, end the battle quickly. The Qilin god Lord messaged from within the sealing array. The Vermilion Bird divine Lord's expression turned grim, and he no longer dared to delay. He flipped his palms over, sending a torrent of divine flames soaring into the sky. Divine flames burned the heavens and darkened the heavens. Within the divine flames, Ningchen could see the Vermilion Bird divine Lord's impatience, and his lips curled into a cold smile. He stepped forward, his body moving like a bolt of white lightning. His extremely fast figure was difficult to follow. The Vermilion Bird divine Lord's full-powered palm only struck an afterimage. The demon soared behind the Vermilion Bird divine Lord mercilessly slashed through the air. The Vermilion Bird divine Lord turned around and took this sword head-on. He reached out and grabbed the sword, gathering divine flames as he fiercely counterattacked. Bang! Divine flames burned Ning Chen's body as he unleashed a heaven-shaking palm. The Vermilion Bird divine flames surged around him, refining his body. Blood gushed out of Ning Chen's lips as he bellowed, pouring into the demon sword in the Vermilion Bird divine Lord's body. A black stream of energy silently entered the Vermilion Bird divine Lord's body. The origin of the Black Phoenix was all-pervasive. Ning Qin raised his hand and grabbed the vermilion bird divine lord's arm, the origin of the 4 divisions circulating once more. Azure Dragon Descent. A moment later, the 2 of them crashed into the nearby god-slaying array like shooting stars. 2 peerless experts of the 5th level crashed into the sealing array. The terrifying impact caused the god-slaying array to shudder, and the speed at which it was collapsing increased by several times. Chapter 1408. In Qilin Temple, the battle between the knowing Destiny Battle God Lords was white-hot and abnormally intense. The Azure Dragon descends as Ning Qin grabbed the Vermilion Bird God Lord and crashed into the God-slaying array. Rumble. The God-slaying array was battered repeatedly and began to crumble even faster. In front of the sealing array, the Vermilion Bird God Lord groaned as blood spurted from his lips. In his haste to win, he had instead exposed an opening and allowed himself to be restrained. Blood continued to seep out of the Vermilion Bird God Lord's lips as he suffered significant injuries. Unwilling to accept the destruction of the sealing array, the Vermilion Bird God Lord bellowed, divine flames blazing around his body, burning his divine yuan and strengthening his body. The Vermilion Bird God Lord erupted with power that could topple mountains and overturn seas with a palm. Ning Qin grimaced as he activated the heavenly scripture of creation to block this attack. The heavens trembled as Ning Qin's body flew back 1,000 feet, breaking apart one pillar after another. 1,000 feet away, Ning Qin's body came to a stop, and then he took a step in the air and turned back. The demon sword slashed down as Ning Qin unleashed all his energy to slay a god. The Vermilion Bird God Lord raised a hand to block the demon sword, and the 2 energies fiercely clashed. The eternal demon body around Ning Qin rapidly healed his injuries. As long as he was not fatally wounded, he was undefeatable. In order to fight against a Realm 5 expert, Ning Qin had not hesitated to kill 10,000 Buddhas and cultivate an indestructible demon body. Now it was on full display, and even a Realm 5 expert would find it difficult to suppress the demon body's astonishing strength. The battle resumed as the sounds of fighting shook the heavens. In the rear, the god-slaying array was collapsing more and more, and the knowing Destiny Battle God Lord was getting more and more anxious. The enemy before him was capable of exceeding his expectations. He might have been able to suppress them normally, but in the current situation, he found it very difficult to end the battle quickly. Within Qilin Temple, 2 streams of light constantly clashed. With each collision, the space around the temple began to crumble and rapidly repair itself. Vermilion Bird, hurry! God Lord Qilin called out from within the sealing array. In the north, God Lord Black Tortoise, and in the east, God Lord Azure Dragon were using all their strength to protect the array and had reached its limit. Outside the sealing array, God Lord Vermilion Bird God Lord was getting more and more anxious, his body engulfed in flames that seemed to be able to scorch the heavens and boil the sea. Outside the Divine Palace, the experts of the 100 sects and the experts of the Divine Palaces were also locked in a fierce battle. Several experts of the Qilin Temple tried to enter the palace to help, but they were stopped by the Bright King, unable to take even half a step forward. Around Aaron Ming King, a pink aura was stirring. Even if a God-fiend expert were to enter, they would still be suppressed. She was once a 5th level cultivator. Even though her cultivation was no longer at its peak, she still displayed astonishing combat prowess that even gods and demons could not resist. Boom! Inside the Qilin Shrine, the aftermath of the formation destroyed one formation after another. It was beginning to destroy this shrine that had existed for countless years. In the center of the battle, the impact of the 2 forces was getting more and more shocking. Ning Qin's body was shining with a strange light. Facing an opponent that he had never faced before, his fighting spirit continued to rise. God Lord Vermilion Bird grimaced as he sensed the change in his opponent. This is deity territory. The legendary god's domain was a domain that even many Fifth Realm cultivators found difficult to master. Knowing destiny had entered the deity realm, and his battle prowess had increased several-fold. Now that he was facing God, Lord Vermilion Bird, who was burning his divine yuan, he was able to draw the battle once more. The sword in Ning Chen's hand was as fast as lightning, but at this moment it seemed to have the power to split open the heavens. Boom! As the two clashed, the ground beneath God Lord Vermilion Bird's feet began to crumble, spreading to the rest of the shrine. This was an unshakable strength, the ability of a deity territory. At close range, Ning Chen turned his palm and poured in primal chaos energy, his palm shaking the heavens. God Lord Vermilion Bird turned his palm, the two palms colliding, the shock waves destroying everything around them. Ugh! God Lord Vermilion Bird groaned as he was heavily injured once more. Huh! Ning Chen roared, his primal chaos energy blazing as the flying swan art reappeared, his attacks becoming several times stronger. Thump! God Lord Vermilion Bird flew back several dozen feet, staggering and vomiting blood. He was burning with anxiety and found it difficult to quickly suppress his opponent. The god Lord Vermilion Bird was showing more and more openings, making it difficult for him to display the might of a peerless expert. Ning Chen knew that the advantage was not easy, so he didn't dare to hesitate. He shot forward and attacked once more. Boom! The demon sword cut through the air, a dazzling black stream of energy shooting out. God Lord Vermilion Bird brought his hands together to block the demon's sword's edge. Huh! Ning Chen angrily roared, his body erupting with energy once more as he pushed back his opponent. Again and again, the god Lord Vermilion Bird's injuries worsened, and he grew more and more anxious. Vermilion Bird, hurry! God Lord Qilin's urgent voice came from the ceiling array. The ceiling array was on the verge of collapse, and the entire Qilin temple shuddered. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, a massive tiger's roar shook the world as an astonishing palm energy crossed through space-time and arrived from the northwest. This palm energy entered the ceiling array and temporarily stabilized the collapsing God Execution Array. White Tiger! God Lord Vermilion Bird sensed something and turned to the northwest. Had God Lord White Tiger escaped? On the battlefield, Ning Chen also sensed that powerful energy rapidly approaching, and his expression turned grave. Not willing to delay any longer, the demonic flames around Ning Chen's body blazed even more fiercely as he activated the 9 underworlds battle technique. Double, triple, triple, his offensive power continued to rise, enough to slay gods and slay Buddhas. Ning Chen circulated the flying swan art, his body moving like a bolt of lightning as he continued to increase his fighting power. The rapid increase in his opponent's fighting power caused God Lord Vermilion Bird's expression to sink. How could this be? Boom! The demon's sword descended once more, and this time, God Lord Vermilion Bird could no longer safely receive it. Blood gushed out of his right hand, dyeing it crimson. 8 times, primal chaos demon essence blazed as Ning Chen's body seethed with black energy. With a palm strike, a massive, desolate beast roared and charged forward with terrifying power. Boundless demonic might swept through everything as the desolate beast lunged at God, Lord Vermilion Bird. Thump! Blood gushed into the air. Ugh! With a heavy groan, God Lord Vermilion Bird was forced back again and again. His heavy injuries made it increasingly difficult for him to block this demonic might. Heaven-burning Vermilion Bird Seal. After being wounded again and again, God Lord Vermilion Bird found it difficult to suppress his rage. He formed a seal with his hands, and the image of a vermilion bird flew through the air. Destructive divine might broke through the primal chaos demon essence and collided with the life-knowing body. Ning Chen's body slid back several dozen feet, and the demon's sword stabbed into the ground to halt his retreat. 12 spirit styles, 100 tides set the dome of heaven. The divine seal found it difficult to block, so Ning Chen once more condensed primal chaos demon essence and used the moon worship technique. Boom! The vermilion bird divine seal scattered, and Ning Chen's body was dyed red. Primal chaos demon essence protected him, rapidly healing his injuries. 12 spirit styles, splitting the sea and parting the flood. After one move, another was launched. Behind Ning Chen, massive waves began to rise. As his body moved, these massive waves soared to the highest heavens. This ninefold attack was unstoppable. Ning Chen wielded his sword, his killing intent bursting forth. Palms galloped, sword slashed, winds and clouds stirred. The swan flight was about to reach its limit. The ninefold attack came one after another, accumulating to slay gods and slay Buddhas. As the attack arrived, God Lord Vermilion Bird received it head-on. His body shuddered as he was sent flying. One pillar after another was destroyed, and the tottering divine palace began to crumble. The eternal history of the Hall of the Gods began to waver. Blood trickled from the corners of God Lord Vermilion Bird's lips. He had been heavily injured again and again, and his divine body was reaching its limit. In front of him, a white-clothed figure bathed in blood flew past. After entering the divine realm, the swan flight art was pushed to its limit, and the legendary tenfold attack reappeared in the world. The life-knowing body burned like a shooting star, dazzling like a demonic sun. Its energy continued to soar, shocking the heavens and making gods weep. This was his strongest move, his strongest moment. Ning Chen's body began to blur as he fused with his sword, transforming into a blood-colored sword glow that cut through the heavy world. God Lord Vermilion Bird sensed the intense killing intent in front of him. He forcefully suppressed his injuries and erupted with all his cultivation. The Vermilion Bird cried out, throwing the 9 heavens into chaos. God Lord Vermilion Bird's body vanished, transforming into a massive vermilion bird. The void sword, the blood-colored sword glow, and the vermilion bird collided, creating a heaven-shaking explosion that plunged the world into chaos. In the air, a white streak of light flew over. God Lord White Tiger, who had rushed over from the distant northern sea, saw this scene and shuddered. The collision of 2 peerless level 5 experts resulted in a terrifying explosion, the shockwaves wreaking havoc and obliterating the divine palace. Behind him, the god execution array was also affected and began to rapidly crumble. There was no time to see the final result. God Lord White Tiger charged into the sealing array and unleashed all his cultivation to support the collapsing array. In the center of the sealing array, God Lord Qilin looked at the newcomers and sternly said, "It's no good. The divine array can't hold on much longer." The 4 hall masters working together were still unable to stop the sealing array from collapsing. The 10,000-year plan of the Hall of Gods was on the verge of being destroyed. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird's bloody image appeared and charged into the sealing array with its last bit of energy. The blood-soaked god, Lord Vermilion Bird, burned the last of his soul to repair the god execution array. Bang! At this moment, above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds were in chaos. The collapsed Vermilion Bird Great Formation was gradually being repaired. Countless bolts of blue lightning rained down from the sky. The heavens had sensed the terror of the sealing array and had sent down a heavenly tribulation. In the center of the sealing array, the 4 hall masters protected the array against the fury of the heavens. The heavens had 9 layers, and the tribulations had 9 transformations. After the 9 layers of tribulation, the god execution array reached perfection and slowly rose into the air. A huge Qilin shadow appeared between the heavens and the earth, and a destructive aura spread out in all directions. Down below, the experts of the 100 sects were stunned by this sight. What terrifying energy! In front of the collapsing divine palace, King Aaron pushed back 3 god-level experts with a single palm. As she looked down at the sky, her body trembled. This was the Qilin God Execution Array. The God Execution Array struck fear into the hearts of gods and demons, and a terrifying divine might spread out, leaving corpses everywhere. Retreat! King Aaron recovered from her shock and immediately ordered, not daring to hesitate. The 100 great sinners reacted and immediately led the army of the 100 sects in retreat. The army was defeated like a landslide. In the process of retreating, thousands of King Realm experts were affected by the divine might and their bodies directly exploded. They didn't even have the chance to resist. In the air, the azure-robed god, Lord Qilin, stood quietly in the middle of his Qilin phenomenon, looking down on all living beings like the Lord of Gods. Kill! With a single command, the experts of the Qilin temple chased after the fleeing great sinners. Raise your swords! A bellow came from the collapsing Qilin temple. A moment later, tens of thousands of sword lights soared into the sky and intersected, forming a cage that forcefully trapped the Qilin. Chapter 1409. Inside the Qilin temple, knowing destiny raised a sword, and sword lights filled the sky. Under the raging waves, Ning Chen walked out, bathed in blood. Sword intent surged around him, and his attack power increased tenfold. Under everyone's shocked gazes, for immortal swords appeared around Ning Chen. The immortal exterminating 4 swords, which were neither made of gold nor jade, appeared in the world again. The moment the immortal swords appeared, the wind and clouds stirred. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds gathered and condensed into swords that fell from the sky. In the void, the destructive aura of the Qilin god-destroying formation spread out, destroying everything in its path. Raise your swords! Below, Ning Chen raised his hand, and the 4 immortal swords flew into the sky, shaking the stars with their shocking power. As the immortal swords moved, Ning Chen's figure rose slowly, his white hair fluttering in the wind. The Qilin appeared, and the phoenix soared into the sky. In the void, Ning Chen was surrounded by tens of thousands of swords, and his supreme demonic aura resisted the formation. All eyes were on the world. The Qilin god-destroying formation shook heaven and earth, and the immortal exterminating 4 swords were famous in the ancient times. Inside the Qilin avatar, divine Lord Qilin kept urging the power of the divine formation, and his aura rose rapidly, surpassing the limits of this world. In front of him, Ning Chen blocked the divine formation alone, and thousands of sword lights swept out, endless and endless. The 2 strongest forces in the world clashed continuously. Around the divine world, God-fiend experts looked in the direction of the Qilin temple with shock. At the same time, in the west of the divine world, Buddha Xilai, Empress Shuiyin, the lord of the eastern celestial world, and the rising sun dragon god stood up at the same time, looking at the heaven stage with solemn eyes. This power had already surpassed theirs. What did divine Lord Qilin do? In the heaven stage, above the Qilin temple, divine Lord Qilin raised his hand. Instantly, a huge Qilin avatar roared, and a destructive aura swept out, unstoppable. Among the tens of thousands of sword lights, the sword lights collapsed rapidly, unable to resist this shocking force. In the middle of the 4 immortal swords, Ning Chen's chaotic, demonic aura swirled around him as he pushed the 9 nether secret art to the limit. In the blink of an eye, blood dripped from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. Even the indestructible devil body couldn't resist such terrifying destructive power. Now that the battle had reached this point, Ning Chen was unwilling to give up so easily. In Ning Chen's hands, Zhu Xian and Zhu Exian flew out at the same time. 2 completely opposite forces surged out, splitting the heaven and earth. One black and one red, one yin and one yang. The two forces that carried the principles of heaven and earth intersected and quickly merged. The powerful yin and yang energy condensed into chaos. The blood-red demonic mark on Ning Chen's forehead continued to spread, gradually spreading to his entire body. The most terrifying demonic might came from the 9 heavens. Thunder rumbled, and heaven and earth sensed it, sending down furious lightning bolts to deal with the demonized. Ning Chen's shout became heavier and heavier. His blood qi burned like a demonic sun, and his aura continued to rise. Standing in the divine realm, Ning Chen's cultivation broke through numerous obstacles. Finally, for a brief moment, he touched upon the barrier of the 5th realm. Ahead, the expression of Qilin Pavilion Master sunk slightly. He could not delay any longer. World destruction, Kylin token. God, Lord Qilin, pressed his hand down, and a massive formation appeared behind him. The Qilin roared and stepped into the air. Seeing this, Ning Chen waved his 2 swords, one yin and one yang, and slashed down from the sky. With a loud boom, the 3 forces collided and the Qilin collapsed. The aftershock roared and sent the white-clothed figure flying. The world destruction divine formation was difficult to stop. Even if a knowing destiny cultivator entered the divine realm and had the support of the 4 immortal slaying swords, it was difficult to shake the god-slaying array that was protected by 4 5th realm cultivators. In the air, blood kept flowing from Ning Chen's arms. He was severely injured. Chaotic, demonic qi surged and quickly healed Ning Chen's injuries. However, the world destruction power kept destroying his demonic body. Even the undying demonic body could not keep up with the speed of destruction of his physical body. Again, cold air spread around Ning Chen. With the help of the heavenly book's power, he froze the world destruction power that kept spreading in his body. His blood-stained clothes were glaring. Ning Chen had done his best to fight against a god, but it was still not enough. With the formation on his body, the god's strength was beyond imagination. In the air, a phoenix appeared and attacked the Qilin avatar formed by the god-slaying array again and again. The 2 strongest divine beasts of the ancient era, the Lord of Birds and the King of Beasts, were going to fight it out today. The world watched as the phoenix challenged the Qilin. After repeated attacks, the flames around the phoenix gradually weakened. The 4 immortal slaying swords kept wailing. Even though they were ancient divine swords, they could not move an inch against the Lord of Gods. Blood, mixed with phoenix blood and demonic blood flowed. Ning Chen's knowing destiny body was on the verge of collapse. In the air, divine Lord Qilin controlled the formation. Lightning surged around his body. He controlled power that surpassed the gods and was truly invincible. Divine Lord Qilin tapped with his right hand. The space in front of him silently disintegrated as the most terrifying power entered Ning Chen's knowing destiny body. Ning Chen's body froze, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Knowing destiny. In the distance, King Erin's pupils constricted as she anxiously called out, "I can't lose yet." Phoenix cries came from the burning phoenix fire. Ning Chen's eyes regained their light. The undying phoenix and the undying demonic body fused together to prevent his physical body from collapsing. Ning Chen's wildly dancing white hair was dyed in blood. He had used up almost all of his energy. However, the swordsman still had a sword in his hand. How could he admit defeat so easily? I, knowing destiny, refused to accept heaven's will. With a roar, ice and snow covered the sky. Ning Chen's aura changed once more. Chaotic true qi roared and turned into endless frost that quickly spread out. At this moment, ice flowers appeared in the air. They were so beautiful that they were intoxicating. The ice flowers were dotted with blood. Knowing destiny didn't know his own fate and refused to accept heaven's will. Ning Chen's ending celestial sword hummed continuously. The sword that he had cultivated with his life was now displaying its brilliance. Everyone watched as the ending celestial sword's form changed continuously. The 1,000-year herding sword was perfect. Blood-colored inscriptions spread across the ending celestial sword and stabbed into Ning Chen's arm. Their blood was connected and their aura was the same. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky, blasting open the void and landing on Ning Chen's body. After 1,000 years of cultivation, Ning Chen did not fear heaven and earth. He lived up to his own heart. The sword of his life was only to protect the little warmth left in his heart. With a roar, white hair soared into the heavens. The demonic inscriptions around Ning Chen scattered, and he returned to his human form. At the beginning of man, there was no limit. The ending celestial sword slashed down, and the shattered space in front of him began to repair itself. Lotuses bloomed in the air, creating a shocking sight. The power of creation. Within the god-slaying array, the Qilin pavilion master grimaced. This energy was the power of creation. The sword light crashed into the god-slaying array, and for the first time, the indestructible divine array began to tremble. The sword light pierced through the ceiling array and arrived in front of God, Lord Black Tortoise. God, Lord Black Tortoise's expression darkened, and his body began to shine with light as he tried to block the sword energy. Boom! The armor on God, Lord Black Tortoise's chest cracked. The God Lord with the strongest defense in the God world found it difficult to block the ending celestial sword. Blood spurted from God, Lord Black Tortoise's lips as he was wounded. With God, Lord Black Tortoise injured, the god-slaying array began to ripple for a brief moment. In the blink of an eye, the ending celestial sword crashed into the ceiling array. There was an astonishing collision as the Qilin wailed. At the center of the array, the 4 god lords were all affected, their blood surging. The god-slaying array that should have had 5 god lords protecting it was now missing 1 person and showing signs of instability. Damn it! God, Lord Qilin grimaced as he angrily roared. Driving the divine array with the power of the god-slaying array, he charged at the white-haired youth. The rumbling sound reverberated through heaven and earth. The 2 immortal swords in front of Ning Chen were sent flying and stabbed into the ground below. The Qilin arrived, and Ning Chen used the god-slaying sword and the ending celestial sword to block the divine might. Ning Chen was sent flying 1,000 feet, the god-slaying sword falling from his hand, his hair dyed red. Outside the battle, King Aaron looked at the array in the sky, her face filled with concern. Why was knowing destiny so stubborn? Was it just to repay the kindness of Sunrise Divine Palace? By persevering, he had already repaid the favor, so why risk his life? In the battle, Ning Chen's body was bathed in blood, but he constantly activated his battle intent. Wind and snow tore through the sky, shaking heaven and earth. A peak 4th realm god lord fighting against 4 5th realm god lords protected by ceiling arrays was something that had never happened since the beginning of the god world. Today, knowing destiny had gone against the tide and killed immortals, shocking everyone. As a youth, he dreamed of flying on a sword. Today, he had become a sword immortal. The sword light around Ning Chen's body became even more dazzling. Divine swords all over the god world sensed this and flew into the distance. Raise your swords! As the battle reached its climax, Ning Chen raised his sword once more. On the ground, the 3 immortal swords trembled, their ferocious might filling the air. At this moment, divine swords flew through the air, tens of thousands of them crisscrossing and blotting out the sun. On the ground, the 3 immortal swords soared into the sky, mixing with the 10,000 divine swords, their sword might shocking the world. In the air, knowing destiny raised his 10,000 swords once more, alarming the gods and ghosts. When a human's will surpass that of a god, how could gods and demons resist? Above the divine palace, the 10,000 swords crisscrossed and blotted out the sky. Even the gods were terrified. In the Qilin vision, divine Lord Qilin opened his eyes in anger. He controlled the divine array and summoned lightning from the 9 heavens to strike down. Below, the 10,000 swords crisscrossed and charged forward. Man and God clashed. In the destructive collision, the Qilin divine city that spanned tens of thousands of miles was split into 2. The divine city was in danger. Cracks spread across the ground so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The most terrifying scene was that the divine city was about to be destroyed. Doomsday had arrived. Arg! In the air, after the collision, the 10,000 swords were destroyed and the immortal swords fell. Blood splattered around Ningqin as he crashed into the ground below. Outside the battle, Wisdom King Aaron's figure flashed past, carrying the severely injured, knowing destiny, and escaping. In the air, the victor stood proudly. Suddenly, blood spurted out and dyed the chests of the 4 god lords red. In the Rising Sun divine palace, the Rising Sun flood god in golden robes looked away and walked into the divine palace. Prepare for battle. The war has begun. In the next moment, the voice of a god echoed throughout the entire divine palace. 10,000 miles to the north of the Qilin divine city, 2 figures stopped. The blood-stained figure looked at the sky above the divine city with a slight smile. The war had begun. Chapter 1410. In the Qilin temple, humans and gods battled. In the end, the gods defeated humans. The will of God could not be disobeyed. Knowing Ming was defeated and taken away by AI Ran. Within the Qilin god-destroying formation, the chests of the 4 divine masters were dyed red, and they had suffered heavy injuries. For figures descended from the sky. Divine essence surged around their bodies as they healed their injuries. The remaining divine demons gathered in front of the destroyed Qilin shrine. They looked at the 4 divine masters in front of them and waited for orders. In this world-shaking battle, God Lord Vermilion Bird died in battle. He used his soul to protect the array, but in the end his soul dissipated. At the former site of the Qilin temple, the 4 divine masters were recuperating with their eyes closed. Their brows were furrowed from time to time, which showed how serious their injuries were. No one had expected that the Pantheon's 10,000-year plan would suffer such a blow. Time passed day after day, and 10 days later, the 4 divine masters opened their eyes at the same time, and all of their injuries were healed. Set out. Within the Qilin phenomenon, God Lord Qilin looked at the Sacred Hall army and said, once the order was given, the ground beneath the temple began to rumble. Numerous chariots rose up and appeared before the deities. Dozens of fiend god experts boarded the war chariot. Behind them, numerous Emperor Realm experts boarded the war chariot and prepared to set off. In the next moment, the 4 divine masters rose into the air and flew toward the southern border. Behind them, the deities' Templar army followed, flying toward the southern border of the divine world. While the Pantheon Temple's army was having a hard time moving forward, experts from the celestial and demon realms were looking at the southern border with solemn expressions. The target of the Hall of Gods was actually the southern region. The southern region was the territory of the Rising Sun Divine Palace. Could it be that the Hall of Gods was going to start a war with the Rising Sun Divine Palace? The entire world was watching. The Battle of Gods was about to begin, and the winds and clouds in the horizon were about to change. Within the central palace of the Sunrise Divine Palace, the Sunrise mythical god sensed something and walked out of the palace. Elder brother. In front of the temple, the moon goddess looked to the north and said, they're here. The Rising Sun Tiger god nodded. Prepare for battle. Around the Sunrise Divine Palace, in the divine palaces that had been quiet for a long time, thousands of powerful auras rose. The hidden forces of the Sunrise Divine Palace were mobilized to prepare for the upcoming war. War chariots rumbled in the sky above the southern border. The Divine Palace's army had crossed a region and traveled a long distance to arrive at Divine Palace in the shortest time possible. Speed was the most important factor in war, and this applied to both the mortal realm and the god realm. 2 days later, in front of the Sunrise Divine Palace, the Kirin army arrived in the void. The scene of them covering the sky and the sun was shocking. As the army arrived, powerful auras shot up into the sky from the Sunrise Divine Palace. Strange lights shone brightly, attracting the attention of countless people. At the center of the Divine Palace, in front of the Central Palace, the rising sun demon god stood quietly in his golden armor. The number 1 war god of the god realm looked at the army of the pantheon in front of him without any change in expression. Kill! God Lord Qilin ordered from the front of the Sacred Hall army. Dong! Boom! The war drums beat, and the Divine Hall army immediately attacked the Divine Palace without the slightest respite. In front of the Divine Palace, the rising sun demon god's expression turned cold. He also said, "Kill them all." With the divine order, all the divine generals in golden armor flew out from all corners of Sunrise Divine Palace. Scorching flames circled around them. Every divine general's cultivation was above the imperial plane. 500 divine generals and 49 experts of the divine demon realm. Although the numbers were not as great as the Temple of Gods, the combat power of the Sunrise Divine Palace had never relied on numbers to win. For example, the rising sun demon god alone was enough to intimidate an entire zone. As the armies clashed, the battle instantly reached its climax. The rising sun demon god used all his strength to resist the Divine Hall army's invasion. It's our turn now. In front of the Sunrise Divine Palace, the rising sun demon god looked at God Lord Qilin and said, God Lord Qilin sneered, "Rising sun demon god, today is the day of your death." As he said this, azure light rose around God Lord Qilin as the Qilin phenomenon appeared once more. Behind him, the azure dragon, the white tiger, and the black tortoise entered the array at the same time. Their astonishing auras caused the heavens and earth to distort. Brother, be careful. In front of the Divine Palace, the moon god saw the abnormality in the Qilin and warned him with a grave expression. The rising sun demon god nodded, and his figure flew into the air. Golden light shone dazzlingly as the rising sun demon god's peerless cultivation soared. It was so powerful that it shook the sun and the moon. The number 1 war god of the god realm had never been defeated in more than 100,000 years. He was a true legend of the god realm. Golden light gathered in the rising sun demon god's hand, forming a divine spear surrounded by golden flames. Please, the rising sun demon god calmly said. Within the Qilin divine array, God Lord Qilin raised his hand. Instantly, winds howled and clouds roiled in the sky as thunder rumbled. In the next moment, 10,000 bolts of lightning descended from the sky and blasted toward the rising sun demon god. Boom! The rising sun demon god raised his hand and blocked the 10,000 bolts of lightning. His supreme divine might stunned everyone. How could a war god of the god world be so easily defeated? Within the Qilin divine array, God Lord Qilin narrowed his eyes. The rising sun demon god truly lived up to his reputation. The rising sun demon god shot forward, a golden light flashing as he instantly arrived in front of the Qilin divine array. The golden divine spear pierced through the air, its blazing heat causing the surrounding space-time to begin to disintegrate. God Lord Qilin flipped his palm to block, but there was a terrifying rumble as the god-slaying array blocked the golden divine spear. Turbulence surged, burning the heavens and boiling the sea. The rising sun demon god's full-strength attack was unable to break through the indestructible god-slaying array. In front of the god-slaying array, the rising sun demon god frowned slightly. He flipped his left hand, and a golden divine sun appeared out of thin air. The appearance of the divine sun shook heaven and earth. The rising sun tiger god controlled the divine sun to crash into the god-slaying array. Boom! There was an even more terrifying explosion as the sun crashed into the array, causing it to tremble violently. This was a true battle between gods. The battle had just begun, but it was already so intense that it was unbelievable. The rising sun demon god flew into the air amidst the surging flames. The god-slaying array began to tremble in the face of the rising sun demon god's relentless attacks. In the center of the divine array, God Lord Chilin's expression sank. He formed a hand seal and used a theurgy. Roar! The Chilin avatars around the four of them seemed to awaken. With a furious roar, their divine might shook the world. Destructive energy rapidly spread out. The true flames of the sun flickered as they were devoured by this terrifying, destructive energy. The destructive aura was so close that the rising sun flood god was forced to retreat dozens of feet. Elder brother. In front of the divine palace, Yueshin's expression changed slightly as she exclaimed, "I'm fine," the rising sun demon god said. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at the god-slaying grand array. A cold light flashed through his eyes. No wonder these people dared to attack the god palace. This divine array was indeed powerful. However, this was not enough to deal with the rising sun demon god. Great sun mantra! The rising sun demon god roared. Golden flames soared into the sky as the mantra appeared. The sun in the great world above the 9 heavens began to tremble. It was actually being pulled by the sun god and began to move. For a moment, everyone in the god world was shocked. The sun was actually moving. The sun of the god world had existed for countless years. According to legend, it was created by the combined efforts of several paramount gods. It had existed for tens of thousands of years and was almost immortal. Today, the rising sun demon god had used his supreme cultivation to draw upon the power of the sun of the god world, shocking everyone. Golden flames spilled from the sun and gathered in the air, forming a fiery hell. In this hell, the god-slaying array was constantly being burned by the sun's flames, shaking even more violently. Rising sun demon god, your struggle is futile. God Lord Chilin coldly snorted from within the divine array and instantly appeared before the rising sun demon god. The rising sun tiger god swung the golden spear in his hand to meet the attack head-on. The collision of absolute power caused the rising sun demon god to take half a step back. His lips once more dyed red. Though injured, the war god of the god world's will to fight did not diminish. He turned his golden spear around and once more thrust it at God Lord Chilin. God Lord Chilin's mouth was also dyed red, but a moment later, the 4 god lords began to shine with light as their injuries were transferred. With his injuries transferred, God Lord Azure Dragon's energy and blood roiled. He closed his eyes and began to recover. Once his energy was restored, God Lord Chilin punched back. Boom! The rising sun demon god took another punch and slid back 10 steps. 10 steps away, the rising sun demon god's eyes turned grave as he stared at the recovered god Lord Chilin. Strange! The rising sun demon god turned to the other 3 god lords, his expression chilling. He hadn't attacked God Lord Azure Dragon just now, so it was easy to see where his injuries had come from. What a strange formation. It could actually transfer injuries. It seemed that if he wanted to defeat this god Lord Chilin, he would first have to break through this array. With this thought in mind, the rising sun demon god shot forward and resumed the battle. The golden spear pierced through space-time as it hurtled at God Lord Chilin again and again. This powerful assault left no time for breathing. The rising sun demon god went all out, not giving God Lord Chilin a chance to counterattack. God Lord Chilin was not angered by this barrage of attacks, but rather delighted. The sneer on his face grew clearer and clearer. Not even the rising sun demon god could last for long against such a barrage. Finally, after a series of frenzied attacks, the rising sun demon god's body trembled for a brief moment. God, Lord Qilin, seized this opportunity and punched at his chest. Ugh! Blood gushed out of the rising sun demon god's mouth, but he did not retreat even half a step. Instead, he punched at God, Lord Qilin's chest. Blood dyed the air red. The moment God, Lord Qilin, was wounded, the four god lords once more began to shine with light as they transferred their injuries. Nearby, God, Lord White Tiger groaned as he took a heavy blow. The rising sun demon god sensed this and immediately changed his target. The rising sun demon god flew in front of God, Lord White Tiger, his spear piercing through the air as golden flames engulfed the heavens. Yet another shocking scene occurred. God, Lord White Tiger vanished, replaced by God, Lord Black Tortoise, whose defense was unparalleled in the world. Boom! After blocking the spear, God, Lord Black Tortoise was forced back several steps. In this fierce battle, the Qilin god-slaying array displayed all its power. In the distance, the white-haired figure quietly stood there, watching the battle. Next to him, the Wisdom King looked ahead and asked with a serious expression, "Knowing destiny, is this formation really unbreakable?" "That's not necessarily true," Ning Qin calmly said as he watched the battle in front of the divine palace. A perfected Qilin god-slaying array might not have had any weaknesses, but not now. Chapter 1411. In the southern region of the god world, in front of the Sunrise Divine Palace, a fierce battle was taking place. Divine flames burned the world, creating a doomsday scene. Within the god-slaying array, the four palace masters were constantly shifting their injuries. The Sunrise Flood god, who was fighting 1 against 4, was at a disadvantage. The four peerless 5th-level experts were using the array to their fullest potential. Even someone as strong as the war god of the god world found it difficult to resist the might of the gods. Blood dripped from the corner of the Sunrise Flood god's mouth. As the battle progressed, his injuries worsened. In front of the divine palace, the moon goddess looked at the array with a grave expression. Her brother was at a disadvantage. The individual strength of the four god lords was secondary. Their ability to shift their injuries was simply too difficult to deal with. If this continued, it would be very difficult to break through the defensive circle of the four god lords unless they were killed in a single blow. The Sunrise Flood god also saw the peculiarity of the array. His strength continued to rise as he focused all his energy on his golden spear, seeking to kill one of the god lords in a single blow. Within the Qilin array, the four god lords were prepared. Using the array's power, they constantly shifted their positions, making it difficult to determine their exact location. In the god world, divine flames continued to descend from the sun, aiding the Sunrise Flood god. The battle began once more. The Sunrise Flood god charged into the Qilin array, his spear dancing as he fought like a god. 1 against 4, the Sunrise Flood god's attacks were incomparably powerful. The four god lords found it increasingly difficult to deal with his attacks. Blood drenched the Sunrise Flood god's body, but the four god lords split the blood evenly between them, making it difficult to inflict any fatal injuries. The intense battle went from the middle of the day to the setting sun. As the god world sun set in the west, the divine flames began to fade, and the Sunrise Flood god's strength also began to weaken. Upon seeing this, the four god lords immediately gathered their energy and prepared to counterattack. In the east, a bright moon rose, and the sun and moon appeared in the same sky. On the 15th full moon, the moon was dazzling. At this moment, the moon goddess in front of the divine palace raised her hand. The bright moon shifted, and a cold moon descended from the sky. With the moon goddess's attack, the world began to change once more. Under the moonlight, the world began to freeze. Before the four god lords could react, Their attacks were immediately restrained. Seeing this, the rising sun dragon god bellowed. His golden spear gathered true flames and shot toward God, Lord Black Tortoise. God, Lord Black Tortoise, crossed his arms, relying on his peerless defense to block the rising sun demon god's attack. A moment later, there was a groan as the divine armor on God, Lord Black Tortoise's arms crumbled. Even God, Lord Black Tortoise, found it hard to resist the rising sun flood god, the most destructive being in the god world. The rising sun flood god immediately stepped forward, not giving the black tortoise a chance to form seals. The golden divine spear was like a divine dragon emerging from the sea, intent on forcefully killing the black tortoise divine lord. The divine spear, imbued with supreme true fire, plunged into God, Lord Black Tortoise's chest. The armor blocked the majority of the attacks, but a considerable amount of fire energy still entered his body. God, Lord Black Tortoise grimaced and retreated several steps. This was a shocking scene. For the first time since the start of the great battle, the combined might of the four divine masters was broken. Divine Lord Black Tortoise formed a seal. Just as he was about to counterattack, he was stopped by Divine Lord Cheelin. "Leave this person to me. You guys go deal with Moon Goddess." After saying this, Divine Lord Cheelin turned to the rising sun flood god. His figure flashed, green lightning crackling. With an earth-shattering strike, the rising sun flood god met the green lightning with his divine spear. His immense power collided with the head of the four divine lords. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the void. Both of them retreated a few steps back with heavy injuries. Green lightning and golden flames battered each other's bodies. While Divine Lord Cheelin was delaying the rising sun flood god, the azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise god shot forward to capture Moon Goddess. The rising sun flood god was enraged by this development. 7 suns in the heavens, doomsday divine fainting. The furious rising sun flood god erupted with astonishing energy. 7 divine suns appeared at the same time and charged at the 4 divine lords. In front of the divine palace, the azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise god lords were just about to attack when their bodies trembled as they sensed an intense killing intent behind them. The 3 of them turned around and worked together to block this attack. Ugh! The divine suns collided, and the 3 of them grunted as they were knocked back 10-some feet. In front of the rising sun divine palace, the rising sun flood god stood in front of Moon Goddess to protect her. He glared at the 4 divine lords, his face brimming with cold killing intent. "All of you deserve to die." With Moon Goddess's life threatened, the rising sun flood god was truly enraged for the first time. He raised his left palm to the heavens, causing golden flames to wildly converge. As the divine flames spread, the rising sun flood god's eyes turned golden. Violent energy surged from them, shaking the heavens and earth. Divine Lord Cheelin's expression darkened as he watched the rising sun flood god's transformation. No, as the divine flames roiled, golden inscriptions appeared on the rising sun flood god's armor, spreading out in a frenzy. In his strongest state, the rising sun flood god fully displayed the might of a war god. His divine yuan surged, suppressing all techniques. While the 4 divine lords were stunned, the rising sun flood god's figure instantly vanished. He waved his solar god spear, sending out a violent wave of divine flames. Within the divine flames, 4 3-legged golden crows appeared. The legendary sun god had appeared in the world. When the 4 divine lords saw this, they immediately condensed their divine yuan and manifested their dharma idols. The azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and Cheelin appeared at the same time, blocking the war gods of the god world. The golden crows and the 4 symbols gods clashed. Under everyone's gazes, the god-slaying array shook violently. The corners of the 4 divine palace masters' mouths were dyed red. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. The strongest war gods and the strongest forbidden array clashed. It was a tragic scene. The 5 strongest gods of the god world were fighting. Their injuries gradually accumulated, and even the bodies of the gods found it difficult to bear. The furious rising sun flood god unleashed all his power. Amidst the shapeless divine flames, a solar god sun challenged the 4 divine lords. For a moment, the battle didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. The violent war god's offensive power was far greater than before. The 4 divine lords switched from offense to defense, and they were in danger several times. However, the seemingly reverse battle was actually a crisis that couldn't be ignored. The rising sun flood god fought 1 against 4, and his injuries continued to accumulate. In front of the rising sun divine palace, the moon goddess looked at the battle with a worried expression. The sun had already set, and the bright moon rose into the sky, illuminating the world. As the battle progressed, the injuries in the rising sun flood god's body reached the limit. The moon goddess looked at the bright moon in the sky with a serious expression. 9 heavens, frost tower. The moon goddess raised her hand, and a giant moon palace appeared in the sky. It was solemn and dignified, frightening even gods and ghosts. The moon goddess, who wasn't good at fighting, forced herself to act in the face of her brother's crisis. She used her life to cultivate the moon goddess' supreme treasure and smashed it at the Chilan array. Above the 9 heavens, the moon of the great world shone down moonlight and strengthened the divine artifact. The 9 heavens frost tower fell into the great world and smashed into the array with a boom. Roar! The Chilan cried out and shook violently. Within the array, the 4 divine lords groaned, and their faces flushed red. However, the god-slaying array's power was shocking. The 9 heavens frost tower trembled as cracks appeared. In front of the divine palace, blood dripped from the corner of the moon goddess' mouth and dyed her divine robes red. Moon goddess! The rising sun sea god grimaced and sternly said, "Withdraw!" "Brother, we will face the divine palace together." The moon goddess smiled. For the first time, she had disobeyed her brother. What a touching scene of brotherly love! Alas, all of you will die here. Within the Chilan array, the wounds of the 4 divine lords were rapidly healing. God, Lord White Tiger, looked at the 2 of them and mocked. The god-slaying array had never been seen before in the god-slaying array. The lives of 4 fifth realm experts were connected, so they basically had 4 lives. In the distance, Wisdom King Aaron watched the battle with a grave expression. "Jiming, if you don't act now, the rising sun sea god and the moon goddess might be in mortal danger." "Wait," Ning Chen sternly replied, suppressing his urge to act. Now was not the time. Wisdom King Aaron's expression froze. She turned to the man beside her, a complicated look in her eyes. He truly was different. After leaving the mortal realm and coming to the god world, his heart had become even colder, as cold as ice. Was he really going to watch the rising sun sea god and the moon goddess die in battle? In front of the divine palace, the rising sun sea god, who was suppressing the 4 divine lords, gradually weakened. There was a limit to a person's strength, and gods were no exception. As his injuries piled up, the rising sun sea god's divine energy became chaotic, and his attacks began to be affected. The moment God Lord Chilan saw the rising sun sea god's divine energy tremble, he punched, sending a bolt of azure lightning into the rising sun sea god's chest. The rising sun sea god's divine armor shattered, and a shocking wound appeared on his chest. The azure lightning blasted open his flesh, revealing his white bones. The rising sun sea god had suffered yet another severe injury. Blood sprayed out, but the war god of the god world did not retreat even half a step. He threw out the sun god halberd, divine might howling through the air. God Lord Chilan instinctively tried to block, but he was shocked to see the sun god halberd flying through the air toward God Lord Chilan's back. God, Lord, White Tiger's pupils constricted as he hurriedly gathered his energy to block. Arg! There was a pained groan as blood sprayed everywhere. The sun god halberd had pierced through God, Lord, White Tiger's chest. Divine flames crazily spread from the sun god halberd, rapidly burning away at God, Lord, White Tiger's heart. With the death tribulation upon him, God, Lord, White Tiger's body once more began to glow as his injuries were transferred. At the same time, the 3 god lords in the god-slaying array vomited blood as they were heavily injured. The death tribulation was scattered, and the 4 god lords had to endure it at the same time. In front of the array, God, Lord Chelan forcefully suppressed his injuries as he punched through the rising sun sea god's chest. The blood of gods dripping from the wound was a dazzling red. The rising sun sea god coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his flames of life began to rapidly fade. Brother! The moon god's body trembled upon seeing this, and then she immediately rushed forward. Kill! God, Lord Chelan, sternly roared. Behind him, the azure dragon and black tortoise god charged forward, intent on killing the moon god. Moon god! In front of God, Lord Chelan, the rising sun sea god's dim eyes blazed with a frightening light as he shot forward like a shooting star to block the moon god's path. Boom! The palms of the azure dragon and black tortoise god slammed into the rising sun sea god's body, causing blood to spray into the air.